Pretty little goat, bitch. Hello, what up? What we doing? What we doing? Slide. They got woo slide mix.
Mellow, get up on that car, tell me who up in it. Spark up in that bitch, don't think it's sweet just cause the windows tinted. I be feeling like I'm Herb, cause when I slide, don't got no limit. We ain't trying to make no peace, cause if you started, we gon' finish. Mellow, get up on that car, tell me who up in it. Spark up in that bitch, don't think it's sweet just cause the windows tinted. I be feeling like I'm Herb, cause when I slide, don't got no limit. We ain't trying to make no peace, cause if you started, we gon' finish. Hop up in the coupe, shot him through the roof. Glide, thought that we was done. No, got his homie too. If these bitches talking, then we stalking on that yes again. If it ain't no pressure about that nigga, why you asking then? I don't got no answer for these bitches, bitch, go ask your man. Keep up with my life more than insurance, man, your ass a fan. Put a hoe up in the blender, trying to mix that little bitch up. Bitch, I stay outside, you trying to hide, we guaranteed the bump. You claim you from that block, bitch, be for real, we all know that you fucking chopper bigger than Rasputia. Keep it out, can't do no tucking. Know that I got hands, I swing this Glock, ain't gotta do no toughness. Split the bag up in the mall, ain't check a tag, ain't got no budget. I'm a thief up in the night, this chopper taking bitches' souls. Bag that bitch up like some laundry, stuff that bitch up like a load. Niggas stinking with they dick, so fucking send the ops some hoes. Pulling up this bitch in sports when that little phone them drop that low.
My belt to ass a little different, this pretty face gon' keep a pipe. Damn, built like me and Leah, me and her ain't come to fight. Why you hopping out that V? I ain't playing, I came to strike. Damn, run up on no niggas, me and them ain't none alike. Yeah, we ain't none alike. They get clocked up at they funerals and at they candlelight. If I got Glocky up on my left hip, then Leah on my right. I like switches better cause all them standards really ain't my type. Okay, we gon' beef for what? All that back and forth up on the internet, you gon' get this button. Fuck, I'm fighting with you, bitches, but I ain't got this Glock for nothing. I like playing the field, but it ain't fun, cause bitches ain't know nothing. No more. You niggas ain't know nothing either. Hood place, that's where I'm from, bitch, who won't lead a block either. I ain't got this name for nothing pretty out, but high fever. Making bitches sweat off my performances, they all tweaking. I just got up on that car and saw the ops up in it. What you think we did? Ain't get no passes, know they ass gon' get it. No limit, bitch, I'm from the trench, so what that mean? I'ma stay with it. We ain't trying to make up with you, your best bet to mind your business. I just got up on that car and saw the ops up in it. What you think we did? Ain't get no passes, know they ass gon' get it. No limit, bitch, I'm from the trench, so what that mean? I'ma stay with it. We ain't trying to make up with you, your best bet to mind your business. Mind your motherfucking business.
Hey y'all, what's good? Can y'all hear me? And do I sound okay? Do I sound alright? Let me know if y'all can hear me. Kinda. Let me see some. And can y'all hear me? What's up, Clue? What's up, Cynical? I don't really got nothing to talk about today. If y'all can hear me, I ain't got really nothing to talk about today. I'm just like, I'm over it. Y'all, I ain't smoked. Alright, cool. I ain't smoked in days. Oh my God. I'm so bored. You know, I leave home. I left home a long time ago. And I moved all the way out like to Chicago. And it's like every time, what's up, Joey? And it's like every time I come home, like I realize what the fuck like it's all cool with family and shit like that. What's up, DS1? It's all cool with family and all of that shit. But it's like, what the fuck? Like, it ain't. Man, I had a dream that I was in a city. And I was like, oh yeah, like I'm about to wake up from this nap and go get me some food. And then I woke up and realized that I was in the boonies. Do y'all understand how blue I was? Do you understand? It's so hard. It's so hard to adjusting to being in the country. Like I left for a reason. And like I said, I miss my family, but I realized why the fuck I left. Because there ain't nothing going. It's like, it's nothing happening. It's like, it's nothing happening. Like I enjoy, don't get me wrong. I enjoy kicking it with my family. I enjoy seeing my grandmother and seeing my mom and seeing everybody. What's up, Dubai Scholar? I enjoy seeing all them people because I don't see them often. But it's like all the downtime in the meantime, I don't got no Wi-Fi. My Wi-Fi be janky. Like my phone barely be working sometimes. It's just struggle. Like it's so struggle. I'm a city girl. I'm a city girl. And living in the country is driving me crazy. I only been here for 3 days. It's only been 3 days. My voice sound troubled. No, my voice is fine. I still have a little bit of congestion from last time, but I'm all right. What's up, Noble? But like I said, this shit is an open panel. I don't have really anything much to talk about. I was over on Mahogany's channel like earlier, and I was telling her like she don't need to be letting these trolls get to her. Like I feel like trolls and shit is a part of the internet. And I don't feel like she needs to let people get to her. People shouldn't let trolls. You shouldn't be overly invested on here. Like these motherfuckers is crazy. What's up, Noble? I won't be all right. I'm going through it. I ain't smoked. I ain't smoked. I'm in the fucking boonies. I can't even wake up and go get me no food. I need to be moving around, and I'm not moving around. Like I'm not moving around. What's up? What's up, the Boston Scholar?
Peace and blessings, sister. Peace and blessings.
I'm going through it. I'm a city girl. I admit it.
The country is where it's at. Go kick a squirrel in his
No,
ass.
I want to go outside. I literally had a dream, and I was like, "Oh yeah, I'm gonna wake up and get me some wings and mild sauce."
Brownie, you around all the free range birds in the world. If you don't go kill you a goddamn bird and barbecue it.
Are you crazy? And then I'm sober, and then I'm sober on top of it. I ain't got shit to do. I'm like, these days is long as fuck. I'm waking up at 2:00. I'm waking up at like 12:00 in the afternoon, and the day is still long. I only been up for 9 hours. Ain't that crazy? I'm at my grandma's house, and my grandmother is a minister. So it's no drugs, it's no alcohol.
Brownie, you sound like a recovering white person in rehab. So
I just need to smoke. I just need to smoke.
this,
And if I can,
this is proof to me that you whitewashed, sister. This is proof to me. You don't even know how to function in the country. Talking about you FBA. FBA, you right. You
I
right
don't have
about
to
that.
do those things. I'm a domesticated Black woman.
Domesticated just mean whitewashed, but appreciate you, sister, for admitting it finally.
I am not whitewashed. I'm FBA. What's up, Clue? I ain't trying to hear your
Brownie.
nonsense. Yes.
So you didn't have anything specific to talk about. You just want to talk.
Yeah, I need something to pass my time. I need
You're going
something.
crazy. All that free land. That's crazy.
I'm understimulated. Like
Understimulated.
Crazy.
Oh,
See, Brandon, why you always gotta bring everything to sex?
okay.
I didn't.
Okay.
That don't have anything to do with sex. Being understimulated.
Yes, it do.
So how do you want to be stimulated, Brownie?
I need some excitement. I need something to happen. I need to like.
Brownie, let me tell you what we used to do when we was young. Because you don't know,
Brownie.
you don't know nothing about this.
I need to be
Go to your neighbor's house, knock on the door, and take off running.
Hell,
and when they get there, there'll be nobody there.
I'm too grown. Everybody got Ring cameras now, so that's not even a thing.
You too grown. See, Brownie, you need to be stimulated. That's the pleasure.
No,
that's the stimulation right there.
No, I need me some weed. I need to go and get me some chicken wings.
Weed is not a stimulant. It's a depressant. It's the opposite of what you're looking for.
It stimulates my creativity in my mind.
Weed does that?
Absolutely.
That's some placebo shit going on. But Brownie, all the philosophical shit we be reading online, this is what it really is. Can you be alone with just yourself, with your own thoughts, no substances, no stimulus, nothing?
I will proudly say that I'm codependent and I need somebody and I do not want to be alone. It ain't no shame.
You're worse than them R&B dudes with the chest hair out.
And I'll just bolt like, oh my God, it's nothing to do. It's nothing to do. Like yeah, I'm here, and like I said, I'm spending time with my family. But like in a downtime in between that, like I'm like, what the fuck? And then I go on
Go
YouTube and I'm looking, and I'm like, damn, I want to join the panel or something. I'm like, what the fuck? Like, ain't nobody doing shit. Ain't nobody doing nothing. Like nothing. It's so
Go
slow.
Earth. Go barefooted. Go Earth. Go jump in the lake or some shit. Go fucking bird hunting. I don't know. It's a lot of stuff to do in the country.
I want to smoke and go watch the stars or some shit. I can't even do that because I can't smoke.
Brownie, you're supposed to have a natural high sister. That's how I know you might be
Can't
Indian.
smoke.
You might be Indian,
You
sister.
can't smoke.
No, my grandmother is a minister, so
You can't
everything is.
smoke in the house, but
I
you can
can't.
smoke.
No,
She don't want to go around smelling like weed and incriminating herself.
yeah, I want to be. I want to be respectful.
Aw, you want to be the good little granddaughter, don't you?
Yes, I want
Yes,
to be
yes, yes.
respectful. So I'm not going. I'm not going to smoke. Like it's just killing me. And it's like this shit ain't even over. It's not even over. I got like, hold on, how many more days? A week.
Yo, Brownie.
I got a week and a half left.
You want
Oh,
a suggestion? You want a
what's
What
up,
happens in
suggestion?
a week and a half?
Then I leave.
You leave and go
Then
where?
I go back. I go to another city, and then I can smoke and be oh and
What city
be.
is this? Or what state is it? Tell me the state. Don't say the city.
I'm going to Texas.
Oh, that's where I was born and raised. I
Shit.
was born and raised in Dallas,
She
Texas.
finna be in my home
Yeah, the
state. Hey,
Lone
Brownie, it's a
Star
no-fly
State.
zone.
The
It's a
Lone
no-fly
Star
zone in
State.
Texas.
Yeah.
I like Texas.
No-fly zone, Brownie. You did not check in. You better not touch foot in Texas.
Oh,
No-fly zone.
Yeah.
I done been to Texas like four times this year. Stop playing.
But you
4
never
times.
lived.
Oh,
You
hey,
never
hey, the
lived
words
there,
out.
though.
Words out, Brownie.
You never
I
lived
have
there,
not
though.
lived in Texas,
Yeah.
but I like it. I like the
Yeah.
weather. You know, like since I live in Chicago, it'd be cold. Like, and Texas is a nice break from that. Like,
Texas is fucking hot. Texas is awful, especially with global warming.
absolutely not. You just ain't lived in Chicago.
I would
And
rather be cold all year than hot.
you're insane.
Brownie,
You're.
if you're cold, you could put on clothes, your stuff you could do. If you hot, you just fucking hot.
I'm anemic,
That's
so
right.
I'm always cold.
It's much more
Why you
expensive
think
to get cool than it is to get warm. Because if you're trying to get warm, if you got a lighter, you're good. But what's the lighter version of trying to get cool when you're hot? It
talk to
isn't.
her, bro?
You got
Talk
to
to her,
spend
bro.
money. You got to ventilate, right? You got to have
I don't.
Freon, right?
I like
You
heat.
got to
I
have
like
all these
heat.
things.
I'm black. I like heat. My skin was made to be in the sun.
But Texas is heat times
I
10.
like it. I don't
Can
complain
you
when I
handle it?
I never complained about the heat when I went to Texas.
Because
All
you
right.
didn't stay there year round.
Is
That shit draining.
It's humid than the motherfucker. I know you like to keep your hair nice, but that humidity be
I
kicking
got
its ass.
natural hair. The humidity does things to my hair that are nice, actually. Like in
Okay.
Chicago,
Man,
it's so
I just
cold.
want to make sure you know what you're in for, Brownie. That's all.
she don't know.
I enjoy the heat. I enjoy the heat. I really do.
Okay.
Yo,
When I'm in
yo,
the
yo,
cold,
yo,
I get
Brownie.
yes.
How many days you can say you got left? 3 days?
I said I got a week and a half.
A week and a half? Why you just don't schedule a time to go live every day and then prepare for the live that day about interesting stuff? Like when I first met you, you were talking about getting your rib removed. We could revisit that. You were talking about knee surgery. Like it's a bunch of stuff that you
The
could just
thing
rehash and
is,
just
I've been going through things like personally in my personal life that I don't even want to do all of that for real. Like I need to, that's why I said a couple of weeks ago that I was just gonna do lives and go vertical and then just do my makeup and do my hair and shit like that because my mind, I've been going through things personally, like I
My
said.
mind is telling me no.
or
But
you
my
could just do that.
body,
I mean, you
my
could just do that in the evening,
body
man. You know,
telling me
anytime we
yeah.
all gonna pull up. We all gonna
I
pull
don't
up.
feel like
Shit, even
doing my hair and makeup right now. Like,
okay, that's fine. I was just making a suggestion. I mean, you could do like pre-recorded videos of you traveling if you want to, like different sites and stuff like that. Or you could just do 2 squirrels humping in the bushes. I don't know. I'm just giving you ideas. Or you can
two
do it the way
squirrels.
you're doing it now.
I just wanna use the social part of YouTube to be social. Like
I
I said,
got you. You want to hear other voices,
yeah,
so
I
it
do want
could.
to talk to people. I just want to talk to people. You can talk about
Here's
whatever
what
fuck.
you do. Here's what you do, Brownie. Before you
Mm-hmm.
go live, you come up with 3 topics, 3 controversial topics, and you let the panel take it from there.
All she got to
So
do is open up the look. I don't know if she's gonna do this today, but open up the panel, like, and then eventually somebody gonna start fighting. I don't know how y'all be finding these toxic
No, 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 no,
circles.
no, no, no fighting, no fighting, no fighting. Because fighting, I don't know if you notice this, but fighting doesn't pay.
yeah,
It doesn't pay. Brownie is
Nah,
here to
sir,
get
no,
that's
sir.
some of
paid.
the most cash apps from the people acting a fool.
Yeah,
Not
somebody has
really.
cashed out Brownie to get me off the panel. Like, nah, that definitely pays.
Are you talking about the
Shout out to
bounty
my girl
system?
Floyd. Shout out to my sister Floyd.
Bounties, people like they bring people through. Like people don't show me love for people fighting.
Yo, where my homegirl Floyd at? Somebody text Floyd, tell her we live. Tell her she don't want to miss this.
You want me to find Flora?
Yeah, tell Floyd, tell us what black people need to do. Floyd, 20 years old, talking about what black people need to do.
I'll send her the link.
Yeah, send Floyd the link to shout out to Floyd. Tell her I said, oh yeah.
Yeah,
She'll
I'll
get
send
it. That's a Jay Prince. That's a Jay Prince reference.
her Flora. You and Flora was getting into it. That shit was funny as hell.
I really don't even get into it with people like that's why I say I don't even know how I find myself in these spaces. I feel like the circles overlap. You remember we had those diagrams? Like when you
Mm-hmm.
meet a friend of a friend of a friend and then it just keep on going. Cause Brownie be in the manosphere spaces.
I'll be all over. Clue be over there. I'll
Oh
be
no,
everywhere.
The over
that
there that
never
are
happened.
too
You
far
don't
to the
have
left,
proof.
and then you
You do
bring them
not
in.
have proof that ever happened. No, you don't. Nope.
I'll be everywhere.
Brownie, you bring the men that are far right, and then you bring the women that are far left. So the women, it ain't no getting through to them because their mind is already made up because they didn't been exposed to the manosphere. And then the men, they just gonna be like, "See, I told you, single woman." You know what I mean? It's really, really crazy talking to those. So I just troll because there's no getting through. Their mind is made up.
It's
Confirmation bias.
it's fun. I enjoy
What's
it.
fun?
Listening to y'all argue.
What? That shit was. I
Why?
ain't even gonna lie. That shit is
Why?
like crazy.
Because I don't
That's
gotta
the
do nothing.
degenerate
Yeah,
part of
why?
YouTube.
I mean, usually when people start arguing, I just start rolling up and smoking.
Brian, I'm starting to worry about you, sister. I'm starting to worry about you.
Why? Why you worry about
Because
me?
let me ask you this, Brian. Let me ask you this.
What's up?
Like right now, I'm not gonna say I'm like in a depressed state, but I'm not gonna lie. I've been having like tragedy after tragedy after tragedy. I'm starting to consider therapy, but even more so than therapy, I'm probably gonna try hypnotherapy. You know
What you
anything
need
about that?
therapy for? You can just go on YouTube and cuss people
It-
out.
but see, here's the thing, Brownie. Black people. If you ask a black person to go to therapy, the first thing they're gonna say is, "I ain't crazy." That's the first thing they're gonna think of, right? But if you look at it, if you look
Okay.
at how we, huh?
No, you can go on. I was just talking to the chat.
Oh, you sit and shut up. But if you look at how we operate in our everyday life, we use human beings as a form of therapy. I mean, you just said, "Man, I've been going through a lot of things. I just want to hear other voices." So that's already built and ingrained inside of us. Why not give it to somebody who swore to secrecy, not gonna dox you? Get them. You can trust them. It's their
I
job.
already have those people that I talk to my issues. Like I talk to
Are
them
they
about.
professionals though, sister? Like that's like coming to me to get your knee surgery, sister.
No, they're not professional. But
Okay,
the
I'm just saying it's their job to it's their job,
I've
Bernie.
done therapy. No, I'm not against. I'm not anti-therapy. I've done therapy before. I've done counseling before. I've hit places in my life where I felt like I needed it, and I went to seek it out. I don't feel like I need it right now, so I'm not trying to seek it out. But
Did it
like,
help?
huh? Did it
Did it
help?
help?
That's debatable. I felt like I wasted my money, but we ain't gonna talk about that either.
Okay, so this is why I was suggesting hypnotherapy. I think people talk about meditation.
Me. I want.
I'm talking about me.
Oh,
I'm
okay.
talking about me. Talking about me. I talked like just recently I was thinking about hypnotherapy just because I'm like I ain't really super duper spiritual, but like I believe in like meditation and stuff like that. And I feel like it's combining the two. And then they get reviews like online and I look at the reviews because it ain't a lot of people that do it. therapy and hypnosis. So they're if they're trash, it's gonna have low ratings, and if they're good,
What
it's
if you
gonna have high
do
ratings.
hypnotherapy and you find out you were being abducted by aliens?
You said what?
What if you do hypnotherapy and find out you got abducted by aliens?
I would feel honored that an alien flew all the way across the galaxy just to, find out about this BBC. I'd be like, yeah, it's pretty amazing.
I don't know. For me, like I don't the way I get through things is by I do a lot of entertainment and a lot of distracting.
I know what you do. You do what we all do. We humans. There be times I'm like, man, I'm fucking bored. If you're at work, sometimes you'll go to work, you'll be making good money, but while you're there, you're like, I don't really want to fucking be here. Let me go on YouTube to entertain myself, so this time will pass, so I can feel good about wasting the one thing that we don't get back, which is time. I mean, we're all human. We all do this shit. Jerry Springer was number one for a long time for that very reason. So was Mari. So yeah, I mean, I get it. I understand it. I know when you said use social media, the social part, I know exactly what you were saying. You were speaking my language. I know what you mean when you say that.
Brownie,
Yes.
what do you plan to do when you get to Texas?
A couple of different things. See some
Like,
things, go some places.
like,
Food.
like.
Oh, Brownie, I know this spot that serves
Come on.
fried raccoon
No,
in
no,
Texas.
hold
What
up for a
is that?
second. I need specifics.
I
What do
like
you
chicken.
Right.
plan to do when you get to Texas?
Enjoy the sun.
Nah, Brownie, we getting some fried raccoon.
I need a sunbathe. I need to charge my melanin. So I'll be outside getting some sun. Number
But wait a
one.
minute, Indians don't charge their melanin.
Yes, we do.
We do. You say you said yes, we do. So is you
Exactly.
FBA or is you Indian
I'm FBA. I'm a foundational Black American, and I'm not from
slash
Africa. You
Indian?
are African, and you a white African. Stop. What's up, Taylor?
Sister, we can't go through this again. We ain't already been through
Clue,
this, sister.
are you FBA? Okay, Clue. What is your opinion?
I'm American. I'm not into that bullshit FBA or
Are you
ADOS
African?
or any of that gay shit. No, I am American. That's it. Just American.
See.
Yeah.
What does that mean? What does that?
That
Why you
means
say
I'm
C?
from the country that you live in,
Nah,
America.
nah. I get what you said. Why did she say C? He said he
Because
ain't FBA
you
either.
No,
but you were
not at all.
African.
He can,
Nope.
see, that's the thing, Brownie. You can identify by what you want to. I just know that my lineage doesn't just start with me. Where am I from? Oh, I'm from North Dakota. Well, okay, I get it. But where was my ancestors from before that? Like when I dig into my history, I'm from African descent, ma'am. No, stop.
Was your ancestors from Africa
Stop
or were
it.
they from
Stop
America?
it. My
Did
bad.
your
He didn't hear you. Go ahead. Ask him again.
Clue were your
Yeah.
ancestors from Africa or America?
From here. My ancestors were slave owners from here.
Okay.
Wow.
Yeah.
Wow.
So that happened.
Because I think
Wow,
y'all
we
are
got an FBA on the panel, and we got a descendant of a slave owner.
Yeah,
God
that's right.
damn, God
Yeah.
damn, America, America.
and then we got an
Yep.
African too.
But hold up, Brownie, hold up, FBA, hold up. Let me tell you this, because not only was his grandparents slave owners, they owned your Indian side and your black side. So Brownie, shout out to you, sister, for being owned on both sides of your family.
I don't think we own Indians. I don't think we did.
Clue what
So
okay,
let's go into that. Elaborate on that. Well, did they get their freedom papers and they started owning slaves, or are you white? What's going on?
We were the original slave owners. We were the original indigenous here.
what's
What?
up?
Yeah.
I don't get what you're saying.
He's an indigenous
We've always been here.
descends
My
from
my
indigenous
ancestors have always
Americans.
been here
Like
in
I
this
said,
land.
Where I scratch my head is when y'all say always been here. Are y'all talking about when the people came over from Britain? They were
I'm
already
talking
here.
about before that. We were here.
Okay, so there are people already here owning slaves.
That's right. First slave owner was black, as y'all call black, but he had dark skin. He was my
O-
color. His name was Anthony
Okay,
Johnson.
but after they shut down, well, not shut down, but after they started moving towards not owning the transatlantic slave trade, and it became race based. The black people that was here started becoming slaves themselves.
Nope, that's a lie. That did not happen. That did not happen, sir.
But how do you know this?
They brought over the Africans from West Africa, made them slaves, but the people that are already here, some of them became slaves, but the majority of them did not. The majority of them were cut deals because there was more of them and they outnumbered the Europeans. A deal was
So,
cut.
so what you
A
telling
deal
me
was
is
made.
Thomas Jefferson had slave kids, biracial slave kids that they kept in bondage, but they was allowing free black people that because they was already here, like, hey, you're gonna get grandfathered
We didn't
into this
allow it.
slavery stuff.
Allow is the wrong word. They had to work for the freedom. Because remember, the Europeans were the colonizers. They were coming over here to conquer this land. But see, they didn't conquer everybody. They conquered enough people here. The others became put on the same level as them. That's how it
Absolutely,
happened.
that absolutely did not happen, bro.
That absolutely did happen. Yeah.
The Boston Scholar is
So
convinced that we
Brownie,
all are.
what's up?
He's convinced that we're all from Africa and that every
No,
black
no. A small percentage are from Africa, yes, but the majority right
were
here,
already here. They were already indigenous Americans.
already here.
I told you. Like he been we've been arguing about this for
I
months.
mean, it's not really listen, if you argue for more than 5 minutes, both sides are wrong. Everything I say, we could look up. All this stuff that y'all be saying just be
Oh my
revisionist
god,
history.
you can look it up too. He did. Where do you think he coming
It
up
be
with this
revisionist history because look, here's at the heart of it. Black people, if you look at them, we 5%ers, we Israelites, we Hebrews, we everything, right? And it's because we don't have an identity. That's why we go and cling to everything. We cling to, oh, I'm this, oh, I'm this. Well, I got a little Cherokee in my blood because we don't have an identity because we were stolen. Like
I
it
have
just
an
is what it is.
identity. You might not have an identity, but I do. I identify with the people right here in this land, and I'm like the people here in this land in every way. You might not have an identity because you were brought here from West Africa. All right. You might not have, but I do.
I hear you, brother. They when they made social contract and all that stuff, they definitely had black people in mind, brother. So yeah.
It
Black.
was
What is
indigenous.
that?
It was black indigenous Americans already here. The Boston Scholar is what we like.
Not enough to form a civilization, man.
Yeah, there was that they were in the indigenous Americans. Like it was different tribes of native people that were in America at the time. They were all just like
Tribes of black people in America.
tribes of indigenous Americans. Yes,
I like how you trying to mix that up because you don't want
yeah,
to answer because you still want to be
yes.
Indian.
And it's crazy. What's crazy to me is that you the type that'll give credence to the $5 Indian that is what it is today.
$5 Indian. That's funny.
The $5 Indian that is what it is today, with white hair, with white skin, ain't no melanin, and you'll say, "Oh yeah, these are the Indians, these are the Native people." But when black people in America are telling you that their roots were indigenous to America because we black and because we got melanin, that's out of the realm of possibility. We just had to come from Africa. Like that shit crazy.
That shit is crazy, but let him tell it.
And it's crazy to me that y'all don't step foot on college campuses with this nonsense because y'all will get ran off. Because when you step around people who like peers, you know what I mean, that scholars, and you say silly stuff like that, they would run you out of town with this stuff because this is feel good
It's documented.
revisionist history.
Oh my God, it's documented. It's documented
It's
history.
feel good history, man. That's what y'all are
If you
doing
go,
now.
if
It's
you
feel
go to a college
feel
and you
good.
say if you go to college and you say some things about slavery that they don't want people that they try to suppress and don't want people to know, they gonna run you off too and tell you crazy.
Brownie, stop, sister. They definitely
A
don't.
multi generational mulatto.
I think she's
Peace,
making
family.
sense.
How you doing?
You might need to listen to her. I think she's making sense.
They definitely don't run you off of college for talking about stuff. That's where you have discourse at among scholars.
And family, thanks for having me up on the
Is that
panel. I
you,
was listening.
checkmate? Is that you, checkmate? You're
Yeah, family,
famous.
peace. How you doing?
Everybody knows you, bro. Go ahead.
Yeah. And I just want to make sure I'm clear because I actually agree with both sides. But if you're saying that we're only African or that we're only Aboriginal American, that's why I have to disagree with you because respectfully, according to the DNA analysis, we are a mix of both and more actually. We also have Caucasian ancestry.
That's facts, bro. That's facts. I don't disagree with that. I did my 23andMe, and it said exactly what you just said. It had a majority West African, but it was mixed.
Yes, and literally, that's literally the only thing I wanted to come up and address because I see in a lot of these spaces, this is something that we constantly debate, whether that's the Pan African circles or the Aboriginal American circles. We constantly debate over our genealogy and our ancestry instead of finding commonality, which is we are a mixture of various different ethno groups in the US, and we had an ethnogenesis right here and we became the people that we are today, really.
But why that's kind of hard and tricky because even though we were mixed, a lot of that stuff. I mean, we got to call it what it was, bro. It was grape.
No,
A
of
lot of that
course.
stuff. So
Of
so it's
course.
like we can't really proudly like wear that. You know what I mean? Like, well, I'm mixed with this, I'm mixed with that. Man, they was sneaking into the barnyard. You know what I mean? And diluting our blood while telling everybody we was nasty and filthy and all this other stuff. And then it's like, how are we supposed to have some togetherness when we're mixed? And they just don't, because we try to divide ourselves. Oh, we're this, we're that, we're that. But white people just say you black. Like they just put a label, hey, black.
I
Like,
know, but brother, we cannot continue to look at ourselves or define ourselves through the white gaze or the Caucasian perspective or the Caucasians' judgment of what we are. Caucasians misclassified us, and whether we are proud or not of what we have to acknowledge reality. Really, pride. I mean, that's an emotion. I'm standing on DNA. The DNA says that we are a mix of the different groups that I just named. Whether you want to acknowledge that or not, that's your prerogative. You follow what I'm saying? And us being mixed, we still have a common lineage. We still have a common history. We still have a common mixture. So we're not mixed up. That mixture is unique and it defines us. Really, that determines who we are. Really, as
but
descendants of United States slaves.
well, the problem comes in this, brother, is that
Mhm.
all the money that I have in my pocket got white faces on it. The
Yeah.
whole system is the white people, that the racialization came from them. And it's
Uh-huh.
like we could deny and say we're not gonna play by the rules of the system that they invented, but it's not gonna help. The system still gonna be what the system is. And I feel like yes, I do have other blood, I'm black. Like if I go to mark on the voting shit, I'm black. I'm one of the 80, what was it, 70-80% that voted for Kamala. Like
What is
everything
black?
is broke down to race in
Well,
You
in
voted.
America,
Hold
well,
up. You voted for Kamala. Why did you do that?
well, don't speak past what he
bro.
said. Respectfully, you have to
Scholar,
acknowledge
why
that
did you do that?
Bro,
Caucasians are
hold on. We'll get to
well,
the
please,
politics later. Let me
yeah.
have this little
Let me
discourse
address
right
what
quick.
he just said. Do you acknowledge that Caucasians are a declining ethnic group in the U.S.?
Oh, absolutely.
Exactly. So we cannot, once again, just because white people are the majority right now, doesn't mean that they will be the majority always. We have to acknowledge that they are decreasing not only in population, the Caucasians' power structure is decreasing in the U.S. Matter of fact, the total number of majority African American congressional districts, I admit, that is decreasing due to mass immigration. But the total number of majority Hispanic and the total number of majority Asian congressional groups are increasing as the total number of majority Caucasian congressional districts is decreasing. Matter of fact, we just not only did we already had a mulatto president Obama. You just acknowledged that you voted for Kamala as well. We almost had another mulatto president. So the days of this is a white Rand country, I'm gonna be honest, those days are limited, brother. Really. So we cannot look to them to define ourselves. We have to define ourselves as who we actually are outside of the perspective or the gaze of Caucasians, man.
Bronny, let me just say, mulatto dude, the elevators. It works, man. It ain't stuck on the first floor of the basement. None of that shit.
If y'all have
I enjoyed it.
intelligent dialogue, I like this.
So check this out, though, bro. This is what I was gonna say, because it ties into what you just said. He asked me how could I vote for Kamala, right? So let me
Wait.
say.
Wait. Let me stop you. Well, hold up. I want to put a
Bro,
caveat.
you gonna stop before I answer?
No. I want to put a caveat in that question. Without mentioning Donald Trump or the Republicans, why did you vote for the former vice president? Go ahead.
Okay. Because Roe v. Wade was repealed and sent back to the states, right? And I want to have babies, more babies, right? And if you do in vitro fertilization, right, those pregnancies are already high risk. And because I live in Texas, right, and it was repealed back to the states, right? They don't let you do an abortion because they're pro-life. And you have to be basically fucking dying yourself and sick and septic before you could get an abortion, which could be terminal for the mother. So, because I wanted to have more kids and I didn't want to kill the person that I was having kids with, right? I voted for Kamala Harris. That didn't have anything to do with Donald Trump.
Okay, that's respectable, but your argument says that you didn't want the woman to die, but you rather more of the kids die instead.
Brother, that's easy, brother. Yes.
I'm just asking questions.
That's easy. That's easy. So I hated the mulatto. His phone probably died or something. When he was talking about the demographics of white people becoming less and less, that's the only reason that pro-life is even a conversation right now, because everybody else's numbers are going up and white people are aborting their babies and they want to be the majority. So that's the only reason that they made abortion an issue and try to be pro-life. I can't believe that black people out there
but
using white people talking for that's crazy.
Roe versus Wade repealing did not outlaw abortion. We can agree on that, right?
No, it didn't. No.
Okay, so you can still kill your babies.
So this is what you
pick
so
the
this what you
correct
telling me.
state to kill said baby, right? Kill said baby, right?
So I don't know.
Right?
I don't know how long you've been. I don't know if you've been out of the baby making business for a long time, brother. But when you're living in a state, you don't want to go to New York to have a baby to come back to Texas. Like that doesn't even fucking make sense, bro. Like what? What?
Oh, so you don't want to do work in order to kill your baby? You just want it to be convenient,
brother. I don't know if it's not getting
right
through,
there
if it's
around
not
the corner
registering or something.
You feel that it's a.
If it comes down, hold on.
You're
I'm gonna make it please.
At the fact that you have to cross a state line to kill your child as a woman.
Yeah, I can see you already. You got red. You got red meat on the brain, brother. You got red meat on the brain, brother.
Asking
brother,
questions.
this is what you're telling me. This is what you're telling me, that you're ignorant in this and you don't know enough, right?
How so? How am I ignorant?
If a woman is septic, brother, that baby's gonna die regardless. Are you aware of that?
That's possible.
No. It's factual. She's gonna die. She's gonna die, and the baby's gonna die. Okay.
Right.
So the person that I want to have kids with, we already have 3, right? So if she dies, she's gonna leave behind an infant and 2 teenage people, just because you don't want to drive state lines to kill your baby. Yeah, when you want to make it sound cruel and all this, but the reality of the situation, brother, is I use logic, right? And if
How
the baby's
often does
not gonna
that
make it
happen,
anyway,
scholar?
not gonna make it anyway, right? Because women do
Scholar,
have miscarriages, right? You wouldn't call them
scholar,
murderers for not delivering the baby, correct? So
scholar. How often does that happen though? That the mother's life is threatened, or we have to choose between
a
the
lot.
baby and the
See,
mother.
that's you ain't been doing your
Maybe I should
research,
ask
brother.
Brownie.
So so
Brownie, how often
so
does that happen that the mother, we have to choose a Sophie's choice between mom and unborn child? How often does that happen
tell them,
compared to
Brownie, because
all of the pregnancies?
black women die
Okay.
more at
Okay,
childbirth than any
so
other
yeah,
race.
hold on. Let me speak. So what Boston Scholar was said was right. Like black women, as far as childbirth is, like because of medical, what they would call medical racism and a bunch of other things, black women are actually more at risk of losing their life through giving birth. Like when I only have one kid, and when I had my kid, I tried to make sure that I went to like the best hospitals and I had like the best doctors because I was scared that through some process, through preeclampsia or any other complication, that something was going to happen to me. So black women in whole are more at risk for passing away during birth. I will say that.
But
Like,
what's the comparison between black women dying of childbirth and women in America together? It's like less than 1%, right? Less than
let me see. I'll
0.1
do the
or
research for you.
0.01% actually.
I'll do the
Bro,
Very
you
research.
just made
small
that up.
number.
So you just asked for a stat. She
I'm
gave
just
you a stat.
asking question. Yes,
She just
yes.
gave you the
She
stat,
compared.
and
Well, hold up.
the
She
stat
compared
aligned with what
herself.
I was telling you.
She
She
compared
verified what I
herself
said.
to other nationalities of women. What I'm saying is, how often do women in general die of childbirth versus all the women who are pregnant that year? I'm not speaking of
Thank you,
race.
brother. Thank you.
I'm
Thank
not
you, brother.
speaking
Thank
of
you. Take
race.
it to the take
How
it to the face.
often does that happen? That's what. That's all I'm
So
Okay.
so
saying.
and you know what? You know
Hold
what?
on, hold on, hold on. Let's
I'm
read the
just
stat.
asking a question. I'm
The
not here to hurt
the
anybody.
maternity mortality rate for black women was 49.5%, 49.5 deaths per 100,000 live births
Yeah, that's
compared to
less than
19
0.000%. By the way, go ahead.
compared to 19 per 100,000 for white women, 16.9 for Hispanic women, and 13.2 for Asian women. So
Okay.
black
That's
This
still
women.
a minute number.
brother,
49.5 out of
brother, you
100,000 is
clearly,
a very
brother.
small number. Hold up. Yes, it is more than the Hispanics and it's more than the whites, but it's actually very small compared to the women who give birth. That's the number we need to be
What
concerned about.
okay. The
The
stat that you just
percentage
made up and
compared
created.
to the
What are
women
you
who
saying
give
about so
birth.
you moved the goalpost? What did you move the goalpost
How
for?
so?
So women
How
should not
so?
so
How did I
women
do that?
so if a woman tries to have a baby, right? And she should abort the baby because a doctor said, "Hey, man, this is going to be high risk, and your life is in danger." She should go on. Well, only 1.001% of women of other races, even though I'm black, are dying. So maybe I should try to have this baby anyway. Like, bro,
Yeah.
what point are you
Yeah.
making, bro?
Yeah.
Bro, see, and this
My
is
point is, you asked me what my point is. My point is, such a small number. Such a small number. She should try to do it anyway. Because it's also a small number that other women would die during childbirth. But it's so small. It's
so. Why
so
don't you drink bleach
small.
then? Why don't you drink a cup of bleach? Not that many people die
Well,
from
that'd
it.
be
Go ahead.
that would be a stupid thing to do. That's why I don't drink bleach. That'd be
Exactly.
a
Exactly.
stupid thing
Thank
to.
you for
Why
making
would I
my
do
point
that?
for me.
Why
You
would I
should
do
not.
that?
You should. If the doctor tells you, your healthcare provider tells you this is a high risk pregnancy and you probably will lose your life, and you're aware that you're a black woman and black women die at higher rates, and you do it anyway, it would be just as stupid as you drinking bleach. So the same mindset that you have now is the same thing I'm telling you why you bringing up this made up 0.001%, because I know that you got that from Fox News, buddy.
No,
They are
no.
they are
I just
definitely
did
bad at
math.
math
No,
over
no,
there.
no, no, no. Let me stop you. I did the math.
Let me mediate real quick.
49.5. I compared 49.5 to 100,000. I did math. No, it's not no
So
talking points. I just did math. That's less than 0.00001%. That's all. Just math.
Let me mediate real quick. So in
Okay,
America, in the
sorry.
United States, childbirth is deadlier than any other high income nation. So the United States is already like failing on that end of the things. 80% of pregnancy related deaths in the United States are preventable and include a shortage of maternity care providers, limited access to at birth home visits, and lack of guaranteed paid parental leave have increased the risk of maternal mortality, especially with Black people, researchers have found. 22 maternal deaths happen for every 100,000 live birth deaths, but for Black people, it's 49.5 for every 100,000. Like, so it's not saying that it can't happen, but it's, first of all, a lot of these things are preventable. A lot of these things are like complications that shouldn't be. People have to get up and go to work and do things that they shouldn't have to do after they gave birth. But then the United States as a whole is lagging behind other countries that would be in the same on the same level as us as far as healthcare when it comes to women giving birth in general. So we're already lagging behind, and then it's even more of a disparity when it comes to Black women specifically giving birth.
But it's still a minute percentage, though.
Oh my God, brother. Oh my
Let's
God.
look at the article.
So what risk are you taking in this, brother?
49.5 deaths per 100,000. That's a fraction.
And Brownie, this is what sister, this little sis, this is why I was so disappointed
Now,
in
what
you.
you're asking us to do by bringing back Roe v. Wade is saying that the states shouldn't have any say so in this. That's all
But this
Roe v. Wade is
also,
about. It's about whether the state should have a say so.
but
That's
this
it.
was
It ain't
also,
about outlawing it. Yeah, that's what it's about.
but this was also during Roe v. Wade. Like, was Roe v. Wade still a thing in 2022? I think so.
Yes, it was. Yes.
Okay, yeah.
Roe v. Wade. Every
So this
state
was
could abort.
also
Yes.
something. This was all. These were also the stats during Roe v. Wade. So we can.
So,
It's. I've already
but
seen.
Brownie,
I've already seen articles of Black women not being able to get the care that they needed because the doctors were debating whether or not to perform said procedures
Yeah,
that
scared.
ended their life.
all that
And if the
repealing
Federal
Roe v.
Reserve,
Wade
who
did
runs our military,
was send the responsibility to the states. That's all it did.
and let me tell you why that's a dumbass
That's all
idea,
it did.
right? That's
Okay,
why it's a
I'm listening.
dumbass idea. Because the states, right? The states, they rank like Texas right now. They're talking about getting rid of the Department of Education, and Texas is 50, right? So how do you think that they're gonna run if Black women are already dying at a high rate and the government's involved,
It's not
right?
a high
Those numbers
rate.
she just
It's
gave
still
you.
it's
Okay, a
still
low rate. Okay, get past. Let's move
0.001%.
around it. Okay, a low rate. According to you, a low rate.
Yes.
If they're
No,
already
according to
dying
the
at a low
math,
rate,
sir. The math that
okay.
we
If
just watched.
are Black women dying? Yes or no, sir?
Yes,
Okay.
all women are dying.
Okay.
Yes.
See,
Yes.
Brownie. This is why I be trying to tell you go get you a white man, Brownie. I don't know how old my brother is, but he
I'm
probably
40.
ain't even.
I'm 44. I'm 44.
So your baby making days is over. Why you worried about somebody's fucking womb
baby
anyway?
making days. Baby
Yeah,
making
what
days.
bro?
A man's baby
Anytime you
making
have
days
old
don't go
people
away at the
making choices for
75.
young
Hold
people,
up,
it
hold up.
never turns out
Hold
good.
up, wait a minute. You're talking to a man. I'm not a woman. I can make
Okay.
babies until I'm fucking 80.
Are you planning on
Okay.
making any?
How do you know I don't already have any?
Brother, I could just tell
How do
in
you
this
know
10
I
minutes
don't
of talking to
already
you,
have any?
you got to pay for pussy, brother. Just in this little bit of time that I've been talking to you,
No,
I could just
actually, I
tell.
don't because I have a wife. I don't have to pay for
That
anything but
that
her.
poor lady. I'm that poor lady. I'm gonna send her a
Okay,
card or
going off the
something.
topic, you were talking about abortion. Let's go. Let's go.
It's
Roe v.
pointless
Wade.
to
Let's go.
it's pointless to talk about abortion with somebody who clearly don't give a fuck. This lady just showed you
I do
statistics.
give a fuck. I'm
She
showing
pulled out
everybody that I give a fuck.
she pulled out a bunch of math, and all you kept saying was it's low,
Yeah,
it's low, it's low. Yeah,
it's
because
low.
your ass ain't gonna die
All
from it.
low.
We can't get you to wrap your mind around something that doesn't concern you. And that's the problem. This is the problem. People like you y'all shouldn't even be allowed to vote. I'm gonna just be honest with
People like me.
you. People like you, people that can't think about other people. Because we share this country with other people. You talk about Americans.
How
What
am
do
I
you think
not
the
thinking
social
about other
contract was?
people? I'm about
She
people
just
living.
told you people died and you
My
act like it
whole
was a fucking
argument,
Fortnite game, bro.
my
Well,
whole
don't worry
argument
about it.
is
It's only
about people
it's only
living
it's only 1%. Don't worry about it.
instead of your side wanting to kill the babies.
Brother,
I'm
the
against
people
killing
that you're
babies.
talking about,
I actually want people to
you
live.
and this is
Few
why
people.
brother, you're
Few
ignorant on this
people.
subject.
I
You
want
don't
them
know
to
what you're
live.
talking about. I guarantee you don't even know what preeclampsia is. Where Brownie brought that up. I guarantee you don't know what Pitocin is. You don't know none of the birth processes because you're ignorant to this subject, but you're showing up to debate like you know. That is the problem.
I'm
You
going
should
off
be here to
of the
learn, not to
numbers I
teach.
saw on the screen.
You should be here to learn, not
I'm
to
going
teach,
off
brother.
of the
And
numbers.
listen,
I
and
saw
the guy that you voted for,
49.5,
the guy that you voted for, he didn't even know what IBF was. He was like, "Oh, that's what IBF is?
100,000.
Oh my
Those are
gosh, I
two
didn't even know what that
numbers.
was." I'm in favor of IBF now.
Okay.
I like
Okay.
IBF.
I need everybody to see the two numbers that were presented: 49.5 and 100,000. Okay. 49.5 was the number that was denoted for black women, correct? Yes. Out of 100,000. So that means there's less than 0.001% that she will die of pregnancy. Less than that.
Brother.
And all Roe v.
Any
Wade
woman that
is,
dies, you think that
all
any
Roe v. Wade is the difference between the federal government making the decision about abortion and the individual 50 states making
Brother,
the
we are
decision
14% of the population,
abortion.
brother.
That's all it is.
1% of the
Nobody outlawed
14% of the
abortion.
population is a
Let
lot
me
of fucking
repeat,
people,
scholar.
brother.
Nobody outlawed abortion. Abortion is not illegal, and it will never be, ever.
Like I
But
said, when you have old people making choices for young people,
the reason why
they
we're having a
normally make it from an
conversation is because
ignorant point of
Scholar
view,
wants
and you
all
end up with
50
stuff like
states
this.
to have the same view on abortion.
Yes, just like they did slavery, but I'm pretty sure you were against that as well.
Well, I
Your
was never
family
a
owned
slave. I
slaves.
owned you
Bro,
niggas.
you
So
so
I was
brother,
never a
brother,
slave.
brother, brother, you so
I
lost.
own slaves.
You so lost. You probably
Sorry
would walk
about that,
into a
Brownie.
restaurant
Sorry
that
about
was
that.
white only and tell
You
them,
good?
Sorry about that.
I get to eat up
It
here.
slipped. It was a slip. Sorry.
I get
Go
to
ahead.
eat up here. I'm
You were
one of
saying?
the good ones. I'm one of the good old boys.
You are? That's good to know.
Nah, I'm telling you what you would say because you clearly
I know.
you
I'm fucking
talk
with
about you
I'm
being
fucking
American.
with you.
Talk about you being American, owning slaves, like that is insane, brother. That's a whole new level of what do you see when you look in the mirror?
My grandfather, not my grandfather, my great grandfather owned slaves. Yes, he did.
Brother, if my great grandfather owned slaves, nobody on the internet would know about that.
Yeah, but I got the books in my house. I got proof that he owned slaves. I got the papers.
You got the brutality.
Of ownership.
You got the patents. You got the patents.
I got all.
Your family kept the papers of the Negroes that they owned.
I know their names. I know their names. I got it in my house. Passed it down. We all had the same name. I'm not telling my name here because I don't want y'all to dox me, but we all have the same name. Passed it down to me. I know all the slaves that he owned. It's a lot of them too. It's a lot of them. Yeah, I'm a descendant of a slave owner. I'm not ADOS at all, because my family owned slaves, owned them.
I wanted to speak on something because Mr. Scholar, you said why you were disappointed in me for not supporting Kamala. My main issue was not, my focus was not like I live somewhere where like we were talking about, like I was talking about, it's state, it's like up to the state, and like where I live at, like all of that shit is cool. Like we can get the proper medical processes. So when I was voting for my interests and things like that, it was more so like what I don't like, and things that I've also covered on this channel were how they're trying to like play with these kids' sexualities and stuff in school. I don't like that shit. Living somewhere that's terminally blue. I don't like that shit. I don't like the books and the literature that they bring into students. I don't like how they are letting kids transition without their parents' knowledge at school.
Are they doing that, Brownie?
Yeah, they actually calling kids like that. Yeah, and in terminal places, they're letting kids identify as what they want to identify as. What?
Look, I'll tell you where my disappointment lied. I felt like you too educated. First of all, you're a Virgo, so I know that sometimes you might not even feel comfortable talking about a subject if you don't know a lot about it, or you might yield to somebody that might know more. Just be skeptical about it because that's how Virgos operate. And people that people that are just like that, not a know-it-alls. You know what I mean? So
Uh-huh.
I just feel like on this subject, about black women. You already knew before you looked up that stat, right? And I felt
Absolutely.
like,
Like I said, that wasn't my concern, and that wasn't a pressing issue with me voting. And honestly, that wasn't because of how the Supreme Court and all of that shit works. That wasn't going to. I don't feel like the president would be able to change that because the Supreme Court rules on those decisions anyways. Then it's already been ruled that way, right?
but that's not
That is
true. That's not
that
true.
is
The
correct.
Supreme, so the Supreme Court would have been there, but if we could have got a Democratic House and Senate, then they could have pushed the bill through there.
Why do we need a Democratic anything?
Brother, I'm talking to Brown, and we're not talking to
What
old
you
people.
just
They ain't
said
having no
goes
babies,
against what
brother.
Brownie just said.
But
She
brother,
doesn't
I'm
want
talking to
transing
my
of the
little
kids.
sister right now, brother. Not
She
not not the
doesn't
old
want
man, man. You got
transing of the kids. And what you
so
just
so.
said
Let me.
had
And here's
more
the thing about
transing of the
transgenders,
kids.
Brownie. This is what I was going to tell you earlier. What I've noticed about black people is, you know how you were talking about being in the country, and you've been, you would admit that you've been like, what was the word you used? Not socialized. What was the word you used?
Understimulated.
No, it was a word you used, like basically you conform to, like, needing stimulant and all that other stuff. Like you was admitting to it. I think
Oh
it's the
yeah, I said
same
I'm a
way.
pretty girl.
It's like self-preservation of us being in America so long, and then us all running the rat race. I feel like we've all conformed to it, and we've started to accept it, like white people's enemies as ours. Like transgenders, even if they converting at a high rate, he want to talk about 0.11%. I guarantee you cut that, not even a third of the
It's real.
people that are dying from death are transgenders in America. Not people are just waking up like, you know what, I'm just gonna go chop my dick off. Like bro, like that's crazy to me. Transgenders coming to get you in school was a fear mongering tactic that was used by white people, right? To get our votes. Like, and I feel like if they gonna fear monger me, it has to be something that's tangible, something that's factual. I'm not scared of transgenders.
It's
I'm not
not. It's
scared of my
It's not
kids
a,
becoming
it's not about
Brownie.
being
Let me ask you this.
scared.
Let me ask you this,
Hold
Brownie.
It's
I
on.
not
got one
about
question.
Let
it's
me
One
not
talk.
question before
about
I pass
being
it. I promise
scared.
it'll be quick.
We're
Brownie,
going we're
if
going
your
by
kid
what
came,
Brownie
hold
said.
up, brother.
We're going about we're going
Hold
by
up,
what she said.
hold up,
She
Brownie.
said she
If your
doesn't
kid
want the
told you that,
transing of kids.
oh god damn,
Your
that's why we can't
party
even talk
wants
with
to
old
trans the
people. They don't
kids.
know when to shut their mouth. Listen, brother, I'm trying to ask the question, Brownie. If your
Yes.
kid came to you and told you that they were going to be transgender, would you love them less?
No, but I wouldn't. I also wouldn't. What I say, I don't enable delusional behavior. So, like, I feel like that's.
There
I
it
feel like
is.
that's enabling delusional behavior by embracing that instead of.
But
There
I
it is.
mean,
She
I
just
seen the
answered
other
your
day one
question.
of my classmates, Brownie,
She's not
one of
cool
their
with that
kids,
shit.
shot somebody in like a Sonic or somewhere, and it's like, you raise your kids, you pour into them what you want them to be, but at the end of the day, they make their own decisions. And what you
But
just
that's
told
the
me,
thing. But that's the thing. What's happening is, and what's happening is, these kids are they're feeding into this stuff on social media, and they're very impressionable already, and then they're getting educated on these things that they don't even need to learn about as children. So when they make these choices and decisions, they have puberty blockers. So when you talk about things like that, you're talking about them targeting kids before they even hit puberty. So by the time that child brain develops into an adult brain, they're regretting their decisions on all of that shit. But it's too late. It's too late. You can't take none of that shit back. You can't, like, if you give a girl puberty blockers and then give her testosterone, her voice is never going to come back. Like, her voice will never come back. Like, those are changes that are irreversible. On top of
can you
making
put me
those
some
kids, on
cases up,
top of those,
Brownie?
huh?
But Scholar wants
Can
to
you put
vote
me
for
some
people to
case up?
bring more of that. More of that,
Yeah,
Brownie. That's
I
what he
can I
The
wants
can
to do.
do more.
funniest thing in the
He
world
wants the
is this
Democrats to
guy
bring
turns into a fucking
more of that.
mathematician.
More of
Oh,
that.
don't worry about black women dying. It's less than one. Brownie, can you pull up the percentage of the population that's transgender and look at the uptick in them? And can we do that real quick?
Yeah, I can. Give me 1 second.
I mean, you want to vote for the people that want to bring more of that perverted shit here. The Democrats want more of that, Scholar. More, not less. More of that. That's all I want to say.
Math guy, we finna pull up the math.
Give me 1 second. I'm looking it up. But just even promoting that to kids is dangerous, and it's a slippery slope.
I agree.
And what happens is with these few kids is actually more kids than when you talk about populations and death, there's actually more kids.
You know what I think is more damaging? Promoting that because black women die at a higher rate, and it's not 100% of the population, that we shouldn't fucking worry about it. I say that that's more dangerous. But hey, what do I know?
You're changing the subject. You were talking about the kids, Brownie. Thank you. Go ahead.
Oh my God.
Yeah.
No, but the thing is, I'm looking up the stats right now. But the thing is, when it comes to that, like I said, it's a growing slippery slope. Like these kids are being brainwashed, and we shouldn't be allowing, just like you have your beliefs on having access to abortion. I don't think that children should have access to puberty blockers. I don't think children should have access to gender changing surgeries. I don't think children should be exposed to any of that. Exactly. They should be able to come to an adult. Exactly. If that's the lifestyle you want to live, like I don't really give a fuck. But like we shouldn't be pressing that on kids. That shouldn't be a child issue. That shouldn't be something.
Brownie, what do you think about this? What do you think about this? Straight or gay, keep all of it out of the schools. All of it. Straight and gay sexuality.
Yeah, I believe it should.
Keep both of them out. That's what I'm for. Both of them. Gay and straight, keep that out of the schools, period. What do you think about that?
I think, yeah, keep that out. Keep slavery out, because they taking slavery out too.
No,
as well.
Slavery's good, but I'm talking about sexuality.
Come on. Taking it out.
You're changing the subject. You're changing the subject. Okay, we're talking about sexuality. Straight, gay, keep it out. Period.
I think, why do you give a fuck what somebody
in school?
This is the problem that we have.
You're talking about what Brownie was talking about.
Why do you care about women's wounds?
I don't know if you're.
Why do you care about transgenders? Why is that such a thing? Are you coming out, brother?
Coming out of what?
You know what I mean.
No, I don't. What am I coming out?
But you at them Diddy parties, brother? Did you how much baby oil you got, brother?
No.
Did you Google the numbers, Brownie?
I'm Googling them now. I was trying to get to a article, but I couldn't delete the paywall. So hold on.
You're a hacker. You're a hacker. Damn.
I'm a little tech savvy. Hold on. Give me a second. I don't think that at any accord, because even and Scholar, you have children, you have young children. Even when it comes to social media, even when it comes to like children's media and things like that, they're promoting that in children's media. Like they're promoting that in the new cartoons, in the new shows that they're putting out there to kids. I don't believe in none of that. Like let adults do what adults want to do, but we don't need to play into kids being confused and having girls be a little bit less feminine and just assuming that they're masculine and assuming that they're different.
But Brownie,
so what you got to do, Brownie?
Brownie, Scholar wants to vote for the people who wants to continue that. He votes for people who want to continue that.
You want to control the world and make decisions for young people.
Those perverts you just spoke of, Brownie, Scholar wants more of them. More of them. More of them. He votes for that side. He wants more perverts, more transing of.
I could already see what type of dude you hyper religious, ain't you?
That's what he wants.
You hyper religious, ain't you?
Okay,
is that not what he wants, Brownie?
300,000 youths in America from 13 to 17 identify as transgender. But
and what's the population of America? Let's do some quick math.
I mean, it's millions. It's like 300.
This nigga knows math.
350 million people in America. But that doesn't.
So hold on. This is the funniest thing. You can't make this shit up, right? Whenever we bring up black women, we start looking up stats, right? And it's higher than the number that we're looking at now, right? And we tell them it's a problem. It ain't that much problem because you said 1.001% of the population. But when we bring up 300 fucking thousand,
But
right?
those are children. Those are children. So when you're talking
Yeah, he
about
didn't
children,
read the stat.
Brownie,
He
you
didn't
can
read
look
it.
up the
He didn't
total
read it.
pop. You can combine that with the people who already identify, and it still won't even crack a million.
He didn't read it. He's reading it now.
it's not about it cracking a million. It's about the idea of
It's
these
about this. Yes, you've been fearmongered that they're going to
fear-mongered.
indoctrinate your children and turn them transgender. And I got some news for
And
you,
you're
Brownie.
voting for the
If
niggas that do it.
I got some
You're
news for you,
voting for
Brownie.
them.
If your kids
You're
already got
voting
that
for
twinkle in them,
because you're
they
a
got that
Democrat.
twinkle in them. Everybody knows that kid that was gay when we was younger. Everybody knew, and he been knowing since he was 5 years old. It probably was a brother that was on the panel. That's on the panel right now. That we definitely know he's been suspect his entire life. But we know those
Here
kids,
comes
and
the
those
gay
kids growing up to
rumors.
make decisions like that. Like it's just like that's insane to me. You know what else, Brownie? What people ignore is the I don't even know the unalive rate of those kids right there that off themselves because they're not accepted by society. This is stuff that they don't talk about when they're fear mongering. And this is what I know, Brownie. You know how you just talked about the problem that you're going through, and I told you me as well. Life is life for everybody, bro. Everybody,
Like a box
right?
of chocolates.
And it's hard. It's hard, right? It's hard. So those kids, I'd rather a kid go get surgery and identify with whatever he wanted to than to unalive himself.
There you go.
But
Brownie, what do you think about what he just said? What do you think about this shit he just said?
Bro, God, let her talk. She's gonna tell me what she thinks.
Rather a kid trans right now. Go ahead.
The thing is that these
you would rather a black woman die than
you just interrupted
a black woman die with a non-viable fetus.
Hold on, let me talk. Let me answer. The thing is that these people, these children, they grow up to regret that. They feel like they've been like, you take a confused kid going through puberty and tell them that it's something wrong with them and that they should be the opposite
They're
gender.
not telling them that, Brownie. This is the stuff that you've been saying about it. Brownie, show me some examples. So, because I know that you're getting this. This is dogma, Brownie. Because Elon Musk said the same thing about his kid. This is the funniest thing about Elon Musk. Elon Musk is touted.
He just told you that you're wrong, Brownie.
Bro,
go ahead.
Can you please, bro? In order to have conversations, bro. In order to have conversations, buddy, you gotta let.
I got this video right here. It's titled "I regret trusting the doctors who pushed me into transitioning gender."
Brownie. Your proof.
Listen to the video, nigga.
Brownie.
Listen to the video.
Hold on, Brownie. Hold on. Before you play it, this is what I want to say. When you go to the courtroom, right? The highest form of testimony is I testimony, right? I don't believe people, brother. Like you just talked about math and all this other stuff and the science, bro. I believe the science. Do you have a medical professional, right? Can you give me a video of that?
But the science doesn't help. These are people that went through it. So these are people that
Brownie. These are people. Brownie. You remember the brick lady?
He doesn't want you to play the video. He does not want you to play the video. He does not want you to play the video because it kills his point.
You know what I do want? I want the black men that have failed us as a society and as a race to probably sit these conversations out, because y'all show up and y'all have the loudest voices, but y'all didn't do shit. Y'all have a history of not doing shit. But y'all always show up to speaking what we should do and hey, follow me and let me lead and all this old crazy shit. Y'all should be quiet. Y'all should stop having y'all chest out. Take some of that air out. Start writing some of this shit down in a bottle. Let that shit float to our feet. Sit this shit out.
I think we should listen to the video.
All right, I'll click play.
Put all your faith and reliance on these medical practitioners, then you're going to end up believing exactly what they're saying. And over the course of the years, I most certainly believed in what they were telling us, that I was an ideal candidate for gender reassignment surgery. And I submitted to that idea. And that is a regret in itself. I regret trusting them. I really do.
just explain a bit, just as the sort of broad view of your own story of transitioning, of gender dysphoria, and the surgery that you eventually underwent?
Yeah, of course. So I entered the NHS services in my early 20s with a lot of mental health issues. One of them, the main problem that I had was a very high level of obsessive compulsive disorder and undiagnosed autism. I had a lot of difficulties in school, just growing up in general, feeling alien, all the issues that these sort of things can bring to a person. And by the age of 25, I'd found gender dysphoria online. And to me, it fit all those markers of everything I'd been through perfectly. And from the second that that obsession took over, there was no challenge, no question. It was just, yes, yes, you are, because you say you are. And because you're a bit like us, actually, then you definitely are. And then I went to the medical professionals and it just got worse. When I entered the gender clinic service in 2015 officially, the first question that asked me was, do you want surgery? And to be honest, I was really there for the help um, and the therapy. And I underwent a lot of therapy there. And by about 2.5 years into the therapy, the gender clinic were a little bit sick of us being on their books, as it were, because I kept refusing surgery. And then they give us the ultimatum, it's surgery or discharge. And by that point, because it was like 2.5 years in and I had a lot of professionals venerating my transsexual identity, I'd fully bought into the idea. And then I had the surgery in 2018 and instantly knew that that was not what I should have done. Not only did the surgery go wrong, I had a lot of bleeding, I've got urinary issues, pain, and I believe that to be like extraordinarily rare. But when I started recovering, I realized that there's a lot of people like this.
Yeah.
And we're just kind of getting silenced off, and we need safeguards, we need protection, just like every vulnerable person does in any situation. And that's a synopsis of my story.
Thank you for that. That's so helpful because it does.
All right. So what I was about
Golden.
to say is when you the boxing scholar, even when you talk about, oh, if the child feels like that, then they should go and get that. You have people that are living that lifestyle that disagree with targeting children and letting children make that decision. That is an adult decision. That's a life-changing decision. Like, that is a completely life-changing decision. Like, if you decide to stop your puberty and you decide to take testosterone and you're a girl, you're never ever going to be able to present as feminine, like beyond maybe your voice, because your jawline is going to change, your muscle structure. You might even become infertile because we don't even know what these drugs will actually do to these kids. They can't even say what these things with these surgeries and procedures that they put these kids through, with these medications that they prescribe these kids, will actually do down the line. And a lot of
So
these people, they are going through mental health issues, and they don't need, a lot of these children are going through mental health issues because social media raises depression in kids. The depression rate is through the roof with children right now because social media and a bunch of different other things, also autism, a bunch of different things. And instead of encouraging and teaching kids that they need to feel comfortable in their body and teaching them that they can self-express but be who they are and who they were born to be, to give them medical, irreversible medical choices and decisions, is insane. That's crazy.
okay, Brownie, so many things
Yeah,
to
yeah,
unpack
but
so
he,
little
he
time.
he believes differently. He wants to vote in
Yes, I was
people
gonna
Hold on,
say what I
to
let,
make
believe.
more of
hold on,
Before,
this.
hold on. Let Taylor get in because Taylor just clicked the link
go
right
ahead,
before I.
Sister Taylor.
Yeah, I totally agree with what you said, Brownie. I think it is irresponsible for parents to allow their children to go through something like that, because we're not just talking about as far as someone's sexuality, you being a girl and being attracted to other girls, or being a boy and liking other boys. It's beyond that. Like when you begin to start mutilating genitalias, pumping unnecessary hormones into you. You guys see what hormonal birth control does to women already, as far as hormone imbalances, mood changes. Now we're putting hormones and different things into children, like of course they're going to be depressed, of course they're going to have suicidal thoughts because it's not natural.
And
It's
you're
just
telling
simply
them
not
that something's
natural.
wrong with them, and you're reinforcing the idea that something is wrong with them and that they are not who they were born to be. And that's the
So,
issue. I don't if my daughter came to me and she told me that she felt like and she wanted to express herself as presenting as a boy or whatever, I wouldn't have no issue with that. You can wear whatever clothes you want to wear, style your hair however you want to do it. But I'm not going to be like, all right, we about to take you to the doctor and get you some testosterone. Like, you gotta be fucked up.
No. Yeah, no.
I'll
Yeah, I
buy you
agree.
some.
I
I'll
agree
buy
with
you
that,
some.
by the way.
I'll buy you some bigger jeans and some t-shirts and shit. Like,
You
I'll
want
buy
to
you
wear
the
a
clothes.
buzz cut? I'll let you wear a buzz cut.
But I'm not going to do anything in your adolescence that will be like like that you cannot change, and that will permanently put you down a specific path in your life. Like, no. And if you want to come to that decision, and if she might wake up one day and realize she was just going through puberty and she didn't like her body, because a lot of teenagers don't like their body, and then she was uncomfortable with herself, and then might wake up one day and realize that she will never be able to get that woman that she was back, because she took testosterone through her whole entire, like, she took testosterone and the puberty blockers, and you'll
But
never
but
be able
but
to.
here's the thing: Scholar wants you to vote. Scholar votes for people who wants to make that decision for her.
And
They
these the
they
doctors
should
that
make
even
the
say that.
decision whether she should undergo these hormone treatments. The people that Scholar votes for, that's what I'm saying.
You can't, I feel like when it comes to abortion issues and things like that, you also can't neglect what's going on when it comes to the children and the youth. And that's something that's growing year over year. That's something that's in an increasing issue. And if you don't think that if we go through another 4 or 8 years under Democrat policy, that won't affect a larger and larger percentage of the population throughout the years. That's insane. Lads, who this?
Yeah, it's me, Brownie Lord ADS.
Why
Yeah.
you always change your name up?
Try to shorten it, you don't want to put too many letters in there. Black folks can't read. You want to know what I'm saying? Have them doing too much.
So how do you feel about the issue? How do you feel about this? What's your perspective?
That it went too far too fast for a lot of people. I think that it, they took it to extremes, at this point. So the extremes just kind of caught up with them. We all know those kids don't need no type of hormones, nothing like that, especially at such a young age, making those type of life decisions, right? To switch, gender identities of all things, at the age of 12, 13 years old. I thought they would have outlawed it before now, but I'm kind of glad that at least something was done about it at this point. So,
I think it's incredibly irresponsible, and I think it's very ridiculous that they would even target the children like that. And then, like, it's not only that they just target the kids in the media and child, like, cartoons and stuff. They send drags into schools to read to children. They're constantly exposing kids to certain behaviors that kids should not be exposed to. And like I said, me living in a terminally blue area, my issues wasn't abortion. Like, my issues wasn't that wasn't an issue for me. But my issue was the way they're targeting kids in a terminally blue place.
Yep. Yep.
And that's not something that I support. That's not something that I
Is
could support being a mother. I can't support delusional behavior. And even when it came to my child, I wouldn't encourage that. I would I would talk to her. I would, like, if she's not as feminine, so she thinks that she needs to be a boy, like, no, you can still be a woman and be not feminine. Like you can be less feminine.
You could be
Like
a tomboy. There's nothing wrong with being a tomboy.
it's
There's
nothing wrong
nothing
with
wrong
it,
with being a tomboy.
and it's nothing
You could be
wrong.
the girl. You could be the girl that beats everybody up in the schoolyard. That's okay. That's cool.
And it's nothing wrong with expressing yourself as far as how you want to present yourself to the world without changing who you are fundamentally in your body. Like you can wear what you want to wear. You can do your hair. So I'm into makeup. I'm huge on self-expression. So I wouldn't have no issue with you expressing yourself and how you feel comfortable and how you want to present yourself to the world. That's no issue. That's no issue. But I wouldn't encourage my daughter to be like, you know what, yeah, we gonna take these hormones that's gonna make you infertile. So even if you
Yeah,
change your mind, I will never have grandchildren and you'll never have a
I
child
agree.
and you'll never experience being a mother. Like hell no.
I agree. I agree
Right.
so much.
Yeah.
Yes, I do.
It's crazy. It's insane. These poor kids.
And like I said, with how
But people
social
like
media works, and with how these algorithms work, when these kids are already very depressed, like the child depression rate, the adolescent depression rate is through the fucking roof
Because their
because of
fucking parents aren't talking to these kids. A lot of these kids are raising themselves in this day and age, to be honest. Like a lot of parents aren't sitting down doing homework with their children or even talking with them. They just give them a tablet or, here's the game, get out of my face. Um, you gonna go to school for 8, 9 hours and school's going. It's just sad. It's just a bunch of sad stuff going on.
Yeah,
and
that's called maintaining.
2023, 20% of high school students seriously considered self-deletion at a 1 to 10, and 1 in 10 attempted to self-delete. Like, so when you talk about them targeting kids, all of that shit matters. All of those things, all of those factors are what affect kids to make them think that certain things are okay, to make them feed into that. If you're uncomfortable, if you don't like yourself, if you're going through depression, and you might contribute you going through depression through your puberty, and like we all went through puberty, we all adults. Like that shit wasn't fun. We didn't like that shit. It was chaotic. It was a crazy time. Like you got to figure out
Very
yourself.
chaotic.
But if somebody was like, you know what, Ellie, like you would probably be happier if you were a boy, and I'm depressed and I'm confused as a teenager, and I don't know, and I'm like, yeah, like then I can lead you down a completely different path. Like to wake up one day as an adult, somebody that's went through that, when you stabilize and you realize that you made the worst decision of your life. We don't let kids make any other life-changing decisions, but when it comes to their sex, we're gonna allow them to make life-changing decisions. That shit is ridiculous. What's up, Bunny?
Hey, bunny, bunny, honey, bunny. Where
And
did
I
the boxing scholar go?
don't know. We gonna say he having technical difficulties. I ain't gonna say he ran.
Okay. 'Cause I wanted to hear his thoughts or what he had to say in regards to
There you go.
that. Is he back? Oh, hey, he came back.
See, he had technical difficulties. See, he ran.
yeah, he's
No,
trying to
I
figure
ain't
out
gonna lie.
how he can
I
get
had
the
to take look.
pedophiles in office. That's what he was trying to
Shout out
do.
to Taylor.
That's
Taylor
what he was
Comedy.
trying to do.
Hold
God
on, Clue, let him
damn, this
talk. Let
dude
him.
is unbearable. Taylor, shout out to Taylor for calming me down, and Brownie. Something about that feminine energy from a sister just, it soothes me because this brother's fucking annoying. So what I wanted to say about the video that you
Feminine
played
energy.
is that guy wasn't even American. I know you noticed that, right? To suggest that kids are being targeted by transgenders, to me is false, right? And you could say media, but I mean they're gonna be exposed to a lot of stuff. Brownie, I don't know. Look, I'm a little bit older than you, little sis. When I was young, right, Mama had all that ass DVDs, sister, and we would be sneaking into the room and we would watch the DVDs as badass kids. So what you're only gonna have limited control to what your kids consume. The point that I'm making, whether it be TikTok or anything. And this is going to increasingly become a problem. And I'm telling you, Turning the blame to transgenders and being indoctrinated is not the solution. Kids are gonna the American practice, right? Doctors cannot go in there and just say, hey, we're going to give you these things because we think you suffer from that. I don't know where they from. They sound like they had an Australian accent, but they could have been from the UK. But the mere fact that he brought that person on, that's what you call spinning. When you have a narrative and you bring somebody on and they're crying and saying, I really regret this, because the people in America are going to use that, even though we operate off of different laws, even though we're in a different country, and they're going to say, see, we told you, because confirmation bias is a real thing. But no, Brownie, I'm telling you, out of the priority list of stuff that my kids is going to go into, I say this, right? And I'm going to school for criminal justice. I think police officers already having qualified immunity, and Trump saying that suggesting that they need to be free to do their jobs. If they already have qualified immunity, what's more than that? Absolute immunity. I think that's a lot more scary to me for my kids than transgenders. I'm just saying.
I'm gonna play the video because these are American.
At 13.
A secret summer camp for transgender kids and their families.
The side effects were severe, are permanent, and started within days.
Detransitioners are not getting the attention that they deserve. If you're unfamiliar with a detransitioner, this is someone who was trans, who transitioned to another sex, and then they're not transitioning back. And they're saying, nope, that wasn't for me. I was misled,
he's gay though,
or I don't feel this way, or I regret that I
did. A gay man can't speak on kids.
No, I'm just pointing out the fact that he's gay.
I can pull up some trans. I can pull up trans that talk about
pointing that out, but you want people like him to take over, Scholar. You do.
No,
you
brother.
Do. Yes,
brother.
you do. Yes, you do. You do.
I want people like him to take over. We just looked at the numbers, bro.
Yeah.
If all the trans people met like inside of a subway, brother, they would probably say, oh, we got room in the back. There's not a lot of how could you see a small population of black women dying from birth and be like, nah, don't worry about it. Take the risk. Don't worry about it. It's a small number. But when we talk about transgenders, and it's an even smaller number, they're coming. They're taking over. They're going to get in the office. You fearmonger. Like, bro, I don't expect anything less from a guy who brags about his people owning black people around other black people. I don't expect anything less.
Own the fuck out of them too.
It did this to my body, and that's who we're going to talk about today, because more often than not, we're hearing from the LGBTQ community and the trans community, hooray trans people, yes, support them, support trans youth, they know that they're trans, when the whole time there is a growing segment of this population that regrets all the medical things that they have done. And that's why I find this so important to talk about and so important to highlight, because we are pushing and we're going down this narrative of, yes, it's okay for trans children to exist, it's okay for children to medically transition, and that's not okay, because one, that's a lifelong decision, and two, there are a growing segment of people who are trying to detransition, and there are things that they have done to their body, whether it be a double mastectomy or changing their voice, that they can never go back to, So in this video, we're going to be going through just that and more. Without further ado, let's get right into it.
My name is Layla Jane. I'm 18 years old, and I am a woman who has detransitioned. I am actively suing Kaiser Permanente, and I'm suing the doctors that gave me those treatments related to my transition.
I think you're one of the youngest detransitioners other than myself that I know of, and you actually started transitioning a year earlier than I did, and 2 years before I got my vasectomy. You were 12 when you started testosterone blockers, right?
Yeah.
Blockers.
Initially, they started me on Lupron, and then they put me on testosterone.
You got your mastectomy at 13, just a few years after you started puberty. And that makes me upset personally. How do you feel about that? What's it like dealing?
So she could never. Is this a she that was?
They were a boy.
Okay.
Wait, they got a mastectomy, so it was a girl.
Scholar wants more of this.
Yeah, it was a girl. She took puberty blockers. They gave her testosterone.
Are you so focused on me, brother? I think, brother, I'm starting to worry about you a little bit.
They cut off the breast area with a double mastectomy, and
so
now
she could never have. She's sterilized. She could never have kids.
Most likely, yeah.
Scholar doesn't give a fuck.
Very conflicting. But honestly, I'm very upset that it was done to me so young, and also not to mention in a headspace where I just shouldn't have been able to make those kind of decisions. I actually had never seen like a diagram of like a breast and like the organ and like the lactation like organs, like the glands and all that, until really recently. I saw a diagram. They never showed anything like that to me, and they really watered it down and just called it top surgery, not a radical,
Not a double mastectomy.
double mastectomy. What it was, right?
Wow.
So when you talk about
Scholar wants more of this.
when you talk about the they're not giving this,
You
they're
can't help
letting these things be accessible to
you
these
can't
children.
you can't help it. You know what else is accessible to children, Brownie? Every fucking thing. Everything.
Surgeries, no, not
Brownie,
surgeries.
I just seen the other
If a
day.
kid nose, if
Brownie,
I wanted my,
yep.
if I didn't like my daughter's nose and I wanted her to get a nose job, and if she didn't like her nose and she wanted to get a nose job, she would have to go through several different. You know how many doctors would disapprove, like wouldn't even do that. They wouldn't do that.
Yeah, but they'll
Brownie,
say
They
we
the
wouldn't
hear
do
stories
section.
about celebrities doing that to their kids all the time. What are you talking about? You're just making stuff up. Brownie, that's what confirmation bias is. You
that. I'm
already
not
having
making stuff up.
Brownie, you have a thought in
Brownie,
your
you just
head, and
making
everything
stuff
is
up.
gonna circulate around it.
So, Scholar, you think that children should be able to change their sex? Is that something that they want to do?
Hold on, I couldn't hear you. What you say?
Oh, he can't hear you
So
now.
you believe that children should be allowed to change their sex if that's something that they want to do?
No,
Okay.
I don't think it's as serious as problem as they're making it. The same way that he
I think
looked
that
at black.
I think
The,
I think
He
it's
doesn't think it's as
the thing is,
serious
it's
as
an
they make it.
idea. The thing is, it's an idea, and it's being pushed to the youth, and it's being pushed. Like even like my kid is 5, and even certain cartoons, they got little boys dressed up as princesses and shit. Like this is where we started at 5, at 3. This is the
And
media.
Brownie,
these
your whole
programs
argument
and
is
people
shit.
slippery
feel that.
slope, right? Your whole argument is slippery slope and ideas, and this could happen. It's fearmonger. It's worrying about stuff that ain't happening. So what I'm
But it
saying is
is
this.
happening. You're in hold on. The thing
Hold up.
is, you're in
Because I want to.
Texas.
I
No,
got.
hold on.
I want to.
Let me stop. You're
Go
in
ahead.
Texas, so you live in a red state. You live in a state where they don't allow shit like this to happen. But people that live in terminally blue areas like I do, these things are happening at a higher number. You don't see it because you live in a red state where it's not acceptable, where they don't push that. But
Brownie,
where
that's
I
hilarious,
am,
Brownie.
He wants it to happen,
Brownie,
No,
that
Brownie.
is
there are
hilarious.
grown men, well, men that are women, I don't know. That are going into female bathrooms. So this is happening. This is not nothing that no one's making up. This shit is
Oh,
happening
Scholar is okay with
in
that.
Taylor,
real
He's
time.
okay with it.
brother,
He's
why you
okay
keep
with that.
saying my
As
name? This is
long
why
as
this
the
dude's
first
so
black
annoying.
whatever
Hey,
gets in office,
he's suspect. Trust me on
then
that.
there
He's
should
so
be
obsessed with it. He not even
grown
worried about
men
the
going into your
the
daughter's
conversation.
bathroom. Yes,
So check
yes.
this out.
He's okay with that.
Let me check this out, Taylor. When I say
Mm-hmm.
making stuff up, if
Mm-hmm.
somebody's gonna go into a bathroom that's not assigned to them, the sign at the top is not gonna stop them, right?
But
So
no,
you have a
but no. What I'm saying is, Scholar, is that that these men that identify as women are allowed to go into women bathrooms.
and what I'm telling you is this. If the sign was up there or not, they would go into the bathroom. Like I don't understand this. Like for instance, right? If I went into the bathroom and saw a transgender person in there, I probably would just leave. I don't even use fucking public bathroom. I don't even know why this is such a big deal. Public
This ain't about
bathrooms?
you, nigga.
Like
Shit.
what the fuck? Like, bro, you probably live in a porta potty, so I ain't talking to you. I'm talking to the people that the
all right,
people
check
that
out.
if they
Hold on, because I got something for that. Check out this little 1-minute clip right here.
Last night that the Loudoun County School Board voted unanimously to fire Superintendent Scott Ziegler effective immediately. The school board met in closed session. They discussed the special grand jury report that was released on Monday. That report found Loudoun County Public Schools administrators looked out for their own interests rather than the best interest of the school district throughout their handling of 2 sexual assaults committed by the same high school student. A 14-year-old student sexually assaulted a girl at Stonebridge High School in May of 2021. He was allowed to transfer to Broad Run High School, where he abducted and sexually assaulted another girl in October of that year. The teen was later convicted in juvenile court. Members of the Loudoun County Board of Supervisors actually were the first to confirm to us that the superintendent had been fired. There are reports that because of the superintendent's contract, he will be paid in full. However, News 4 is working to confirm those details for you right now, and we will bring you the very latest as we learn it throughout the day, both on air and online. Reporting in Loudoun County, Drew Wilder, News 4.
So that actually happened here in Virginia. It was there was a transgender student, and it was a boy. It was a boy, and they allowed him to be trans, so they allowed him to go into girls' places. And because of his quote unquote sexuality, they kept it under wraps. And he assaulted a girl in the bathroom. They transferred him to another school, and then he assaulted another girl. He abducted, like I said, they said he abducted the girl and he assaulted her in the bathroom as well, based under the guise of being trans, and he was protected so much so that the school administration wanted to protect their own interests. That actually changed. Virginia's a swing state. So, and a lot of the in Virginia, Loudoun County, like Fairfax County, Northern Virginia is what usually determines what color Virginia is going to be. And at that point, it was a governor race that year. Virginia turned red. They had a Republican governor after that, because the governor that was already in office, he didn't have anything to say about these policies that allow kids to allow this shit to even happen. These
Scholars okay with that as long as it brings in the first black, whatever the fuck, you know.
Yeah, so I think I've had enough. Ronnie. My social battery's running.
You're
low.
okay with it. You're okay with it. Yeah,
This guy weird. This guy's
trans
weird.
all the babies as long as I get the first black bitch in presidency. Okay. Yeah. You're okay with it. You're okay with it. You're okay with it.
Not even black. So
I know she's not, but this nigga thinks she is black because
it wouldn't matter anyway because your grandfather owned Negroes, like, brother. You whitewashed. You whitewashed. So why you even speaking on black people issues, brother? You should be on there with the white people.
Get the first black whatever the fucking office, right? That's what this nigga believes in.
I hear you. So, Brownie, my social battery is running low. Only because
Brownie and blah blah blah.
Only because
we can be.
Oh my god.
Yeah, this guy. How old are you, brother? Let me ask you this. How old are you? How old are you? No. We're talking to the oldest motherfucker on the panel over there making baby noises.
You talking to me?
Yeah, you good at math? How old are you?
44.
I guarantee you ain't married. If you marry white. I guarantee you that.
You guarantee it's correct. I did.
Okay. All right. So your grandfather owned black people.
So I married white. So
you
what was your comeback after that?
Brother,
what was your comeback? What was your comeback after I said I was married?
How do I know that about you? How do I know that about you and I don't know you?
After that, you didn't have one, did you?
How do I know that about you and I don't know you?
You didn't have one, did you?
How do I know that about you?
You didn't have any response to me saying yes, I did marry white.
Brother, self-hate is a real thing. Listen to any of my brothers. No, it's brother. You should be more in touch with how I knew that, and I don't know you. I don't know you, and I know you married a white woman. How do you think I know that?
Because I don't talk like I married a black bitch.
A black bitch. See,
I answered your question, did you? I didn't stutter when I answered your question.
What the hell?
That's what self-hate looked like, Taylor. It looked like that. He went out and chose a white woman. But then he show up to the black conversations and is the loudest voices on the panel.
Hold up for a second. You want the kids to trans themselves. Am I correct? Tell me I'm right or wrong. You want the kids to trans themselves so you can be loyal to the Democratic Party. Am I right or wrong?
You said your people was good when you got
right or wrong?
Your brother is indigenous to the land, indigenous slave owners.
You have to answer my question. Am I right or wrong? You want
got
to trans
papers
the
at
kids
your house.
so you can have the person that you want that looks like you in office. Correct?
Your granddaddy was such a bitch. He wouldn't even give them their freedom papers when he died. You still got your great granddaddy's slave owner freedom papers, brother. That's the lineage. I don't expect anything less from you, brother. How do you think I know you married a white woman? Why do you speak so angrily when you talk about black women? Why they can't be black women? Why they gotta be bitches too? That's
But that's a
self-hate, brother.
compliment.
That's so. Oh yeah,
But
I know you think
that's
so.
a
I know you
compliment.
think so. Them dirty
It's a
ass feet. Your wife
compliment,
can't even
though.
walk around the house without them feet getting dirty, brother. That's nasty. That's
But
nasty, brother.
everybody who
You
walks
think
around the
that's an
house gets
accomplishment
feet dirty.
of
What are
you
you
buddy
talking
hopping? That
about?
is fucking
What are
hilarious.
you talking about?
You
Good
cannot make this shit
Lord.
up. And brother, is that a real picture of you, brother? Because you look exactly like you sound, brother.
Okay, what is that exactly?
You look like you deep throat hot dogs
Brownie,
before
where
you eat
are
them.
you?
You're stuttering
I just got
right now.
back. I had to get some water.
Okay. I just
Brownie, can we
getting
do a no cool Thursday
But
or some shit? Cause
Brownie, this man, he agrees with transing the kids. Can we agree on that, Brownie? That Scholar wants to trans the kids by any means necessary. Can we agree on that, please? Can we
I'm not
please
gonna
agree
say
on
that
that?
he wants to trans the kids. Like I said, I think honestly, when you have ideas about like your ideas on politics stem from where you are, he's in an area where that's not prevalent. So he would have other issues with other things. Where I'm in an area where abortion isn't a problem. So I would have issues with other things. Like abortion isn't on my list of issues, on my list of problems, because I don't have to worry about that. In Illinois, it's the state you can choose what the fuck you want to do. We don't have to worry about that. That's protected. Texas,
Okay.
not so much. I'm not gonna say that he's for transitioning kids because he supports Democrats, because everybody has their reasons on why they
But
support what
the
they support.
Democrats, one of
But
their
I
one
will
of their
say,
main tenets are transing the kids. That's their main tenet. Transing the kids.
brother,
Feminism, right? Feminism,
what's your
transing the
main tension?
kids, right? Marxism. Am I correct or am I wrong? These are
You
their
wrong.
tenets. And if you know anything about
You
the
wrong like your
Democratic Party,
granddaddy.
you cannot just support some of their views. You have to support all of their views, or else you're against them. That's
Brother, where
what
your
they
white
believe.
woman at? Can you get
All
your white woman on this
nothing.
panel?
All or nothing is what those people believe in. So
what's up,
if
Dave?
you disagree with trans and the kids, you are not a Democrat.
Oh God.
All I'm gonna say is this, y'all, Brownie, y'all gotta stop letting black men hijack y'all ears to talk about issues, and they granddaddies own y'all granddaddies, and
Not
they
black.
marrying
I'm an
out they
American.
race, and they identifying as American. Coon did it, coon all the way through,
Yes,
coon through and
proud
through.
coon, proud coon, proud coon. Yes, I love the term. I've loved the term for like 10
I
years
know you
now. I
shuck your
love it.
jive.
Proud coon.
I know you wake
Yeah.
up out your sleep every day. Calvin, you met Mr. Cundy. Calvin, oh no. I know you be crying. I know you watch Django and fast forward past the part where Calvin died.
Huh? You talking about movies?
Hey, Uncle Ruckus, you're a real
Is
life
that your
character,
only
brother.
reference?
No, you're a real life character. That's the problem. When Samuel Jackson went into character, he played the most despicable black person he could think of, and you're doing that by
What makes you
accident.
think,
What does that say
sir?
about you?
What makes you think that Stephen was the coon? I want to hear this from you. What makes you think he was the coon? No,
Because they wrote it into the script. You think he was a stand-up character, correct?
no,
Correct?
seriously. I'm
Yeah,
asking a
seriously.
question. You
Seriously.
assume that
Yo, so let me
Stephen
ask
was
you
the
this.
coon. Was he really
No,
the coon?
Brownie,
Did you
no.
watch the movie?
Let me ask you this. Let
Was
me ask you this.
Did you watch
Girl,
the movie? Was he
let
really the coon in that film? Was he?
Let me ask you this.
we got
Okay.
Um,
enough going
Okay.
on this panel right now, Brownie.
yeah.
Okay. He got a question for me.
Let me ask you this, brother. How long you been married?
8 years.
8 years. Is there a reason that you didn't choose a black woman?
Oh my God.
No, there's not
Hey,
a
Beck, can
reason.
you leave
She
the
was the
man's
woman.
personal life out of it, though? You know what I'm saying? That's
No,
too
no, no,
much of
no.
that.
He can talk about my personal life. Yeah, no, it was no specific reason. She was the woman
Why
for
does that
me.
why does that anger you? I'm talking to him. If I cross a line with him, he can say, "Hey man, don't talk about it," and I won't talk about it. I'm
But is
talking to
it
him.
relevant though? Why he
It absolutely, because the
okay.
choices that we make in our life, our makeup is all based off of character, right?
Well, maybe, maybe he likes white women. Like, who cares?
You're right.
No,
Hey, Brady, I talk
I
to you another day.
appreciate that, Taylor,
Hey,
but
I
that's not it.
appreciate the conversation,
She was the
everybody.
woman for me
You
at the
know,
time 8 years ago. That's all that is.
And
Come
that's
on.
nothing wrong with
It's
that.
nothing
Like,
deeper than that. She was the woman for me 8 years ago.
Listen,
I ain't mad at that. Find love
you
where you
find
find
love,
love.
and you find love anywhere. So I'm, love is love.
Yo, where did he go?
I don't know.
Did he leave?
I think he went to go spend
Must
time with his wife.
he must have that Obama wireless.
I
Keep
think he went
cutting
to go.
out.
He's gonna
Maybe
retire.
switch over to minutes. Maybe he gets nighttime minutes after 11:15. I don't know how that goes. But anyway, what you were saying, Brownie?
I just think that when it comes to certain policies, I really do have an issue with the fact that Black women don't choose better who they vote for based upon their interests, and that it is a overwhelming majority of us that are automatically viewed as being them and voting them and being for that. And I've had some people explain the history to me, and I understand it, but I think that at a certain point, we should break away from the history and we should just do what's in the best interest for us. And I don't think necessarily voting Democrat is always in the best interest for us and for
Yeah,
our
but
children.
that guy disagrees with you though, Brownie. He disagrees. He thinks that voting Democrat is the best interest for you.
And we had these discussions. We had these discussions, and I didn't even vote because, like I said, I live somewhere that's overwhelmingly blue, so it don't even matter. Like, it don't matter what I vote for. The outcome was going to be what the outcome is. But just the same, like if you look across the country, the whole country is overwhelmingly red. Like, so
Yes, it
clearly,
is.
so clearly on some plane, people are tired of some of these policies and stuff that are getting pushed towards a
Mm-hmm.
bunch of different demographics for a bunch of different reasons. Whether it
Mm-hmm.
be letting the states choose, and I don't think that, like I said, I don't think that Kamala could change the fact that the Supreme Court ruled on what they ruled on. That I don't think she can change that. I don't think that like I don't think any Supreme Court justices are stepping down or passing away anytime soon. So I don't think that's something that Kamala could change. It is what it is when it comes to that. So when it comes down to other issues, it's other things that I have issues with. It's other things that I have problems with.
But
And
don't you think that more things should be left up to the states?
I feel like you should live in a state that supports your ideas and supports what you believe in.
So you agree that most things should be left up to the states. So that way, if your state is not on point with what your values, you can move to another state that is. You have choices. 50 choices.
I will say this, brother. That was for federal oversight, right? There's a reason why a lot of like
Taylor,
rural
you can
area
sit by me.
people and outsiders don't like oversight, right? Because a lot
What
of
you
it they
say,
know is
Brownie?
kind of illegal, though,
I said
right?
you can sit by me.
I could what?
You can sit by me, Taylor. I moved your
Oh,
app
okay.
beside me.
Oh,
Yeah,
okay.
she
Thank
kicked me
you.
out so you could take over. She kicked me out, but I'm not mad at you, Brownie. Go ahead.
I'm sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt. Go ahead, gentlemen.
Yeah, I think federal oversight is necessary in a lot of cases, but we'll see how some of that works out long term with
What
removing those
cases?
parts of the government.
What
Because
cases?
just throughout the line, right? When you talk with women's health, things of that nature, we'll
You
see
think
how
the
that
federal government should
economically,
take
or
over that?
I think that you should have something in place from a government perspective for that. Yeah,
Hey, DS1.
You think the federal government should take over that though?
I think they should have something in place from a federal government position. Yes, I do.
Why do you think that? Why do you think that's a better
One thing we
idea?
can't have is one woman dying in a hospital, not because the procedure is available or isn't available, because there's a law in the state that says for whatever reason that woman can't do the procedures necessary to save herself and her body. I
Are
do
you
believe in
speaking
that.
of abortion?
Deletion. We have to say a deletion on
Yeah,
YouTube because that's a
deletion. I'm
red.
sorry.
Yes.
So how is it that every time deletion is brought up, you bring up the very minute possibility that a mother might die?
Well,
You know
brother,
how
if you
small
want to
that is.
be,
That is so
hold on. If
small.
we want to
That's
be
why I was talking to that
honest,
stupid nigga the other,
if we want to be
whatever his
honest
name was.
about
I was telling him
insulting,
that's a very
because
small, minute number. It's so small.
civilized discussion,
49.5
brother.
out of 100,000.
Brother, we're trying to
It's
have
a
a
small
civilized
number.
discussion here. You don't
And we
say
keep
don't cut me
focusing
off,
on
and I
that.
won't cut you off, brother.
How about free pap smears? I would like to get a free pap smear.
How about we have a complete
Um,
overhaul of medical care
y-
in general, so
yeah,
much women pass away from giving birth, so that those things are needed, because 80% of the reasons that women pass away through birth are preventable reasons. So how about we overhaul healthcare to where we minimize the risk of women passing away, and we bring in more safe deliveries overall.
But
yeah.
every time we bring up deletions, somebody's got to chime in and say, women could die during childbirth, which is such a minute and small number. That's not
DS
a big enough number to change a federal law. That's all I'm
All right,
saying.
all right. Let's have DS1 get in here. What's up, DS1?
What's
Hi,
going on, y'all?
DS1.
What's up? What's going on? How y'all doing?
Good. How are you doing tonight?
I'm good. I'm good. Just listening to the conversation. Well, as far as deletion is concerned, um, I think that at the end of the day, another preventable step that a lot of women may not like is I'm not saying wait to get married to have sex, but you need to be more you need to cherish your womb. A lot of
Yeah,
women are saying that there's not enough care, but a lot of women personally don't care for their wombs. They don't and when I say that, I mean not just about who they having sex with, but their lifestyle in general doesn't speak to them even caring about their womb or childbearing in general. A lot of women's lifestyles is what's creating a lot of the detriments that they having during birth too. A lot of the type of men y'all laying up with, y'all got to be careful with the spirits of the dudes y'all laying up with. You don't know who you intertwining with. You could be intertwining with a dude who got a bunch of genetic markers in his DNA, and then wondering why your child coming out a certain way. Like there's a lot of stuff that women need to consider a lot more nowadays. And I think that's something a lot of women should take serious, because there's a lot of young women out here passing away from HIV now. There's a lot of young women out here with syphilis. There's a lot of, and it's simply because they're not thinking about their wombs. They're thinking about sex. They're not thinking about womb care, eating right, exercising, walking, doing certain things that's going to keep, that area protected. So, when I speak on that, I speak on that from that perspective, because at the end of the day, a government can make a law all they want to. If they want to keep fucking, they're gonna keep fucking.
Absolutely. I think preventative care, I think preventative, when even on abortions and stuff like that, like or child deletions, whatever you want to call it. Like I think that preventative care is more important than actually getting to that point. You shouldn't get to that point when we have the technology that we have and we have access to so many different ways. Now, I don't believe those states that be like that, like they be restricting access to certain birth controls and stuff like that. I don't believe in that either. Like women should have access to certain birth controls and all of that stuff. But I think that when you come to that, most abortions are not happening because women are under medical duress. They're happening because women are pregnant and they don't want to bring that child into the world. Like there
And I
is the
think,
cases that women are, but most of the time it's because they don't want to bring that. It's because they're in a situation that they don't want to be in.
which is a situation a lot of times they put themselves in, more times than not. Another thing, and to tie into what Clue was saying, a lot of times, man, especially as Black folk, we got to stop fear mongering each other, because that's why a lot of us as a collective, Black people as a collective, we don't work together, and we don't even see success for each other because we always, that fear mongering, it stagnates people. It makes people not want to move. So all of this, we need to keep deletion in because of women getting raped and stuff. Now I agree with that, but it only should be for that. That's my opinion. Women should only have access to that stuff if that's the case. And it needs to be a proven case, meaning there needs to be police reports. There needs to be a whole lot of stuff already on file and in place so she can be approved to get this done. Because at the end of the day, let's be honest, we can't say that a bunch of us is dying in the Black community and that our children are dying, but then we still saying we don't want to have no more children. Amongst Black people, I noticed the conversation is very detrimental. The conversation is very counterproductive. A lot of times when you talk to Black people today, it's all about what you can't do, what you shouldn't do, what you need to stop doing, who you're not, who you'll never be, what you've never done. Like, that type of energy is what's keeping the hood the way that it is, because it's too many people accepting that shit. We need more kids. I don't give a fuck about no money, because that's what your grandma may have 26 kids because your grandfather had money. It wasn't about that. So our perspective on a lot of things is just very, to me, and this is just my opinion, I think a lot of us as Black people, man, our perspective on life has gone to an all-time low. We don't want to have kids. We don't want to be in love. We don't want to get married.
They don't believe in love, DS1. These motherfuckers on here.
But that's what I'm saying though. So if we don't believe in love, why the fuck will we believe in having kids? If we don't believe in love, why would we believe?
Selfish. People want to,
but that's not love, though.
Reasons.
But that's not love, though. And my point, Taylor, is a lot of these conversations are then, to me, contradictory, because you can't say one thing and then be on the opposing side of it. You see what I'm saying?
No, I agree.
Say, oh, the Black community has this problem, but then you the motherfucker who said don't have kids.
We done heard these talking points evolve over years. First, it was, okay, y'all having too many kids. Stop having kids. Now it's like, okay, why don't you want kids? What's wrong with you? Are you barren? What's going on? It's ridiculous.
Exactly. And it's very counterproductive. And that's why, I don't hit panels too much. I'm coming up here because I rock with y'all.
I appreciate you coming up here. It's always a pleasure.
And I'm rolling.
Yeah, you do. You hit a lot of panels.
I just need some company while I roll this blunt. But for real though, a lot of these conversations, man, is very the nature of them is very toxic. It's toxic conversations, man. And I don't care to participate because at the end of the day, I'm on another side in my life, and my perspective has changed a lot and it's still changing. And I don't really want to be a part of conversations where people think it's cool to say silly shit like that. They think is cool, but it's really some toxic shit. Oh, love. What's love? Oh, okay. So if you a nigga that's on the internet arguing about if a woman love you or not, you basically telling a nigga like me, you don't love yourself. So why am I talking to you, homeboy? I can't take nothing you say serious or even pay attention to it. So a lot of this stuff, man, if we just do some thinking, man, a lot of us will stay off a lot of this shit. Because a lot of times we get on here too for entertainment purposes, to distract us from shit.
Yeah, it's all entertainment, brother. All of it's entertainment.
Yeah, I agree with you.
All of it.
I agree.
Well,
I
please
agree.
don't just said the healthy medium is why aren't you staying with the person you made kids with?
I mean, that's because things happen in life, man. It's
Right.
like we gotta stop. That's another thing. We get on the internet. We get on the internet and
People.
forget about real life. Like a lot of our parents broke up. So what do we mean? Like, come
Like
on, man.
whether or not you stay with the person that you had kids with or not, those are still your fucking kids at the end of the
Thank
day.
you.
So
It's
it's
also
your
still your fucking
job
spouse as well.
and your
Bingo.
duty to do right by them.
Again, though, a lot of people don't see. A lot of people come on the internet and they dramatize a lot of shit. That's why I understand when Clue say it's all entertainment, because at the end of the day, the majority of people that come on here, that's how they look at what they're doing. They're only here to be entertained. So that's why on my show I am entertaining, because I do understand that some people like the fact that I come in and I act real Brooklyn. I could get real niggerish and start cracking jokes, and I can be entertaining. So I understand that everybody's not just watching me for what I say. Some people like how I say things, and that's the entertainment or the show aspect. But my thing is I like to always make sure I'm nailing points home and that my message is landing, because it's like a comedian. A comedian could have a good message, but if his jokes is whack, then you don't care about the message. With me, it's the other way around. I don't care if I'm entertaining if you don't get what the fuck I'm saying. I don't care if you laugh the whole show. Me personally, I don't care. Now you may care about that because you're the viewer, but me, if the overall job wasn't done, I really don't care if you had fun. Well, I care about if you had fun, but I'm like that. I'm like that team leader for the young kids. Like, we're gonna have fun, but did you get the message? Did you understand that all of this was about learning about sportsmanship and teamwork? Did you learn that, or did you just have fun? And that's me.
So Freeze Don't Lose said that goes against your whole point, DS1. If you're talking about being selfish in love, why why would you just excuse why would your excuse be not staying with the person you had kids with? Why would you excuse not staying with the person you had kids with? My bad.
I'm not excusing it. I'm just saying that
Life be
that's
like
not
that.
right. I understand what he's saying. I understand what you're saying, Free Zone. But what I'm saying is that's not something that's a definite in reality. Like, as men, if we're gonna have an honest conversation, it has to be based in reality. And we know as men, you know, that just because you have a woman with a child or whatever, things in life happen. People change, all types of shit happens. So I'm not saying to just leave the person you have a child with, but I'm saying life happens. And when it happens, we all have to be prepared for it. So as men, we can't sit there and say, oh, well, I can't be the best dad I could be because me and my baby mother broke up. I'm not going for that. I don't want to hear that shit. That's not gonna fly with a man like me, because I know you capping.
I agree with that.
Because at the end of the day, you was her man before you was her baby father. So you know her. You know her. So a lot of dudes, like, I'm just not accepting of that, because a lot of dudes use that as an excuse to then be a deadbeat. Well, she left me, so well, at the end of the day, she owe me. She need to come, nigga. It's about your kids.
And a
Get off
lot of
your
women
own dick. It's about them kids.
and a lot of women let their how they feel about certain situations reflect over and that becomes more important than the relationships that they have with their father. Like how you feel about him shouldn't,
Mhm.
how you feel about him shouldn't reflect upon how you view him, like the father and his importance into the child's life. Like, he's important to that child, regardless of whether you like it or not. You gotta suck that shit up, Buttercup.
Yeah,
But a lot of,
that's true.
but you know, that's kind of old school, Brownie. You know, a lot of people today, they like to make up shit now. You know what I'm saying? Like, we don't like to do what work. We like to do what we want to do.
So
You know what I'm
somebody
saying?
asked, "Were you married?" The boxing scholar asked, "Were you married?"
Oh, am I married? Nah, I'm about to be though.
Okay, engaged.
I'm about to be.
But yeah, I
What's
think
your wife like? Since y'all want to ask about my wife, let me ask about she stay sleep's wife. What's your wife like?
Well.
Yeah, I'm kidding. You don't have to answer that. I'm kidding. You don't have to answer that.
Nah, it's all good, Clue. Nah, but actually, she pregnant right now. So
Oh, hell yeah. Let's go.
yeah,
Let's go.
that's what I'm talking about. Like,
Yeah.
let's get back into that, fellas. Let's get off all this arguing about who right and wrong in a relationship. Bust them nuts, nigga. Bring them kids back.
Bust them nuts, nigga.
Bust them nuts,
Oh my
nigga, and
God.
have some kids.
Bust them nuts.
Because, and I'm
That's
not
how you
saying
create
that.
life.
Thank you. And that's my point, Clue. A lot of us have forgotten about that part, about living life. We get up here every day and argue about why we shouldn't live life.
I wholly agree with that. And it makes people scared to be able to go out there and to take risks. And
Come
really,
on,
life is
Brandon.
about going out there and taking risks.
These
Love
girls
is a
scared to
risk.
go outside and find a
Take
man.
risk and bust them nuts.
These girls are scared to go outside and find a man because a nigga on the internet called them fat and ugly. Are you fucking serious?
That's funny. That's funny.
Are
I
you
like
fucking serious?
that.
But this is really going on, Clue. A lot of these women is sitting around on the internet, backed up, all mad all day, calling everybody rim brothers every 20 seconds because you mad and backed up because a nigga on the internet don't want to fuck you. Like, sure, go live your life.
Live your life. That's what you're wasting your time.
This is
And
a
life is
ultimate
about
reality.
life
You know
is
when they
about
talk about the parallel universe? This is the
There's a
parallel universe, the
there's a
internet.
whole world out there.
But
with
there's a
people that
whole
don't even
world
think
on
like
here. Remember that though, ladies. There's a whole world on the internet that a lot of women live in. Because guess what? This is where they told they're beautiful. This is where they told they sexy. I don't care about your weight. Yeah, bend it over.
True.
Yeah, make it
Yep.
clap. Ain't none of that happening to them in real life. And this is
Poor
not to shit
thing.
on nobody. I'm just saying that this is going on. And it's going on with the men too. A lot of these ugly ass niggas was told they was cute on here. This is just the truth.
the
That's
results of you
hilarious.
resulting.
Listen,
And it's getting sick because I'm starting to see like
that's hilarious.
it be boring online. Like who be on?
Yeah,
Like
I'm with
who
Daryl.
really on saying something? This shit
Daryl
getting
became
boring, y'all.
Listen, some of these people be out of breath sitting down, and
Oh
I'm worried
Lord.
about them
Oh Lord. I
because
can't
out of
talk.
breath sitting
Are
down.
they fat? Are they
I'm
fat?
a fat nigga.
What
I
are you
can't
worried
talk.
about? Are they fat? What's going on?
there's something because I don't know how you could be out of breath sitting down.
They fat.
Bro.
They fat as fuck. The health here is horrible.
They need a
Health-
woman to get them outside to take a walk. They need a
Yeah.
woman to get them to move on a little bit.
Yeah.
God bless them.
That ain't good. Yeah.
A lot. We need men and women need each other for different reasons.
I agree. Brownie, I so agree with what you just said. We need each other. No, man is not better than woman, and woman is not better than man.
I'm not shit without
They
a
have
woman.
their own strengths. Both of them.
I'm not shit without a woman.
Yeah,
I'm crazy as hell. I need a
Listen.
man to calm me down because I'll fly off the handle. Like I'll be
Mhm.
so calm and so in order because I have somebody that helps me manage that. Like, but if they
I'm
weren't
gonna
there,
tell you right now. I'm
I'd
gonna
be
tell you
crazy.
right now, and I want this on the record. I'm a hot fucking mess
Talk
without my
about
You
it.
don't
woman.
say.
Talk
Without my
about it, Blue.
woman. Without my woman. You
Talk
think I'm
about
a
it,
hot
Blue.
mess now? Take her away from me, and you really got some shit to deal with.
Talk about it.
I'm a helmet motherfucker without my woman.
You crashing out.
I will
Talk about it.
crash out without my woman. That's why she keeps me centered. She keeps me
Thank
centered.
you. Thank you.
Yeah.
If it wasn't for like y'all would sit up in a folding chair with no furniture in your apartment and house. If
That
it
is
wasn't,
true.
you know.
We're minimalist. Taylor,
Y'all
I
just
agree
have
with
to
that
take a place.
135%.
Y'all,
We would be
take a
sitting up,
place.
Like, where are your pictures? Where's the art?
Taylor,
Eating tuna fish every
Taylor,
night.
we would have 6 crate. We would our our bed would be on top of 6 crates,
Just
3 on the
beer in
left
the
and 3 on the right,
refrigerator.
and we'd be happy for the next 35 years with that
I'd
setup.
be like, what the hell? Why is it so dry in here? Let's add some art. Let's
Where your
decorate.
hands so bad, bro?
Yeah, ain't no hand soap. You gonna see a bar soap on the sink.
Or some hand sanitizer. What a soap at? What a hand
None of,
soap? What an
none of that.
antibacterial soap at?
None of that. Y'all be having us wearing lotion and all that shit.
Yes, you
Right.
gotta smell good. You
Wanting
gotta
our
be
skin.
We're
moisturized.
minimalists. We're minimalists. We don't need we're low maintenance people. Men are
Exactly.
low maintenance people. We don't
Splash
need
some
a lot
water
of
on your
other
face.
extra shit.
We just
We don't.
carnal as fuck. We just carnal.
Yeah.
We just carnal beings.
Yeah. Exactly.
Very
Exactly.
carnal.
Gotta spice up your wardrobe and shit.
No, we don't want none of that. This
Yeah.
girl
We
had
don't
me
start spending
exfoliating.
money until we get a woman. Hello.
Thank you. She had
Hello.
me
Did I
exfoliating,
just
Clue.
speak facts in this bitch?
Exfoliating. I thought that was for women. That's what I told her.
That's for everybody.
She said,
That's
no,
for
that's for
anything
your
that has
skin,
skin.
babe. She said, no, that's for your skin. I said, oh.
You gotta exfoliate.
Yeah, I thought all of those
Exfoliate,
products
nigga.
was for women. I thought all those exfoliating products was for women. I never knew they was for men.
Gotta
I'm dead ass
exfoliate your
serious.
beard, your
Men without
face.
Yeah,
the
she
woman
got me the little scrubber where I could rub my beard hair and massage it with the shampoo in it. I'm like, what? She like, yeah, this is to make your skin soft under your hair and keep the. I'm like, for real? She like, yeah, you have to do this, baby.
For real.
I'm like, okay.
throw away your cartoon t-shirts and get you some real shirts.
Yes. Buy you more basketball pants.
Yo, that's all she be buying me is button ups. Yeah, baby. Yeah, I like big button up. I'd be like, oh, you don't want me wearing t-shirts no more? I'm not saying that. I'm just saying I like to just say you don't want me to wear the t-shirts no more. Because I see you buying me a bunch of button-ups because that's what you want me. You basically want me to up my shit. Like, nigga, you look good, nigga. You need to look like something. You don't need to just look good in a t-shirt.
When I met my ex, first, what I did buy him t-shirts because I knew he liked little cartoon t-shirts.
Which ex?
I only have 2 exes that I refer to.
Okay, I'm just checking.
Brownie
Go
is
ahead.
a child of God.
Go ahead.
Right, I was
I'm
kind of
just checking.
So when I met him, he liked cartoon shirts. So when I first met him, it was like, all right, like I'll buy us matching cartoon shirts. But then after a while, it was like, come on, like we gonna go shopping and buy some real shirts. He was like, what? And I'm like, yeah, we gonna buy some real shirts. And I took him. He was so into his man mode, he didn't even know what size he wore. And I'm like,
no, that's
shit.
Like we gotta get you your size. Like he's like, oh, I didn't know I could fit this size. Like I thought I was an extra large. Like, no, you a medium. You a medium. Let's get you some real shirts. Let's get you some this. And then when he moved up and he started to get to his career, it was like, all right, like you in your career, you being a professional, we're gonna get you looking like a professional. We're gonna get you some suits and some ties and some shoes and all of that stuff. But I don't think that in his man brain, like he would have processed that. He would have bought some slacks and some white button ups and being cool going to work like that. Like no, you need to look the part. You need to fit the part. You need to have the smell. You have your cologne on. You need to be the image of who you're trying to become. And I don't think that a lot of men see that. They just are comfortable being them and working towards who they're trying to become. And the woman helps refine that image of who you're trying
And
to be.
Brownie, what's wrong with that? Actually, if there is something wrong with that, what's wrong with that?
Nothing. You just need that. It's just that feminine, that feminine counterpart, that feminine touch to help develop you into the man that you're supposed to be, into who you want to become.
Okay. Cool.
Not changing you, but helping you get to where you want to be.
Evolving.
Yeah, I love that shit.
Elevating.
I love that
This
shit.
nigga Scholar's talking cash shit in the chat. Hit the link, brother. Hit the link, brother, and talk to me, man.
I've been trying to get him to come up here.
Talk to me, bro.
The Boston Scholar is tired of y'all.
Man.
I've been trying to get him to come up here.
Yeah, I'm easy to talk to. Just hit the link, talk to me. You know, I'm easy
I think he
to
was
talk
getting
to.
on his nerves a little bit, Clue.
How did I do that? Taylor, how did I do that?
You know what
What did I do?
He was not happy with you when he left.
All I said was he votes for the side that was for transing the kids, and I think he found that offensive. But it's the truth. He votes for that side. He wants more transing of the children. I'm just saying. If I'm lying, y'all can call me out if I'm lying. Call me out if I'm lying. But this nigga is for transing the children. He is.
I don't know if he was for per se, but
He votes with the Democrats. That's what he's for, because that's what they're for.
That's a fact.
He is. It is what it is.
They're not pro-life.
No,
you want to come
getting
back up
sterilizing kids as adolescents.
Hit the link, nigga. Shit. Sorry. I didn't mean to say that.
I want some old school traditional people over the educational system, because at the end of the day, I don't want my son coming home thinking that it's okay for him to say he not a boy, because that's what his teacher told him.
But Scholar is okay with that. Sheep stay sleep.
Oh,
he's
this
okay
is why
with
he
that.
left off the panel right here. this is why he in the chat now, Clue.
And especially my son. My son is gonna have a unisex name like me. So with a unisex name, they can easily tell him, oh yeah, you could say you a girl. Hell no. Because if my son come home and tell me the teacher told him that, you know, I might be in jail.
You got to do what you got to do as a father, sir. And I get that. I get that. I do.
I'm not with this pity pat shit with my kids. Like,
I ain't with this shit either, but you know, Scholar is.
I'm not with none of that. You're not playing with my kids. You're not playing with my
kids.
He
is. How is he not? Taylor, how is he not?
And you're not gonna tell my daughter that she could walk around the school shaking her ass, fucking every little boy in the bathroom, and then go get her abortion. You ain't doing that either.
Yeah,
I'm raising my daughter to be.
We ain't raising the stallions. We ain't doing
that. As a father, that shit should not happen. As a dad,
never.
Guaranteed criminal cases. As a dad, if that shit happens, that's just my belief. Guaranteed.
If I was a Leah father, R. Kelly would be in the casket.
Absolutely.
Oh, no doubt.
I'm raising my daughter to be very much like, even now I'm training her, and like I was talking to this about somebody. It's like I'm showing her how to be feminine and how to embrace her feminine side even as she's young. So when she grows up, it's not a chore, and she won't look at doing her hair and dressing up nice as something other than normal. She like little dresses, and she like lip gloss, she like makeup, she like 5. And I let her embrace all of that at an appropriate level for her age, of course. But I don't expose her to social media. So I don't make her feel like she needs to also look up to and try to emulate how other people look, and that she's not enough being who she is. If she likes makeup for colors, we can go for that. Like we can go for that. We can do that. That's self-expression, and I'm all for that. But I want her to grow up to be the little young lady that she wants to be. And right now, she's super girly, and I'm happy about it because I'm super girly. So I'm like, all right, this is gonna be fun.
Right.
This is going to be fun as you get older. Hope you go through these processes and being a girl and showing you how to be a lady.
Brownie,
Yeah.
I hate to inform you of this, but you still haven't answered my question
What was your question?
about Texas. I want to know specifically, what are you gonna do when you get to Texas?
I'm a chill.
That's not a specific answer. That's a generic answer, and I agree with
I'm
that
gonna
generic
do a
answer.
lot of things. I'm gonna be down there for a minute, so I'm gonna do a couple things.
So I'm a chill.
How long is a minute? How long is a
Like
minute?
a week.
Dang, you all
A
up
week.
in
You're gonna be there
business?
for a minute. You know, no, I'm being nosy.
He's being very nosy.
Yeah, you're gonna be there for a week. Okay, how long is
Yeah.
it? Okay, week. Okay, are you gonna be able to really ingest what Texas has to offer for you?
Yeah, I mean, I've been slowly ingesting it as I've been going there. I like Texas.
For the weather.
It's hot as
For the
hell in
weather?
Texas.
No, I like the scene. I like what Texas has to offer. It's nice. I enjoy my time when I'm in Texas.
I heard they got good food.
And they do have good food.
They have really good food. Come on now.
They
Who
have
said
really
that?
good food.
Sheep
DSY.
stay sleep. Did you say that shit?
Yeah.
They have good food.
I never been to Texas.
They got good
Chicago has
barbecue.
better
Texas
food.
got the best food on planet motherfucking Earth.
Absolutely not. You
They
ain't been
got
to
the best
Chicago.
No. Who
You ain't
said
been to
absolutely
Chicago.
not?
Chicago got
Who
best
said
food.
absolutely not?
Me.
I don't know about their Mexican food though.
You said it, Brownie?
Yeah. It ain't nothing that I had in Texas that was better than what I had in Chicago. And I'm gonna stamp that. Like, I don't care what y'all talk about.
Are you gonna stand here and say Chicago food is better than Texas? Are you really gonna say that with a straight face? With a straight face.
With the straightest
you
face.
didn't even blink. You didn't even blink.
With the
Really?
I'll die on this hill. I will die on this hill. Hold on.
No.
I heard Chicago got that shit though, Clue.
They got they got good pizza. They got good pizza. I would give them
Chicago
that.
has the best
They got
food,
really good pizza.
They got
That don't
good
mean they got the
Mexican
best
food.
food though.
The best food. And it's
Pizza
not
is just a segment of food. Just because you got
No,
the best
it's not
pizza
just the
doesn't mean you got the best food.
Food in general or food?
Yes.
Food in general.
Do they got good
Chicago got
Mexican
Mexican
food?
That's what Brownie Elliott is
I don't
saying.
put my face on this. I ain't turned my camera on the whole
You
entire
cammed
time.
up. Okay. Let's
I don't
go.
put my
Let's
face
do
on
this.
it.
Let's do it.
Chicago got the best food hands down. Chicago got
Bullshit.
What kind of food though? You gotta be specific.
I have to call bullshit,
The
Brownie.
Mexican food that I had in
Respectfully.
Chicago was better than what I had it in Texas. I ain't even gonna lie to you. I'm a down that hill.
Mexican food?
I gotta call bullshit.
You ain't been to California then.
Chicago, a whole sanctuary city. It's the best Mexican.
Brownie, I gotta call three counts of bullshit on what you just said. 3 counts.
How?
Because
You ain't
Chicago
even been
has
to
good
Chicago.
food. Hold up. Chicago has good food because of the taste of Chicago. The taste of Chicago provides good food, but outside of the taste, the food is
The
just
taste of
okay.
Chicago is a sampler of the good food in Chicago.
But outside of the
sampler.
summer, where can you find that food though?
What you mean? Where you can outside the suburbs? That's in the city.
Outside of the summer, where can you find that good
Those
food,
restaurants
Brownie?
are in Chicago.
They are.
They're all over the
Everything is big and good in fucking Texas, okay?
Who said that shit?
So
Who
Brownie,
said that gospel
barbecue.
shit?
I ain't
Taylor,
gonna-
did
I
you
ain't
say
gonna-
that
I ain't gonna
gospel
go for
shit?
barbecue.
Was that you,
Everything
Taylor?
is big and good in fucking Texas.
Ooh,
Everything.
that gospel shit. Hello. Ooh.
So Brownie, you saying that Chicago got better barbecue than Texas?
I don't speak on barbecue because I'm not a barbecue person.
No,
So I
that's
never
a
had-
whole. That's a
I
whole
never had
pallet
Texas
jack
barbecue,
full of bullshit.
and Chicago
So you
is
don't
a kind of
like
barbecue city, but I don't eat barbecue
You
like
don't like it. Okay.
Yeah, my dad be recommending me to go to barbecue places, and I walk in there and I'm like, this is somewhere he would go. Like, why did he tell me to come here? So I like other foods, but eat like all of the food. Chicago has a wide variety of food.
They do, but it's not
Yeah.
better than Texas.
It is.
No, it's not.
I don't know
Not by
about
a
that.
long shot. Nope.
How
It's
many of y'all
good.
been to Chicago?
The best Mexican
It's good,
food I
but
had
it's not.
is
It's not as good as
California.
Texas. Texas has a variety of good shit. Good shit all over the Americas.
When
Both
I ordered a shrimp po' boy
north.
when I ordered a shrimp po' boy from Texas, I was disappointed. When I
Yeah,
ordered
man.
a shrimp po' boy from
Because
Chicago,
you
I
got bad taste buds. That's why.
hell no. I'm from the East
Speak,
Coast. I know about
speak.
some seafood now.
We gonna
Don't like
team up on Brownie Ellie and set her straight.
no, not at
You
all.
got
Y'all
bad
can't set
taste
me
buds.
straight. And my taste buds are finely tuned.
No,
Finally.
no. Obviously, they're not
And
Brownie.
you know what's crazy too? I heard Texas. I heard the whole state of Texas got good food. Like every city
Hell yeah.
got good food. Dallas, Houston.
What do you want? Bro, do you
Fort
want
Worth.
steak? Hold up. Do you want steak? You want steak, you go to the southwest. If you want
But
good
that's what it's
Mexican,
for.
you want good Mexican, you go towards the south toward Beaumont. That's what a good Mexican is. All right?
Okay.
Italian, you go toward El Paso.
If you
They
want
got
good Mexican
everything
You
in
can
food,
think of
Texas.
is in Texas.
if you
They
want
got
good Mexican
everything.
food, you go to Little Mexico in Chicago, and you can get you some amazing Mexican food. I
Who the
mean,
fuck
Best
said
Mexican
something
food
about
I had so
Chicago?
far was California.
Which one of
I ain't
y'all
gonna lie.
niggas said something about Chicago?
me.
She said
Oh, I'm
Chicago
sorry. Go ahead.
Mexican food. That don't even
Go ahead. I'm
sound
sorry.
right.
I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Because you
Brownie,
ain't been
I
to the
seen
city. Chicago is a sanctuary city. Chicago harbors a
Not
lot
for
of people down.
food.
Best
It's not
Mexican
a
food I
sanctuary
had was in
for
Inglewood.
food. Brownie.
The
Brownie.
Venezuelans has got listen.
So I'll
It was
say this,
Not
Brownie.
for
Mexicans
food.
before the
No. No, it's not.
Chicago not fucking with Texas and no food. I'm just keeping it real.
y'all
Matter
ain't
of
Say
fact,
been to
that.
Chicago. I don't want to hear this shit
Like
from
you
nobody that
say
ain't been to
that.
Chicago. Y'all eat deep
Brownie,
dish
I
pizza when
seen
y'all
y'all
come
deep
here.
dish
Y'all don't
pizza and it looked like fucking soup. It looked like
Hey, I
fucking
kind of
pizza
like
soup.
the deep dish
That's what I
shit.
just said. Y'all be
I
eating deep
do
dish
like the
pizza
deep
and y'all
dish
don't know
shit.
about
I
shit.
do like the deep dish shit.
No.
It tastes lovely.
That's
It
the thing.
does.
Chicago has multiple different styles of pizza. White people like deep dish. The real Chicago pizza is like tavern style pizza. It's a thin crust pizza and it's
Describe it.
amazing.
Brownie, you know how
A
you know
thin
that what you're saying
crust.
is cap, Brownie? It's just you just talking out pride. When you have a city that's trying to promote themselves, if they have the best food, that's one of the things they're going to use to promote themselves. I've never heard Chicago say, "Come on down, man, we got the best food around." Like they never try to use that talking point. So, Brownie, you got to stop that, sister.
Stop, Brownie.
They do. What are you talking? Chicago is an entire foodie city.
Booty my
Brownie,
ass.
you can't find one TikToker that ever went to Chicago to go
Yeah.
taste test their food.
Yes, they have.
Or no person that be doing these food
Brownie,
reviews.
niggas be scared to do food tours and shit.
Yeah, y'all be scared. Y'all be scared to move around the hood for real. Let's talk about it. Let's talk about how y'all be
They
scared to
don't
move
want to
out
go
We
the
to
got
hood.
Oakland.
receipts.
Y'all be
There's
staying in
some
downtown.
receipts in the building. We got receipts in the building. Let's go.
Is
All
that a
right,
Chicago pizza?
yes, this Italian
That
pizza
look
right
delicious as a motherfucker though.
Disgusting.
Shit.
here. Amazing.
That
This
looks
Obama
nasty as
Look
hell.
juicy.
Oh yeah, that look fire. That's
This
It
gas.
does.
Obama favorite pizza. This actually
No.
isn't that sweet.
That's gas,
No,
right?
I
That's the
don't like
reason why
that.
Lil Durk incriminated himself and Barack Obama didn't get as much
And you
votes as
know,
Joe Biden.
hold on,
Right
hold on.
there.
And you know how I know Chicago food tastes better?
How?
How?
Because
Explain us.
all right,
Explain
all
to
right.
us.
Because they got a Harold's chicken in motherfucking Houston. So why the
Fuck
fuck do they got a
Harold's
Harold's
chicken.
chicken in Houston if Chicago food ain't they shit?
Brownie,
Why the fuck is Harold's
they got a Whataburger in Chicago. Whataburger was a Texas thing that nobody wanted to go anywhere else, but eventually they franchised. That's what franchising is, Brownie. Like what the fuck? That's like you know how you know Chicago is good? How? They got a Chick-fil-A. What like what? What?
No, actually,
I
no.
love
Actually,
Whataburger, by the way. Yeah.
Whataburger is
Yeah.
a fast food restaurant. Chicago Harold's chicken is literally some hood shit in Chicago that's in Texas. What are you
Harold's
talking about? It's
Chicken
not even
was
That
in
famous.
became
Atlanta.
famous because they didn't have a lot of competition because y'all don't have a lot of good food places out there.
You don't.
Yikes.
That's crazy.
Yikes.
Brownie Elliott.
That's
Brownie
crazy.
Ellie.
That's crazy.
We could let you be
Brownie Elliott.
delusional, Brownie.
Out of let me explain something. Brownie Elliott. Out of all the fighting we've done tonight, you
We can
still
go.
have
We can
not
go
told me.
round
You
for round.
still
That's
haven't
that
told me
mild
why you're
sauce.
going to Texas.
What?
Still
That
haven't told
mild
me.
sauce.
And then you want to go to the west side? You get you some Uncle
Put y'all
Remus.
on for when y'all come to Chicago, Illinois, y'all. They got a spot called Uncle Remus. They are known for their famous mild sauce, but y'all, they food is super, super good. Besides the mild sauce, though, they have the fries with the mild sauce. They have like catfish and stuff like that. They got dessert. They got this little kiosk where you could do your order on the kiosk instead of waiting in line because they always super, super busy.
Hold on.
That's Brownie burner account. Brownie, stop that. That girl, she live there. Of course, she gonna say good things about you. So, Brownie, if you don't stop,
Uncle Remus is whatever. Uncle
yo,
Remus.
what's the white dude that if you go on Carnival Cruises, he got the burgers. What's that dude's name?
Look.
Carnival. Hold up.
Hold on. Let me.
Chicago.
Carnival.
What's
Who
that
said
white?
Carnival?
What's the white dude's
Carnival
name?
is a slave ship. Okay.
Hold up, bro. Hold up. Hold up. What's the
Go
guy's
on
name, real quick?
virgin ships. Virgin
What's the guy's name, real quick?
dignity.
He's a fat guy. He travels all around the United States eating food.
Well, that may explain why he's a fat dude.
But I'm just saying, I ain't never seen him do no reviews, and he didn't even came to like San Antonio, Texas. And San Antonio even known in Texas for like having great food, and he
Is he
stops at
black or
local
white?
places. He's a white dude.
So you trust white taste buds?
Oh yeah. Me and Clue were talking about that earlier.
We gotta get up out of here.
Me and Clue were talking about.
Hold up.
What y'all don't know is me and Clue know each other in real life. We was texting each other. We were talking about how
No,
Negroes
that's
taste
not true.
buds ain't normalized because it's a certain area in y'all brain that don't communicate properly
Not
with
true.
y'all
I
taste
don't know
buds.
what
So,
he's talking about.
yeah, we can only trust the white man's taste buds.
Oh God, wait, really?
Get
Brownie
the fuck out
Elliott,
of here.
what were we talking about? What were you talking about? Jeez,
I was talking
this
about.
Come
nigga.
on, Clue. You know what you know. Clue, you
This
know.
nigga, shut up.
You know me and Clue only agree on reparations for white people. Like when y'all be having all these
God, come
reparation
on,
talk, me and Clue
man.
be like, ugh, disgusting.
Get out of your
And
feelings.
we go behind closed doors, because I
You're
got a white wife
interrupting
too.
the show, brother.
You're right, brother. You're right. Let me stop. Let me stop.
Like World Class said, all I'm gonna say is most people I met from Chicago is chubby. They eating. Chicago got the when I moved
They
to
can't
That
go
is true.
outside.
He's right about that.
They staying in their house all day because they got when they go outside their door, gunfires is just flying past
no,
their.
that's y'all scary ass niggas. Motherfuckers is moving around the city at a
Man,
fast.
y'all ain't moving around like that.
Yes, the fuck we is.
They smoking on Tuka out there. If you don't fucking stop.
She says,
Oh, you can't even forget about
scary ass
Portillo's.
niggas.
You can't even fucking forget about Portillo's. What? Y'all crazy. Chicago.
It's cake shake.
Look at this.
It's a shake.
Oh nah, that look crazy.
Amazing.
They put a whole slice of cake in that
Nah,
hoe.
that's
What
the
are
type
you
of
talking
shit. Nah.
Yo, that's a knockoff ass Whataburger.
Illinois is known as the chain.
No, Portillo's is exclusively in Illinois.
Like I said, that's a knockoff ass Whataburger, bro.
Portillo's probably been around longer than Whataburger.
Probably hasn't.
It probably has.
I guarantee it hasn't. Look it up.
We can look it up.
Go ahead, Google that shit. Get this fat white lady off the TV. Brody, you ain't gonna make the case. It's already established. Ain't nobody going down there for that nasty ass food.
Whataburger was
I'm not, brother. I'm not gonna allow you to talk bad about the white woman in my fucking presence, nigga.
Oh, I forgot. I'm sorry about that, brother. Sorry. You teaching me, brother, but I still got them Negro rebellion ways, brother.
Portillo's started after Whataburger, but nonetheless, Portillo's is
Uh-oh. You see how she... Hey, brother, see, you don't know nothing about this, brother, because...
It's a completely different menu.
Brother, you don't know nothing about this, brother, because you ain't married to no black woman. But that's when they wrong, brother. When they wrong, they gon' skate past that shit and tell you why they was really right. Go ahead, sister.
It's nothing like Whataburger. Like Whataburger don't have Italian beefs. dipped. Fuck you talking about? Like, fuck out of here. You talking about a fucking burger, my guy. You talking about some McDonald's.
The reason why I made that comparison because I looked at their cups and I seen the stripes, and I know that when they started franchising Whataburger, one of the places that wanted it really bad was Chicago. So I'd imagine it's a little bit of still in the
No,
original recipe
no,
there.
it's actually Chicago like style hot dogs, Polishes, Italian beefs that's some Chicago shit. Like you gotta dip that shit in the gravy. Like y'all don't know nothing about that shit. Like what the fuck you talking about some fucking deep dish pizza? People from Chicago don't even eat deep dish pizza. Like y'all eat that shit because y'all be scared to go out in the hood and
Right,
get
I
some.
hear a lot of hostility just because. Look, your city got a lot of attraction. Y'all got Oprah, got Michael Jordan, you got Kanye, but this food shit, you gotta let it go. You just gotta let it go.
Chicago got
Y'all
something better.
got drill music.
That's what I'm saying. Y'all smoking on Tuka? Like let it go, bro. You got a lot of stuff to be proud of.
Chicago even got better weed than motherfucking Texas, and I stamped that shit too.
Damn. Damn.
Brownie, we right by the border. Look, I don't smoke, but we by the border. If you don't
I
fucking
wouldn't buy
stop,
no damn weed from no Chicago.
I can't wait to get home to hit some of that Chicago weed.
Yeah, I'm
Cause
scared.
that dirty ass, Brownie, eating that dirty
That shit
ass
gonna
booty
be
smoking
sprayed.
ass weed.
Some spray packs.
like I don't know what the fuck y'all talking about. Chicago, I'd be so happy to get back to my city.
But I don't even want to bring up New York because New York fell all the way the fuck off. We fell
Brownie,
so far off the earth.
you know what's crazy? Brownie, ain't your city is democratically run, and so is New York.
Yeah, it is.
Yeah.
You know what I find really really funny is they still stay blue, and New York has a huge immigration.
That's why they stay blue.
But that doesn't make any sense. Those people can't come over and just vote.
Actually, what happens because it's a sanctuary city. It is like Chicago. They got laws and policies up to be able to get these immigrants identification. They get government issue IDs. They're able to get licenses. It's a lot of shit that happens in blue states that allows like. But it's Chicago is terminally blue, just like New York is gonna be terminally blue. But outside of Chicago, like Illinois isn't blue, just like outside New York City, like New York is not blue.
Facts, because those are still racist cities. Still racist as fuck.
It's just the fact
Chicago
that
is segregated. That's the crazy.
Chicago is extremely segregated.
Mm-hmm.
That's why I say y'all can go over to Little Mexico and get some fucking tacos that taste better than
New
fucking.
York not like that. New York used to be like that back in the day. New York not like that. Everybody lives together. Everybody.
The South Side is gonna be majority Black people. The West Side is gonna be majority Black people. The Southwest Side is gonna be Hispanic people. Up north it's gonna be white people, and then you get up to the up north part where it's like Africans. You'll get some more Hispanics up there. You got Chinatown with the Asians. You got Uptown with the Asians. It's very, very segregated. Like, it's very segregated.
And I hear that a lot of people moving, y'all like a lot of Black people moving out to the counties now too.
Mm-hmm. A lot of Black people are moving. They trying to push all the Black people out of the counties and out the hood, and that's also happening. Gentrification and shit like that.
Yeah, they did that with California already a long time ago. They pushed they pushed everybody out to the county. So everybody who lived in the projects, they pushed them all out to like Mayfield and all out, like all the way out there.
Mm-hmm. So you got like Aurora and all those suburbs,
Peoria,
Peoria, all those south side. They
Waukegan.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
And then you got the north suburbs. It ain't no Black people out there. It ain't none. Skokie, Evanston.
Yeah, ain't no niggas.
Ridge. I used to live up there. I ain't gonna lie. I ain't gonna lie. I used to live up there.
You used to live up there?
Yeah.
Okay.
I grew up in Virginia.
Your
so
pops got money. That's why.
No, my dad, he live in the hood. My dad is one of them people that's buying up the hood. So he
got money. Yeah, that's why you lived up there with the white people. Because you got money.
I'm from Virginia, so I'm not used to like living in the hood. So being up close to the suburbs is more comfortable for me because that's more like what I'm used to. That's more my speed, being around more mixed crowds of people.
More
so I didn't mind having different neighbors of different races and stuff like that, and ethnicities. That's nice. I like that.
I like living in the hood.
You do?
I did.
You like it better than living out in the county?
Absolutely.
Wow.
Because everything was, well, back then, everything was more like, it was kind of more like community based. Like, I think
That's
the
true.
hood gets a bad rap as, oh, people are just outside doing this and that, but no, they're not. You know, you get to know your neighbors, you get to know the people um that you live around. Like,
I
not
can't
that
say
long
that.
ago, the neighborhood crackhead, he died.
No,
That
And
broke my
niggas was
fucking
sad.
heart.
Yeah, niggas was sad.
I can say
That
that because like my dad, my like where my dad live at, where we live at, like he that's his hood. Like so when I could be walking somewhere and his friends will pull up and they'll hit him up and tell him that they giving me a ride to wherever I was headed to. Like it's when for Father's Day, I didn't do it this year. Maybe I'll do it next year. I'll live stream. Like all of them get together and they get together at the park. And when you talk about Black father representation, they all have their shirts with the names on the back of them. 18th letter up here. 18th letter. Tell them they meet up and it's very much a community thing. Like for people that say like, oh, Chicago was all gang banging and guns and ratchet shit and scary. Like it's really close knit and it's very much given community.
Absolutely, absolutely. I think it's a lot of it is just bad media, and they show like the some of the worst situations to try to project it to make it seem that the whole city is like that, and it's not. We got to remember this is the city. This is the third largest city in the United States. It's a lot of things to do here. It's a lot of different areas, and for contrary to popular belief, we actually have middle class areas on the south side.
Mm-hmm.
We have nice areas on the south side.
Very
Every
nice.
every yeah, everything is not just killing and gang banging and all of this. Oh, I should have said delete. I'm sorry. Deleting and gang banging and everything else that they try to portray. Now we have our areas, but the brother Chief Stay Sleep is up here. It's no different than how you have nice areas in Brooklyn and
Yeah.
and bad areas like Brownsville or
Yeah. Smoke
parts of
pockets.
East New York.
Yeah, that's
Like
good.
it's
Yeah.
especially back in the day when Brooklyn
That's
was at its worst. So
that's a
you
fact.
know, it's we a lot of us as black people, we still haven't figured out that the media is not for us at all. The media has never been a friend of black people, and it's always projected black people in a negative light. But a lot of us don't like to take the time out. We don't we don't pass that down to our children and tell our children that, and then we don't. A lot of the times we don't try to read or learn things on our own. We just kind of go off of what's projected to us, and we keep falling for the same okey doke over and over again.
And a lot of things that happen in Chicago that are bad were created that way by design. Like they wrote down the projects and they put all of these people that were ops and shit in the same neighborhood, 2 streets across from each other and shit. Like that shit was made by design. That shit wasn't just motherfuckers waking up and deciding that's what they gonna be on. That's why Chicago has so many different factions of the same game. And like
Absolutely,
That's
absolutely. And
crazy, bro.
I can remember the
Crazy.
time. And for people that don't understand, Chicago street gangs are nothing like Los Angeles at all. They were not. Actually, a lot of the street gangs in Chicago um was blueprinted after the mafia. It was a chain of command. It was laws and structures. It was things you had to know. It was things that you could not do, like opening fire in broad daylight, hitting children, or it'll be severe consequences from the higher ups in your gang and all types of stuff. A lot of that changed once everyone was hit. A lot of these gangs, they was organized. That's why they was called nations. And once a lot of those gangs were hit with RICO charges, it broke down the structure of the leadership. And when it broke down the structure of the leadership, it was a lot of people out here that what they call renegades who was not following the laws and the structure of the gang because there was no one there no more to enforce it. And they became, they was just doing whatever they wanted to do. And you had certain factions get into it with other factions of the same organization when their neighborhood was once all together. Then they gentrified a lot of things. They tore down all our housing projects. Um, it was it was a lot of this stuff was done by design. Even certain areas that were middle class at one point in that was like black neighborhoods on the south side and the west side. It was done by design to turn those neighborhoods into uh areas with where the crime had spiked.
Because in the worst areas of Chicago, in the hood, they be having golf courses sitting right there next door.
You
Right there
already
next
know
door.
it, especially in South Shore, even right now, what's going on with the city is like when I was a kid coming up at that particular point, just within the city alone, it was over 1.2 million black people just within the city of Chicago alone. Now it's gotten to the point where I think we're down to 780,000, and they say by 2030 we're supposed to be down to 650,000. They're trying to find a way to push the black population out of the city. They don't want the black political vote to be able to sway the politics of the city because a lot of the times they want to keep lying to black people and not give them anything for their vote. A lot of people it's bad, and the same thing is happening everywhere. Just like what you see in Harlem, in New York, and different places like that. They're trying to push as many of us out of the city as possible to so that way our votes won't mean anything. Because at Chicago was a black city. Well, it still is kind of, but it was built on a lot of black
It's
culture
not a white
from the
city.
South. Did you say what, Brownie?
I said it's not a white city.
No, it's not a white city, but like growing up, like it
It
was
was a lot
mostly
more
like
black
black.
people.
Now it's more now you have a lot of more Latinos now, but we was the leading group um in the city for years.
And
Yeah,
tell them how
and
the food is better in Chicago.
You say what, Brownie?
I said, tell them how the food is better in Chicago.
she
we
still
got we
want to
got
have
good
his food
food.
up.
We definitely got good food from deep dish pizza to what you call that thin crust pizza to
Tavern style pizza.
Italian beefs. Tavern style pizza like Italian Fiesta, Italian beefs, gyros. Of course, our soul food is great. Harold's chicken. We got a lot of good food here. Uncle Remus chicken out west. Shout out to Uncle Remus. We got a lot of good stuff here. Yeah.
I heard y'all got some good desserts too. Brownie just showed some dessert spot.
Oh,
Yeah.
Yeah,
Portillo's.
I'm a dessert type of nigga too.
Yeah. Sheep stay sleep. We got what's Brown Sugar Bakery over there on 75th, right off of Calumet, off of Calumet Street over by Martin Luther King Drive. That it sells caramel cake. Like they have
Mm,
like caramel cake, banana pudding, German chocolate cakes, all
yeah,
types of stuff. The muffins, different things like that, and it's black owned. Uh, Another spot, but they got reservation though that I ate and they food was good. It was a spot on the near North Side called Soleil, which was a soul
mm,
food spot, but you gotta make reservations to really go there. But
okay.
it's a lot of different food businesses and different
That
things
is
like
one
that.
thing I do like about Chicago and why I want to go there is to visit and see a lot of the black history and the black artifacts about Chicago because it is y'all a lot of y'all culture is still intact there. You know, that's one of the I wouldn't say a good thing, but that's one of the things I like about y'all city a lot because New York, we not it's like we have that, but it's like that just in certain areas, and even those areas now are extremely gentrified. So, like in Harlem, Harlem is used to be called the Black Mecca,
Hmm.
but it's not like that no more. Like it's very rare you see a lot of black people like that. But in
Hmm.
Chicago, I notice y'all still have y'all culture. Y'all still have y'all, a lot of y'all own businesses. Y'all got y'all food still going out there. Like a lot of y'all culture is still intact. Like a lot of black culture is not. You don't see it in New York no more.
It is, and they respect that. Like when like the riots happen, and ain't seems like can speak on this. Like how many black owned businesses was up? They ain't touched them. They
Nah, they
ain't
wasn't.
break
They
not
wasn't
one
tearing
piece of
down.
glass.
They was
They
heading downtown. They
even
was.
when they was in the hood going and hitting up the beauty supply stores and all that, and CVS's and Walgreens, they ain't touched not one of them black owned businesses. Them restaurants is up and moving the next day. The next day, like dailies on 63rd and Cottage over in the hood across the street from O Block. They ain't touched that at all. It was still there. They actually they changed locations across the street and got a better location. But that
Absolutely.
restaurant been there for how many years? Over 50 years, and it was
Yeah,
not
it's been there for a long time.
it was not touched at all.
And
And
those are
then we
spots
have,
I want to go to because I heard. See, that's kind of like what why a lot of young dudes that's from Philly why they like Chicago because it's similar. Like all the good shit
yeah,
is in the hood. Like I don't want to go and eat downtown. I don't want that food. I want what everybody talk about. I want to eat at those spots. You know what I'm
right.
saying?
And I'll be like, and I can never just look down on the hood because that's where I came from. So like I
Mm-hmm.
remember one time like they sent me. I was uh I was out west because I do truck driving, and I was over in the area on Chicago and Hamlin on the west side, and because I do fuel, so I had to drop like the fuel and all of that. And the gas station was closed. There was a lot of the shorties out there with Pooh Shiesty masks on, and them shorties wasn't thinking about like they were just like, hey, OG, how can I get into trucking and all of that? And I was just telling them what to do and all of that. And one of the shorties was like, you don't be nervous going through areas like this. I was like, why would I be, shorty? I grew up just like how y'all grew up in the same area. I'm just from out south and y'all from out west. That's different.
Mm.
That's the only difference. And they was like, I feel you on that. And as long as you like, and that's the thing, I always show respect and just be aware of my surroundings, and that's it.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, because I don't want to go. I don't want to go to to no city that's like a black city and be with the bougie people eating. Nah, I want to eat that real shit. It's the
Yeah, you
same
got
thing in
slide through the
Philly.
hood. You got
But
slide.
oh, I'm sorry, Brandon, go right ahead.
I was gonna say you gotta slide through the hood and get like cause the best food. Like and like I said, I stayed up north, and I'm an up north girl,
Mm-hmm.
and I got all the places that I like up north, but it's nothing to compare to the places that's out south, that's in the hood.
And the crazy thing is too, like the reason why a lot of that is still like that sheep say sleep is because Chicago was built off of segregation. Like
Mm-hmm.
we've been segregated for so long. Chicago been segregated for so long. A lot of us haven't even lost our southern accent. We still speak like Southerners. That's
I can
how.
tell. Yeah.
That's
That's why
how.
I talk
Like.
like this.
So like, and I can remember like my grandmama driving me through the city, telling me, oh, we used to couldn't even come to this area. My grandmother bought a building, which is partially where I grew up at on 78th and Paulina, which is in the Auburn Gresham neighborhood in Chicago. My grandmother would tell me she can remember when moving over there, white folks marching up and down Ashland Avenue and up and down Damon Avenue with picket signs because they didn't want black people in their neighborhoods. Like
Mm.
she would be telling me about like all of this. She'd tell me about when she first moved because my great grandmother, her mother, came from Pine Bluff, Arkansas, and my grandfather, her father came from Mississippi, and then I got other relatives on my mother's side that came from Mississippi, and she would
Mm.
tell me about how when she moved over on 18th and on 18th and Christiana over there in that neighborhood, and how which is the Lawndale neighborhood, how they would have to fight white people and different things like that over there, and how my grandmother would tell her because she didn't know no better, but my great grandmother would tell her when you see white people Just don't look at them in the eye, because that'll give them a reason to attack you. And she didn't realize that my great grandmother was telling her, because in the South, where she grew up at, that was a law called reckless eyeballing, where a white person will have the right to beat you up or lock you up for looking at them in a devious way, or you was looking at a white woman in a devious way. It was a law called reckless eyeballing. So she would tell her, out of fear, don't look at them in the eye, just look down when you walk past them, and different things like that. But at that point, that generation wasn't having it. They was like, you know what? And the reason why all of the gangs started was because it was the white people that was gang banging. They had all of the gangs, and black people ain't know nothing about no damn gangs in Chicago. They was coming from the South with Jim Crow and all of that. But once they started getting their heads cracked up here, then they started having to form their own gangs to defend themselves.
You know what's crazy, 18th letter? I noticed that a lot of black people from Chicago, they from the deep South, Arkansas,
Mississippi.
Mississippi. And then I noticed, like, because I be listening to different stories, and I noticed that if you go to every city and you go back, our people always had those stories about prejudice and racism. Because my father, you know, may he rest in peace, my father told me how him and his friends used to get chased from school because they went to a white school out in because it's different parts in Brooklyn back in the day that was segregated. Brooklyn was segregated as well.
Yeah, especially like
So
Bensonhurst, the Italians,
right,
and
that's
different
where
things like that. Yeah.
my pops he went to school out in Coney Island. Coney Island is ran by the Russian mob. So my pops went to school out there. He went to junior high school out there. And it was him and a group of his black friends. They used to get chased every day from school all the way to the train station. They used to have to run like 5 blocks. One of his homeboys got busted in the head with a ball and chain. Like they used to have to jump on top of on the back of the bus and ride the back of the bus all the way to the train station, because in certain parts in Brooklyn, you got to walk 5 or 6 blocks before you get to the train station. And then you got some areas like my neighborhood where I'm at in Brooklyn, you gotta walk a couple of blocks before you get to the train. But like, say if you live in Flatbush, your building might be, you know, 600 meters away from the train station. You might be asleep at night and hear the train. So it just depends on where you at. But I notice how they all had those stories, and what I always pay attention to mainly is where the families migrated from. Like my dad's family, they migrated from Georgia, but I noticed a lot of people from Georgia, they moved northeast. They went up the 95. You know what I'm saying? Because they was down to 95. They went
Right.
up.
And a
Like
lot
my
of y'all, like
grandfather,
over there in NYC, Sheep Stay Sleep. A lot of y'all got y'all lineage come from like the Carolinas and stuff.
yeah, Carolinas, Georgia, facts, the Carolinas and Georgia. And then I noticed in Chicago, it's more, like that Arkansas, that deep country,
Mississippi,
corn-fed,
Yep.
like out there. And then I noticed people like in people that's like in California, they come from like Oklahoma,
Louisiana,
Texas,
Texas, yeah.
Louisiana, Alabama. I'd be like, damn, how the hell your family come all the way? But then I started listening to so many people, and I noticed the migration stories are the same. Like where your people from, Taylor? Because you a West Coast girl.
I am. Most of my people are from Louisiana.
See?
Yeah.
See?
My grandmother and then her mother, they come from there. So.
Because and the funny thing is, like with the story of Emmett Till, Sheep Stay Sleep. Where did his mother send him back to? Money, Mississippi. That's where his grandfather. My people come from a town called Belzoni, Mississippi. So and I used to go down there. My grandfather came up here, and for some reason I don't know why, but for some reason it seemed like a lot of the people that came from the deep south, they always migrated to the west side of Chicago, then make their way to the south side of Chicago. But
Mm-hmm.
yeah, they always like those. They had come directly from down south and go right into the west side. But yeah, and it's crazy because like it seems like they like of course Louisiana and Texas and all of them they went west. Mississippi, Arkansas, Tennessee,
Mm-hmm.
parts of Alabama they went into the
The
Midwest,
Midwest.
and the
Mm-hmm.
Carolinas and Georgia
Mm-hmm.
and all of that they went into the Northeast. So
Northeast. Yep. That's where all my people. Yep. They from South Carolina, North Carolina, and then look at guys like Frank Lucas. Remember, all his people was from the Carolinas. That's where the Carolinas get all their good dope from. New York. They always Frank Lucas. That's Frank
and I
Lucas.
you know what's crazy when you said your people's from Georgia because I remember watching Riddick Bowe interview and I know he from Brownsville and he was saying his people
Mm-hmm.
was from Georgia.
Yeah, yeah. My dad, he was born in Woodland, Georgia. Yep, Woodland, Cumberland, like the rural parts of Georgia, not Atlanta. You know, we from the rural part. Yeah, yep.
Even my family on my dad's side, my mom's side of my family is all from Virginia, like all the way back, all
Mm-hmm.
the way back. We didn't trace it. Like both sides of my family have traced it, but even my dad's side of the family, they came from like Mississippi up to Chicago.
Mm-hmm. Oh, so your mom's side is from Virginia.
Mm-hmm.
That's where a lot of my family moved from. That when they moved to, like my mom's side, they all migrated from New York and moved to Virginia. Yep.
Yeah, my
So
family,
we've been there for
as far
years.
as we can go back, was Virginia on my mom's side.
Mm-hmm.
And you know what's crazy when you say that, Brownie? I'll give you the perfect example, right? My great grandmother raised me coming up. I was raised between the hundreds and 79. When I was coming, like my great grandmother that raised me, her name was Emma Reese. And I grew up calling my grandma Medea, and I used to be like Medea, Medea, Medea. I didn't even know that that was a Southern term that meant mother dear. That's
Yep.
why I didn't know that. And then I remember as a kid seeing when Tyler Perry came out with the Medea plays. I was like, dang, I thought I was the only one that had a Medea. They was like, no, boy, that's a Southern term for mother dear. I was like, I ain't even know that. And like
Mm-hmm.
everything that like from the going to church with the big old hats, the church hats and the
Mm-hmm.
Uh-huh.
colorful all of that stuff and like it was just like it was so country and you ain't even realize because we in the city, but you ain't even realize how I remember being hit with switches and all types of stuff. I was like, like
You know what's
it was-
crazy, 18? Like with me, because I stayed in Chicago for so long. What's up, Jay Prince? Hate the earth. I stayed in Chicago for so long. So like my sister, like I said, my mom's side is from here. My sister, she stayed in Virginia. And I didn't realize how country I talked until like me and her were talking. And she was like, bro, we sound completely different. And I was like listening to her talk. And I'm listening to me talk. And I'm like, oh shit, I sound country as fuck. Because when I came back, I was telling my mom, like, people in Chicago talk so country. They talk so country. Like
yeah,
my
and I
little
didn't even realize it. I ain't even because people used to tell they'd be like, you know, because like I don't really man. Shout out to JP. What up, JP? What up, third?
Prince.
Um, what you call it? And like and JP, because you know he from Milwaukee. Milwaukee ain't nothing but a couple of hours north. And I just didn't think about it because people would be like, "Man, why y'all talk so country?" Because I used to think like I knew we didn't have an accent like New York, but I didn't think our accent was Southern. I just thought we had more. We just talk regular, and people would be like, "Nah, man, y'all talk real country. The way y'all pronounce words and
Yeah, how you
everything
say
else, and you ain't even
Emphasis.
really think about
Yeah.
it."
get in
Y'all
the
put
car.
emphasis on some words. That's how you could tell.
the
You know,
slang, everything.
you know what's crazy? It's crazy that y'all bringing that up because now that I'm thinking about it, my my father's mother growing up, me and my cousins, we call her nanny. And now that I'm thinking about it, it's crazy that we was calling my grandmother a term that women used to be called as a worker, but we called her that as her name. Like I grew up calling her nanny. I
I
still
still
call her
call
that
my
to this
nanny
day.
Are
that.
you wait, you called your grandmother Nanny?
Yes.
I call my aunt
Wow.
nanny.
I
Or
that's
Nana.
I
Some people
we
call it
called
Nana.
yeah, I called my grandmother Nanny too.
Yeah. I call
That's wild.
that's my father's mother. I call my father's mother nanny. I call my mother's mother grandma.
I
But
call my mom's mom mama. I call my mom mommy, and I call my aunt nanny.
that's crazy. And now that I'm thinking about it, I'm like, those women, like, cause my grandmother, she never had to work because my grandfather, he worked, and then when he retired, he became a number runner. He was a hustler. He worked for the mob. So she never had a job like that. But now that I'm thinking about it, my aunt, she was an actual nanny. Yeah, one of my aunts, she was an actual nanny. But growing up, that's what me and my cousins called my grandmother, nanny. And
Yeah,
we from
That's
New
absolutely.
York.
crazy.
And you know what's crazy too? Sheep stay sleep. Y'all like growing up, right? New York had a lot of influence on us from hip hop. So it's just funny because like even the way we dress, like with us being in a cold climate, we wear the Pelly leathers, we wear the Averex leathers and the Timbs and all of that. So it'd
Facts.
be funny because you will see a dude dressed like a New Yorker, but he talked like a Southerner. That's the
Facts.
funny thing. Like here, that's how it is because we had influences from all over, but like as far as New York hip hop and the way that they dress out there, that had a really big influence
Yeah, y'all wear
on
the
us here.
hoodies and everything.
Yeah.
That's a fact.
What's up,
Yo,
H?
Brownie,
Yeah,
thank you
what's
for
up,
letting me
H?
up, babe. Have a good evening.
You too. Have a good night. What's up, H&M? H&M is another person from Chicago. He in the Chicago area.
Yep, born and raised.
Shout out to the Boxing Scholar. Boxing Scholar, what's going on, brother?
I don't think Clue got tired of you. You got mad and left. Clue was just looking for you like what
He
5 minutes
was
ago.
yeah, he was in the chat room.
And Clue, y'all, like I don't know what's going on between you and Clue. I don't know what's happening. But yeah, like I think a lot of Chicago has a lot of Black history. And shout out to the Milwaukee Ninjas, Jay Frank.
But you know what? Speaking of that, another thing too, if you come and visit here, Sheep Stay Sleep. One thing too, I got to give a shout out to all my peoples in Milwaukee. Shout out to JP. They actually have going towards Milwaukee. I'm not sure if it's in Milwaukee on the outskirts, but they actually have. I haven't had a chance to go there yet. I just rode past it because I was doing trucking. But they actually have a African American Holocaust museum in Milwaukee, like all
Oh,
around that
word.
area. Yeah, detailing, showing everything that transpired with Black people from
Mhm.
everything, the laws, all of that, the history of the whole country, the dark history that they don't really teach in schools and stuff like that.
Oh yeah, I need to look that up. I want to
So it's
go there.
called the African. They got videos on YouTube. I looked it up. The African American Holocaust Museum, and here in Chicago they got the John Baptiste du Sabo Museum of African American History here.
Mm. So we could go on a history trip in Chicago too. That's
Oh,
fire.
absolutely,
That's
absolutely,
fire.
yep,
Like a Black history trip.
absolutely, yep,
That's fire.
absolutely.
That's fire.
And it's no different than in New York how Black American culture or Black culture in general, but Black
Mhm.
American culture influenced all the other groups, just like in New York City. No different. You will
Yeah.
see Hispanics footworking. You'll see white people footworking here.
Mhm.
You know, the house music, all of that. It's funny because you'll see these other groups of people talking with a Black Chicago accent.
Mm-hmm.
That's how.
Wow. Wow.
You
White
know,
person
we.
might call you Joe.
Yup, yup. If he grew up around that area and all of that, and
Mhm.
the crazy thing is, like, you know, because New York would always be New York, but some people would call us like the New York of the Midwest because we influence, like, we the biggest city
It's
in
the
the
second city.
Midwest. Yeah, we the biggest city in the Midwest, and we influence a lot, a lot of other cities, the surrounding
Yeah.
cities around us. Because we
Mhm.
3 hours away from Indianapolis, we 2 hours away from Milwaukee. Um, Gary is right there around the corner. Gary,
St. Louis right
Northwest.
there.
Yep, St. Louis is right there. Northwest Indiana is practically our Jersey. That's our Jersey to New York. Northwest
Mm.
Indiana is right there. You come here, you also can take a trip out there to Gary and visit the Jackson's house over there on 2300 Jackson Street, where the Jackson 5 was raised at.
Oh, that's like a landmark out there.
Yep,
Mm-hmm.
yep. Everybody go out there and visit. I went out there um, some months ago, and you saw all of these people coming there to, visit and all of that. Right there on 2300 Jackson Street. I believe they went there again when I believe they went there again after Tito just passed away. A lot of people was out there putting stuff down for Tito because Tito had just
Mhm.
passed away.
And then
Yeah.
you got the black parades that happen on the south side and stuff. It's a lot of black culture, like especially if you plan it right. If you come like it's a lot of black events, like big events. And if you plan it right when you come to Chicago, especially in the summertime when all that stuff is popping off, like it's very nice.
Yeah, I heard like y'all be having music festivals and stuff.
The jazz festival,
Yeah, I heard
it's
about that.
so much different stuff. Like even like just like if you hanging out, like when you in Chicago by the lakefront, if you on the south side, good night Taylor. If you on the south side, like it's different parts of the lakefront where different areas and groups of people hang out depending on what type of like. So it's one side closest to the lake. That's where all the families and stuff be at. Then you got the other part where like the younger people be kicking it. They be having food trucks and everything. You don't even gotta leave to go to the store for nothing because everything is there that you would possibly need. Everything is at the lakefront. Everything. And it's nice and it's never no crazy drama. It's never no mess like you would think it was. What's up, Jay Prince?
What's going on?
JP,
What's up, 1-8?
what up, JP? What you up to?
None, I just seen something about the mafia used to live up in Milwaukee.
Oh yeah, yeah. They've been because y'all ain't nothing but up the block, so they was over there too.
There's some dude named Frank or Vito Garbino, something like that. Vito, some
Yeah, I'm not
that's
familiar with
crazy.
them.
Yeah, to me, Milwaukee and Chicago is just very similar. I think Milwaukee's like a little
The
fraction
Midwest.
of Chicago.
Yeah, I think they used to call it Little Chicago at one point, Milwaukee.
Yep,
Yeah.
and we got a lot of people live in Milwaukee from Chicago.
Yep.
Chicago
Yep.
niggas love Milwaukee.
Yep. Yep. Same thing, and that's because remember during that Great Migration, some people might have came up here for a minute, but then if it was opportunities that presented themselves over in Milwaukee and the factories in Wisconsin, then they left up. They left from here and they started going towards Milwaukee.
Yep, and they used to come down Milwaukee because Milwaukee used to have all them resources and stuff
Mm-hmm. Absolutely.
with the food
Absolutely.
stamps and shit like that. They still be coming up here. I just got on the phone. My guy, he from the south side of Chicago.
Yeah, like I remember when my uncle used to tell me about Center Street and all of that up there in Milwaukee. I was like, "Where is that at?" He
On
like, "Oh,
Center,
yeah, on Center, yeah."
yeah, that motherfucker. Center, Burleigh, all them the ratchet areas. Center, Burleigh, uh, all them streets.
Oh yeah, definitely, definitely. So yeah, that's why like it's right there. Like you can shoot to Milwaukee and come back, and come back here. Like in the day, you just go up there, hang out in Milwaukee, and come back. So it was vice versa. People living
Yeah,
between
y'all.
Milwaukee, Racine, all of that.
Y'all, a lot of Chicago niggas. They done took over Kenosha and Racine. It's majority of Chicago niggas up in Kenosha and Racine. Then y'all still there?
Yeah, we still
Yeah,
here.
we still here.
And then they migrated to Green Bay. Green Bay's like actually Green Bay is further from Milwaukee than Chicago. Green Bay's like 2 hours and something, where Chicago's like an hour and a half.
Dang, that's crazy.
Chicago
Yeah,
niggas is in Green Bay. Damn.
yeah, they up there. They up
Y'all
there. It's
do
still a
act like New
majority.
York niggas.
Yeah, it's still. Oh, where else they at? They done migrated out. They in Iowa too. She say sleep in Iowa,
Damn.
Des Moines,
Yep, they
Iowa. Cedar Rapids,
Minnesota.
Minnesota. Yeah,
Niggas
Minnesota
going
too.
out there and just trapping.
Up there I lived in Des Moines, Iowa. I lived in Des Moines, Iowa for a couple of years.
Niggas say
I was,
Green Bay. Niggas in Green Bay?
Yeah, it's a lot of niggas in Green Bay.
Damn.
It's a lot of Chicago niggas in Madison. Chicago niggas, they go everywhere
I
in the
see.
There's a lot
Midwest.
of Chicago niggas even in Atlanta. Like
For
Chicago,
real?
yeah. A lot of niggas from Chicago. A lot of people from Chicago moved down to Atlanta. All over, like all over.
And when Chicago niggas moved, they moved there. Then before you know it, they whole family living in one
Niggas
house.
taking over. Yeah.
Yeah, dog. Like all my guys out here where I'm living at now, man, every house is damn near Chicago house. And it used to be nothing but Milwaukee niggas in Chicago, and we used to have a ball. I love how Chicago niggas party though. Like you might see on the news that they killers and stuff like that, but in real life, man, you have a good time. They know how to have a good time.
yeah,
Yeah.
a lot of that stuff don't be true.
Mm.
It be some of it. It be over exaggerated. A lot of some of it be over exaggerated. Like I say, like Sheep Stay Sleeping ain't no different from Brooklyn or in
Yeah.
other it's the same thing.
But they
Hmm.
still be killers though. But when you when you think about killers, they be trying to paint like killers don't got no sense of humor. They dumb. They stupid. They don't. They just picture killers like a wild pit bull. Like no, nigga, they know how to have the most killers is the most funnest people to be around. I swear to God, they be the most coolest. They be chill. You just
I
don't
ain't
you
gonna
just
lie.
don't cross certain
I had a run.
lines.
I had a run in with a killer out in Chicago, and for whatever it's worth, he was very respectful towards me. He was never rude. Like he was very respectful. He knew he was always tell me, "Oh Lord, yes, the
Roll
boxing
it out.
scholar." He would always tell me if somebody was messing with me to let him know. And then I found out that he was a killer, and then he was going to jail. And I was like, "Oh shit, he was serious."
Man, they be the coolest. Man, they be cool. I love hanging around killers.
He was never bad because I used to turn him down every day because I'm like, dude, you crazy. You got face tattoos and shit. Like, hell no. Nah. Like, but I used to turn him down every day. He would never get mad. He would never get mad or disrespectful. He would never call me on my name. None of that. Like, he would sit there and talk to me while I gave him the opportunity to talk to me. And once I went on my way, I went on my way. If he saw
But you
me
got to
outside,
know how to move around them too, though.
yeah, like
Like,
I wasn't trying to sit there and like, oh hell no, nigga, like motherfuckers see me associated with you, they might try to murk me because I'm around you too much. Hold on.
no, man, they don't. It's
But
not. It don't always be like that. Like a lot of times when niggas become killers, like they don't be like no serial killers just going around like wake up and talking about murking people. It usually be for a reason. Like they life was on line. It was gonna either be them or them, or it depends on the lifestyle that they. But man, it's man. They I swear to God, like I ain't finna incriminate nothing. But what I'm saying is like, man, it's okay to be around them. Like they not fucked up people.
like um like you just never know somebody's background. Because I've
Right.
known people that was forced to,
Oh,
forced into a situation
Hello.
that they didn't know. Hey, how you doing? What's
how
up,
you
bro?
doing, you chocolate bunny? Ooh.
Proceed
Okay.
on.
What did
We
he say?
tonight. We is not on that time tonight.
Brownie, you were supposed to look through the peephole before you opened that door.
I did, but that's all I know. We got hold on. We is not on that type of
That nigga
You,
out
Hey,
hey, one
that
eight.
mom, that mom said, "Ooh."
Hey, 1-8.
I don't think it's
You know when I got jumped from some Chicago cats.
Oh, you did, man.
Yeah,
Oh man, sorry
out
about
here,
that,
but right,
JB.
I live right across the street from where I got jumped at. We was
Oh
up there
man.
talking about we was on we petty, right? And they were trying to call Milwaukee soft. I had to bang my Milwaukee shit. But after they whooped me though, they had a lot of respect for me. They my bestest friends.
hmm
Dog, I went to one of my Chicago lady friends. She worked at Pick and Say. We was up there talking about it. She said, I was like, you remember that when they jumped me? She was like, yeah, I remember that. Somebody had recorded it.
Oh man,
Dog,
man.
that shit was crazy. But they respected me after that. I stood my ground. They respect the fact that I didn't run. I stood my ground.
And that's everywhere, man. Because I can remember when I was growing up, boy. Like it wasn't no running. I was the oldest out of all my brothers and sisters. It wasn't no running. I remember when like I get into fights. If I was scared, my mother forced me to go out there and fight. Like I remember them days when mamas used to take their kid. Now you gonna go out here and fight. You ain't about to be no punk running up in the house. I was like, damn, I gotta live because I gotta live around these dudes, man. So
Exactly.
wasn't no running.
But niggas be looking scary until you actually get to start throwing hands, though. The threats
Yeah,
be more scarier than the actual fight.
yeah. I mean, your adrenaline kick in, and then you just be like,
Yeah, it
then
does.
after that, yeah,
And you be feeling
When I
so
be
good
taking,
when the fight is over. You like, oh shit, I survived, nigga. It don't let you have
yeah, when you
one.
take,
You be like, I couldn't
when
believe
you,
I did that.
when you
but
take self-defense,
practically,
it does that to you.
but
Huh?
practically, what's going on right now? Sheep stay sleep, brother. They'll never probably tear down y'all projects because it's too expensive, the property over there in Brooklyn. But it's like a lot of Chicago cats are spreading out. Just imagine if they tore down Marcy, if they tore down Tompkins, if they tore down the pink houses, and then that'll
Yeah,
that'll cause a lot of Brooklyn cats to start going
yeah,
into the Bronx or going
yeah.
into Queens or going down to VA everywhere because it's just like the same thing with in NY. A lot of NY cats go to Baltimore, DC,
That's a fact.
VA,
That's a
all of
fact.
that. So
We go
now a
down to
lot of people,
95. Yeah,
yep, a lot of people is spreading out since they tore down the
I never
projects
liked
and
how the
everything.
way New York niggas talk.
What?
I like their style of life though. I like
you,
they got this dirty look about New York that I like.
they got a dirty look. You like?
that
Yeah, I
sound
like the
like
I
this
Dirty
like
nigga
the
look.
like
bugged
the
out.
dirty look
What
about
the
them. You know how
hell?
they used to
This nigga bugged out.
you know how they be going they parks and stuff. You be seeing garbage on the streets and they parks
Yeah,
be mixed with graffiti, like tissue, like shoes hanging off the light poles and stuff like that. The electric lines. We be having the shoestrings hanging off our electric lines too. It has this like I always liked that look about New York, but I just didn't like how the way they talk.
Oh man, you crazy on that one, Jay. No, I remember my idea of New York City when I was growing up. I just remember because I had a friend that had family in Brooklyn. And I remember he went there for a summer and he'd come back and tell us, he was like, man, he like Brooklyn is man, they got areas that's grimy, man. I was like, and we'd be asking about it. He like, man, they be having dudes in these army fatigue suits. And I was like,
Yeah.
dang, man, he like, man, he like some of they areas be real bad. I was like, dang, man, because we'll be asking him about New York because none of us had never been, and he went there. And also from what we seen on TV, like Smith and Wesson and the Boot Camp Clique, and of course
Above the
Big, and
rim.
yeah, no, that was Harlem. Above the Rim was Harlem. J. Rue the Damager, and like different people like that.
Where was White Man Can't Jump filmed at?
That was in L.A., I think.
yeah. I was in LA.
Yeah, that's LA.
Fresh was Brooklyn. Fresh was Brooklyn.
Yeah, Fresh, Vampire in Brooklyn, New
hmm
Jack City. That
Yeah.
was New
Yeah,
York.
yeah, New Jack City.
Hmm.
Juice.
Yeah, Juice.
But my thing is the way they have to live, like to live decent, like I don't see how they can survive. Like rent is damn near like 3 or 4 thousand, but you. How do y'all feel like when you got to get a roommate? Is that's like a thing where everybody got to have a roommate?
Nah. It's actually most people who live in New York. We used to it. We used to living in survival mode. So what you saying? A lot of people don't really. It's not a worry or a care for them because they used to living like that. You know what I'm saying? Like I've been out of New York for years now, so I'm not accustomed to living like that. But my homies that's still there, they don't mind. And a lot of them don't plan on leaving New York. And a lot of them could take they got good jobs and all that. Like a lot of my friends, they out the streets. So they got good jobs and shit. But and I always tell them, yo, you could take that money and, you know, leave and have a house and them niggas be like, yo, man, I like getting up at 2 in the morning and going to get a chopped cheese. So I don't know, bro. Like that's the
Right.
argument for them.
It's
I feel
You know
like
what
what
I'm
that's
saying?
just like me, man. I can't leave my home. Ain't no place like well now. I used to live in San Antonio in Dallas, and then I
Mhm.
lived in Covington, Kentucky, like Cincinnati in them area. But that was when I was younger. Now, nigga, I'm gonna die in Milwaukee. I told my sisters them because they want to move to Texas and stuff. And a lot of my family been moving to Texas. I said, man, I want to end up dead in Milwaukee. That's my stomping grounds. Even if I'm not directly in Milwaukee, but I'm close. I'm a hand reach from it. Ain't no place like home.
And that's the thing too, sheep stay sleep, brother. Here it's similar to New York a little bit because we do have them eateries that stay open for a real
Mm-hmm.
long time. We
Mhm.
got those places where you can leave out 2 in the morning or 3 in the morning to go get
The little
something to
neighborhood
eat.
restaurant.
Hmm.
Yeah,
It's the place on my dad. The place I go to get my little food at night. They stay open till 3 a.m.
Hmm.
yeah, yeah.
Little
We got a
chicken
few places
spots
like
and
that.
shit. Yeah,
Them
little
used to be the
chicken.
ghetto places, though.
Mhm.
And you
I
know
don't
we'd
mind
be on CP time too, Brownie. We'd be looking at our phone like, all right, we got an hour before they close. I'm gonna go
I
uptown
told
a
y'all
little
I said at the beginning of the
bit.
live, I was like, I can't adjust to living in the country. I'm like, I woke up from a nap and I thought I was about to go, and I had a dream I was about to go outside and go walk to get me some chicken wings, and I realized I was in the country in Virginia, and I was like, what the fuck?
And then
Brian, you from Chicago?
I live in Chicago. I've been there for a minute.
Oh, so you ain't from there?
No, I'm from Virginia, born
How
and
you
raised.
how to feel to be on the Midwest like that?
I like Chicago. Like I got family there, so my dad is from Chicago, so I've been there for like about 10 years now. So it's that's like my second home. I'd be
Really?
just as happy to go to Chicago, like to get back to Chicago, as I do to come out and visit my family out in Virginia. A little bit more because I like the city.
it's
I
just
don't
it's
know.
just
I don't.
life. It's always life bustling and everything,
Yeah,
especially
it's
when
the
you live in the
movement,
city.
the speed. I can go outside in my little short shorts and don't nobody be looking at me crazy because everybody be walking around in their little short shorts in the summertime. And I'm like, I can't do this at home.
I like the fact like I live in the suburbs now outside of Milwaukee, but you could tell a difference from like when my family come and visit or I go down there. They life feels like they seem more like they living, where I'm just stuck. Y'all know if y'all understand what I'm trying
You
to
it's
say.
it's more slow paced, JP, and I think that's for like all of us because a lot of us we never really like when we leave the city. Most of us go out to the suburbs. I know, like when she stay sleep, it'd be people that are probably moved to Long Island or
Mhm.
Staten Island or different things like that. It's slower,
Upstate.
yeah, upstate,
Mhm.
because it's slower and it's more space, and you're not seeing people walking around like as
The
much as you would
days are
see
longer.
You're not
in the
hearing
city.
police sirens every
Yep, you're not
45
hearing
minutes.
police. You're not hearing
Yeah,
police sirens. You're not hearing ambulances
Yeah.
and all of that.
You ain't hearing like I be missing hearing the red line.
but look though, like
Yup, the train.
I've been out of Milwaukee for like 5 years now. When I go to Milwaukee, it seems like I'm 5 years behind. It seems like I stopped living at the, 5 years ago. When every time I like, it's so much doesn't happen. A lot of shit doesn't change in Milwaukee where I'm at. I'm still thinking everything is one way from what from the time that I left. But when I went up there, man, everything it seemed like I felt like I was getting out of jail or something.
And that's because you used to it being a certain type of way and seeing those changes after not being there for a while. It hit different.
Yeah, I was like, man, this ain't a place for me no more. Yeah, I'm washed up. Yeah, dog. That
We get
it
older
felt it
too,
felt yeah, and I'm older
and
and shit now.
it get different because like the same like the Chicago today ain't the same Chicago that I grew up in. Like
Hell, the
the same
Chicago
with it.
today
Yeah.
ain't even the same Chicago I moved to 10 years ago.
I swear, like
I
I
be,
still
I be
remember.
walking downtown. I be like, damn, I remember when all these storefronts was open, all
Uh
unclosed,
huh. Yep.
all shut down, closed. And I'm like, I remember when all of these storefronts was open. Like, I used to be downtown every day going to school.
All right, I remember downtown Chicago, Lawrence and Clark. They used
Yep.
to have all of those them stores where you could buy stuff by the bulk. Cause
Hmm.
remember I don't know y'all. I told y'all I had a one they might know. Have you ever been to 7 Mile Fair in Kenosha?
No, I not heard of it, JP, but I never been there.
Well, that's like a big old fleet market down here, and we used to go to we had a booth up there, but I used to go to Chicago. That's when Darien, like female clothes, Darien, Rockaway and stuff was in style, and we used to
Mm-hmm.
go on Cicero Street and
Mm-hmm.
Lawrence and Clark. They used to have all of those stores, and I went there for my beauty supply store. You come back then, you come in there. This was like in '08, '09. You come in there with like $300, you damn near could fill up your store, damn near.
Yeah, back in them days, because the economy didn't change and everything is just it's just so. I remember, man. I'm gonna tell y'all one time. This was a while ago, but I remember I saw like an empty payphone booth at a gas station. While I walk up to that booth, I was just getting nostalgia. Like, dang, man, I remember when people used to use payphones.
Yeah,
I remember when I had to use when I
niggas used
had
to
to
keep
use a
quarters in their pocket.
payphone. I was just getting, and it was just the booth. The phone didn't work or nothing, but I was just like, dang, man, that just took me back. And then you remember when there wasn't no cameras and all of
Yeah,
that other stuff.
man, dog, we would have had if we would have had this type of stuff what we had today back then, man, we would have all damn near be superstars. And we would like
Oh yeah,
uploaded videos
yeah, definitely, definitely.
Shit, I'd
of
And
our
be in jail.
lifestyle.
Shit, I'd
uh,
be in jail if we had cameras back then.
yeah, back in
Well,
them
yeah,
days,
but
yeah, I know. Like especially at that time with Brooklyn, yeah, and
I miss the fact that we used to drive around and like on the streets. You know how they got all these newer cars. I miss the old days, like when it was a whole bunch of big bodies, and it was like normal to see, like this what you was gonna wake up and see, like big old school cars. It
like
wasn't,
the Chevy Caprices and different things
yeah,
like that, the Buick Grand Nationals and stuff like that. Yep.
that's what everybody was driving. It wasn't like no, it was just that every time people bought a car, especially in the '90s, they used to have those older cars. That was like a normal everyday car people drove.
I ain't gonna lie, like I be missing that stuff sometimes. I get nostalgic. Like I see cassette tapes, I be like, dang man, I
Hell
remember
yeah. VCR tapes.
VCRs and everything, man.
I damn near
You be
bought
like,
me a Sega Genesis yesterday.
I got one. I got
You got a
one. I got
Sega?
one here. Yep, and the Super Nintendo.
Oh shit.
Sega.
I still got all my old stuff from when I was a when I was a short. Even the way like, cause I don't never. Oh, I know I understand it's a new generation, but even when I see the shoes that shorties be wearing today, I be like, I can remember just growing up. Every athlete had a signature sneaker,
Yes,
and like
and what outside of Jordans and Nikes, I mean what Dookies used to
with
be.
Fila, Reebok, we was
Yup.
able to wear Fila, Reebok. Everybody it was a lot of we had a lot of different selections. You had the Grant Hills, you
Yeah, the
had the
Grant
Jerry
Hills.
Stackhouses, you had
Yeah.
the what else?
Harakis.
You had the Sean Kemps,
The
the
Gary Paytons,
Kamikazes, the Gary Paytons. It was a lot of stuff that
Dennis
we
Rodmans,
the Dennis
the
Rodmans,
Shaqs.
yup,
Remember the
the
Shaqs, the
Shacks, the
Reeboks,
Reeboks, yup.
the
It
Patrick
was a lot of
Ewans.
stuff. Yup,
Remember the
the
Ewans?
Hewans,
Ewans
the
was
Hewans,
fire
Patrick
yup.
Ewing,
back
yup,
then.
number 33.
Remember the Barclays with the
I remember
pump?
the Barclays. Remember
With
the
the one with the pump though. The
yeah,
first
I remember
Barclay with
them.
the pump.
Yeah, I remember them. Yeah, I remember them. What was the D Browns?
The D
The
Browns was
yep,
fire.
all of
The
them.
Pippins,
Yep, the
the Penny
Pippins.
Hardaways, fire.
I bet you don't remember the shoes that used to get niggas beat up though.
Them was the ones like Jordans. It was Jordans,
No,
Barclays.
no, not those. It's a disrespectful shoe.
Oh, you talking about the I don't know.
British
Oh,
Knights,
oh,
BK.
British Nice. Oh,
Yeah.
okay. That was more of an LA thing. That was more of a yeah. That was like LA.
Yeah, that's
That was like LA thing.
that's some LA shit.
But I remember when cats was getting robbed for they starter jackets and all of that.
I did. I got beat. I got jumped for my
I
Green Bay
did
Packers
too.
starter jacket.
I got jumped from my Orlando Magics. Me and my uncle. He was a year older than me.
Man, we
We
used to
got
fight
jumped.
over
We
book bags
fought,
in
but
New York. Y'all
uh,
remember that them years with Jan Sports? We used to jump dudes and get jumped for our book bags. If you had
oh
a
man, I
Jan
did
Sport,
hear about that. I
yeah,
hear
if you
about
had a Jan
and
Sport in New
Colts
York, yeah,
and
oh
Colts.
hell yeah, Averexes.
Yeah.
Remember the Vanson jackets,
And
all
Mm-hmm.
y'all
the
had triple
motorcycle
fat
jackets,
gooses.
Davucci, all of
Mm-hmm.
that.
I
They
remember
definitely robbed.
Davucci. I remember Davucci. I
They
remember
robbing
what
you and they cutting you. But as far as the
Eddie
jacket,
Bauer. Eddie
Eddie
Bauer.
Bauer, yeah, we wore
Yep.
a lot of that. Nautica, we
Mm-hmm.
wore
Yeah,
a
Eddie
lot of
Bauer
Nautica,
Nautica, they still is. They was still.
DKNY. That was the shit back in the 90s. Guess,
Sean
Mm-hmm.
John.
Polo, Sean John, yep, Polo, Rockaware. That was 2000 shit. Sean John, Rockaware, Aniche, Fat
Mm-hmm.
Farm. That was the
LRG.
Yep, LRG. That was the 2000s. Yep.
Yeah, I remember watching the
Snake Eye.
documentary on the low light sheet. I
Oh, you
remember
saw
seeing
that? Yeah,
yeah,
the
yeah, I
low.
saw that.
They
The
had
low lights and
everybody.
all
They
of
had
that.
everybody. That's why wearing polo is a Brooklyn staple. Like if you wear
Mm-hmm.
polo, like especially back in the 90s, like if you wore polo, they knew you was getting money or your parents had money.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I'm saying? Because if you couldn't afford polo, you was wearing US polo.
Yeah, you know what's crazy? People still would get made fun of for wearing that today.
Oh hell
Shorties are
yeah.
still, yeah, it still goes on.
And they crack jokes on you if you wear chaps.
Yeah.
Yep, champs. Yeah, chaps.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Chaps, because chaps ain't polo. Like they tell
Mm-hmm.
the joke back in the day was if you had a couple of more dollars, you could have got you a polo, bro.
Yeah, that
Polo's
was the
still popular all around. That's like when you want to dress casual and shit,
You
you
get a
gonna get you
polo,
a
Ralph
polo.
Lauren. Yep, Ralph
because
Lauren.
really like that was like because like even and I'm sure she can say because in New York they had it was so much different pole. They was wearing they was wearing those polo bear sweaters.
Yeah, we
JP.
was
The,
wearing. Yeah, we was wearing the upper echelon polo, the purple
yeah,
label and the
The
real
what?
the purple label
that's
polos.
it's expensive as hell.
Yeah,
That
they
purple
got whole
label.
different lines of polo
Yeah,
that people don't know about of Ralph
It's
Lauren.
called purple.
Purple
It's called
label.
what?
Yeah, Jay-Z used to talk about it.
Jay-Z,
Purple
Kanye
label.
on
hmm
that purple label.
Purple
Yep.
label polo with the logo secret. You don't
Mm-hmm.
even give a couple years, shit. I might just creep in. Remember, he said that in the song. Couple words in like Peaches and Herb. Yeah, he said that in the
Mm-hmm.
song. Purple label polo. That's all the Kanye, all them polo sweaters and all. That was purple label polo.
I'm
Mm-hmm.
looking it up. It still costs
Mhm.
one shirt costs $395.
Yeah. It is.
That's the next level shit. And the low lives, they was going in the stores back in the 90s, J Prince, and stealing that shit right off the right off the mannequins. They was rushing spots, snatching whole mannequins, running out the store. Like these dudes was masters at boosting. That was like a
Man,
Brooklyn art. It was like a science to stealing. It's called
Mm-hmm.
boosting. They created something called the Lizzie bag, where they put they put aluminum foil and tape it all around they big paper bags. Because in New York, back in the 90s, if you went shopping, they didn't give you plastic bags with your clothes. It was big paper bags with thick handles. So they would go home and line those bags up with aluminum foil, and they called them Lizzie bags. And they rushed the stores and put all the merchandise in the Lizzie bag, and they could walk through the metal detector. The aluminum foil blocks the signal for the metal detector to go off.
Oh damn.
Yeah. The low lives, they made that shit. Them dudes is they like Brooklyn legends. Yeah, they Brooklyn legends. Like they was legendary stealers, like stealing. Legendary, they was known for it. They made a lot of money. They had everybody in Brooklyn wearing polo. Because what they was
So
doing was they was selling all the polo to the big time drug dealers. So all the niggas who was getting all the bricks and the stick up kids and all that, they was going to them niggas to get fly.
Mm-hmm.
That
man,
was the
they got some shirts that look plain as hell, but it's a purple label, costs $3,000.
yeah. The
Mm-hmm.
logo secret. That's what Jay said in the song. The
Mm-hmm.
logo secret. You don't even
But
know.
some of
You don't
these
know what
ones with
type of shirt it is.
the teddy bears, one of them say 17.95.
Yeah, that's Kanye.
Yeah.
Kanye.
Yeah.
Kanye made the bear popular. He brought back the bear. That's why on a graduation album it was a bear. That was all the polo shit. The purple label
I
polo.
ain't even put two and two together. You right,
Yeah,
Sheep. I ain't even
yeah,
put
that's
that
what all that
together.
was, 18th. That's what all that was. Because remember, Kanye was a school kid. He was in college.
Yep.
That's the shit he was wearing in college. Because he started fucking with Jay-Z in college when he was still in college. Before he got into the car accident and all that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And that whole time he was using the bear. That was the
He was
signify
using a
polo.
bear. Yep.
Yeah.
That was the
I didn't even
mascot.
think
That was
about
the
that.
Kanye
Yep.
mascot. It was the polo bear, the purple label joint though, not the
Mm-hmm.
regular joint. You know, like I got a polo sweater with a bear on it. That that's the $300, not the
Right.
3,000.
Yeah. I got one of those too. Yeah, because
Yeah.
another thing too that came out of NY, they took our Marshall Fields away and they brought Macy's in over here. So we got Macy's over here
Mhm.
now. We
Yeah, we
don't
got
like
Macy's.
over in like in New York.
Yeah, we
But
had Macy's. Yeah.
that came from y'all like over there in NYC. But
Yeah.
like some of I think the low lives came out of Brownsville, wasn't they? They was
Mm-hmm.
out of
Yeah.
and AJP Brownsville is where Mike Tyson is from. And you see how crazy Mike Tyson is.
Brownsville is in New York. Brownsville is they call Brownsville Little Chirac.
Yeah,
Literally.
Yeah.
I
The
heard
young
about them
boys, that's what they
terms.
call it. Yeah. The young
Brownsville never ran, never will. I
Yeah,
heard
that's the old school.
all of
Yeah,
that. Yeah.
that's the old school. That's the old school dudes. But these young dudes, they call that's Little
But you
Chirac.
know what's so crazy when I found out about New York or all over the East Coast?
Mhm.
Y'all can't even have guns.
Nah, New
They
York
still
is a
got them.
police state,
They
but we
still
still got it.
they
Big
still
shit too.
got them.
Big shit.
They just can't they can't legally have them. No,
Legally have no gun.
but
That's
it's the same.
crazy.
But it's
Yeah.
the JP. It's the same thing there, how it is here. Like just like for instance, it's all parallel. Like for instance, she stay sleep. Like a lot of these cats, like here in the Midwest, they was going down to either if they ain't go to Indiana, which is a red state, they would go
Mhm.
down south and grab their guns and bring them up here. Just like over there in NY, they was going
Yep.
down to either Virginia or the
Mhm.
Carolinas, getting
Carolina.
guns and bringing them back up there. It's the
hmm
same thing.
hmm That's how Frank Lucas got all his guns from his
Hmm.
cousins, who was hustling for him in NC.
Hmm.
That's how he got all his guns. They was buying them from the pawn shops and shit. So yep.
Man, we could have plenty guns up here.
Yeah,
But
definitely.
New York is changing though. New York is changing. A lot of people don't know if you are a civilian, um, they starting to let people get their license to carry because of the migrant problem. Them immigrant, them people came in there and was shooting cops and all types of shit.
I heard about that. Yeah, it was the same
Yeah,
thing. We had the migrants that came here as well. And some people even left New York and came here from over there. But
yeah. I
the
heard
thing
about that
is,
them Venezuelans out out beefing with the brothers and shit.
You know what? I think that was fabricated because a lot of those Venezuelans that came here, they was
Hmm.
just living in those areas, and it was other black people that said they cool, man. They live here, it's okay, but they did have conflict when they
Hmm.
went into the Latin areas, and part of the reason
Oh,
for that is because they was trying to bring they Venezuelan gangs and
hmm,
it's the same with us with Latinos and whites. It's just a gang culture here. So they was trying to come into territory that they already had. That's been there forever. Like they over there in Little Village trying to fight with the Land Kings and all of them, and it was some
yeah,
people that was getting murked behind that, and
yeah.
then it kind of like stopped because I'm like, you trying to come in here and do this to people that's been here for forever. Like this is they been here forever and they wasn't gonna have that. So like then
Oh,
that's
so
when
the
you was hearing
news
them.
was capping. So the news was capping, trying to say it was a black and Latino gang thing when it really was Latino on Latino shit.
Right, right. It
Mm,
wasn't that situation didn't happen. It was even black people that came up and said on the news that not on the news, you can find videos of people that live over there on 59th and King Drive saying they just
mm,
live over here. They not taking over anything. They just live over here. Our kids play with their kids, different things
right.
like that is not a problem. And even the cats that was walking the O Block because they put a video and they tried to spin it saying that yeah, they trying to march into O Block. They wasn't. They was walking through O Block because of the drill music. They was influenced. They were like, oh, this is O Block, all of
Right,
this other
right,
stuff.
right,
You know,
right. Hmm.
But
Gotcha.
my thing is, it's see, how can I put this? Shout out to them Latinos though, but like you got to think too. They to take over a block, you don't always got to come aggressive. All you got to do is just act like you cool. That's how you infiltrate. That's how you allow the enemy in the door. Cause they really ain't coming there to be your friend or be your family. They coming in because they got one mission and one mission only. And so they gonna come up with different ways, like to like ease their way in the door. You see what I'm saying? So shout out to the
Hmm.
Latinos, like man,
Hmm.
oh, hell no, fuck all that. We already know what y'all on.
you know what? Because see, yeah, I don't know JP because like they wasn't gonna take over nothing over there because like I said those areas we talking about since the 60s 70s those areas been like that. So they can't. It's not like it's like I don't know how to explain it. It's like it's real structured. They wasn't gonna be able to do none of that over there. So the ones that was being aggressive, they found out real quick that that wasn't gonna be the move.
Hmm.
Hey, Brownie, you was gonna say something? I saw you came off mute. I'm sorry.
No, I wasn't. I forgot what I was gonna say. Oh yeah, about the Venezuelans. Like yeah, because when they were, it was a police report about it, but it was weird. And I was actually like going and doing research about it because somebody was asking me, and it was a black lady that actually went over there and went over to the hood and interviewed them and asked them what was going on, and they was like, "Nah, ain't none of that happening. Like all that shit was propaganda. Like nah, they be chilling for the most part. They be real docile. They all be on that.
That's crazy because I was just watching a little thing with the brothers out in O Block, and
Hmm.
they was saying the same thing. They be like, "Yo, man, we be chilling. Like, if y'all want to come through and all that, like, we be chilling. Y'all could come to the King Von mural. Like, y'all ain't gotta worry about nothing. Like, we be chilling. Like, they basically on the lookout for the feds. Like, they ain't worrying about no ops no more. None of that stuff. Like, it's like everybody worrying about the police now. Everybody just chilling on those blocks. Like,
I heard they
on
took the
both
mirror down
sides.
though.
Yeah, they said they were supposed to redo it, and just to give you a little bit more update on that situation sheet. Really, that's why I was saying earlier the Chicago I grew up in was different kind of how JP described him going back to Milwaukee, because really, unfortunately, within our community, we got a lot of followers, and Chicago really took a turn for the worse once that drill shit came out. When that drill shit came
Mhm.
out, that was the worst thing to ever happen. And then from
Mm,
Chicago, it spread it into New York, it spread it into Philly, it spread
yeah.
it like all over, because never before then, a lot of people don't know, like a lot of rappers from Chicago is gang affiliated. Common was a four corner hustler.
Mhm.
Twisted ran with the Vice Lords. Different people, they was, but they never disrespected other gangs in their music ever.
Kanye.
They
Mhm.
Kanye
never
run with a
did none
whole
of
bunch of
that.
GDs.
Yeah, he ran with a whole bunch of GDs.
Hmm.
GLC was a GD that used to be with Kanye.
Yep.
Malik Youssef is a Black P Stone that was down with Kanye.
Yep.
And they never did none of that. Once these kids started doing that, and they made it where they was making fun of people that was deceased and different things like that, it set off, and people saw that you can get money from the internet with that. It created a domino effect of everybody trying to do the same thing, and everybody wanted the clout and a lot of this other stuff. But yeah, and like a lot of these issues have been going on, but it wasn't, it was bad. Don't get me wrong, it was bad. But the funny
Hmm.
thing is, when people think people only know O Block because of the music, because truth be told, that's not the most dangerous area in Chicago. It got
Yeah.
Yeah.
problems, but it's not. It's not the most dangerous. Because
Right.
another thing people forget with them is that, and it's funny because even my uncle used to have to tell me, they behind them gates.
Right.
They
Hmm.
behind them gates. People can't.
Oh,
People
Block
can't
is
come.
so secure, heavily
Yeah,
secure.
it's secure. You can't run up in there like that. Now they was going out over there on 63rd, because 63rd is right around the corner from them. It's right around the corner from them. But you can't just run up in O Block like that. Now, if somebody wants you bad enough, they will. They'll try it. But for the most part, you can't just go up in. But a lot of this stuff that people gravitate towards with the music, this was happening back in like 2013, 2012. 2014, 15, 16,
Yeah, they like
all
my
through there.
they like
And
my
then they
Huh?
could throw their rock and how they hand.
Hmm.
Yeah. Yeah, they
They could
could.
go down there and clap you and go come right back home and
And
be
run it
straight.
run into the buildings. Run into the buildings. So yeah, like it's like a lot of that stuff has died down because it got so bad, like as far as these retaliatory shootings, a lot of people out south, they're not hanging on these blocks like they used to.
That's how Milwaukee
Because
is. Like, yeah, it blocks be ghost town, especially at night.
mhm. Because they didn't want, a lot of them they'll be on their phones, or yeah, we over here, and end up somebody riding down that block and they spot you and something happened to you. So a lot of people hiding in are not in these different it's not as turned as it was back then.
You remember that one song? Like Milwaukee niggas. I used to love Chicago music. Remember that my uncle, he used to be vice lord, right? He used to always play that. You should have broke it to the left,
Oh
man.
yeah, crucial conflict. Yeah, they was
Yeah.
VLs. Yeah. And see, that's the era, like, and it wasn't like that. Common Sense, Crucial Conflict, Lupe Fiasco, Kanye. That was the original soulful Chicago, the
Yeah.
soulful Chicago. And you
Yeah.
know who else used to be on that wave? Detroit with Jay Dilla and Slum Village and all of them brothers
Hmm.
over there. But then
Hmm.
after 2011 came with that drill music, it took a turn for the worse.
That's a fact, and it's interesting that you breaking it down like that too, 18. Because when I watch the interviews with like Chief Keef and guys like younger guys like Billionaire Black and guys from the
Mm-hmm.
other side, like now that they older, and I listened to them in interviews, they all said that they all was just trying to blow in the rap game. They never like they never was talking about the dead and making fun of the dead as something to make fun of. They literally kept doing it because they saw that that's what people was listening to.
No,
Like
but them niggas used
like
to get
like
whacked for
Keith
doing
said
that
that
shit
for
though.
sure. Like
I,
Keith was
No,
if
no,
that was the
yeah.
case, they wouldn't be getting whacked.
No, some of them was doing it on purpose. They was doing that to disrespect other
Yeah,
people. But then you had people that was joining in on that because they saw it was an
it
opportunity.
was yeah.
Yeah,
Because when
it was a
Keith blew up, it was like because Keith is the one who started that smoking Tuka shit. That was
yeah,
Chief Keef. Chief
yeah.
Keef was the first one. Chief Keef is the reason why the world know who Tuka is. Tuka wasn't
Hmm.
even a rapper.
No, he wasn't.
He
And
wasn't a
truth be
rapper with
told, the
Duck and
sad
them.
thing is he was just a little boy.
He was a
That boy
little
wasn't nothing
boy
but 15 years old.
15
that
years
got
old.
killed at the bus stop. Yeah.
Yeah, I don't like speaking on them people. See,
That
it's
And
shit
not the
I don't
crazy.
know.
rappers. You
I don't know what
go
he
ahead.
did to Keith JP. I don't know if Tuka beat Keith up in school or something, but it was a reason why he was doing that because they all knew each other. All of them kids went to school with each other from 63rd and O
They
Block
did.
because it's
Yeah.
right there. It's right there. Like you can go stand on 63rd and you can see O Block from 63rd
Yeah, they was super
Yeah.
over there
close.
by that auto zone.
You can get off the train. You got to get off the train at 63rd and walk down 2 blocks to get to Oakland.
Absolutely. Absolutely. And it got to the point that a lot of them don't do that because it's right there down King Drive. They'll be like, oh, we can just walk up the drive and they right over there. So it was just too like it didn't used to be this way. All of these like wars where people was 2 blocks over, it didn't used to be like that. Like if anybody had beef, you was gonna have to drive for some blocks to go get to your opposition. And then as time went on with these kids, it just got bad, man. And once I saw and then the funny thing is, like what you said, they'll say that, but the thing that kind of irritate me a little bit, I understand that they was young, but see the damage has already been done though.
Yeah, the blood spilled.
It's already been done. Now you got all these other kids trying to follow suit. Cause I mean and Dirk then lost everything.
And
And
you
it's
can
not just the rappers you got to worry about. It's the ones that's not on the scene. Them the
Facts.
Exactly.
dangerous ones.
They friends. Hmm.
you can
I'm
watch
sorry.
you can watch some old videos and see Dirk in the back. Dirk wasn't even he won't even like the front runner of the main rapper. Like he was in the back cheerleading them niggas.
He was.
Yeah,
He
yeah, and
was.
that's the thing too. A lot of those rappers, the rappers that was saying the most craziest stuff, they wasn't the ones that was doing it. It was their friends. Now it was a few exceptions.
Hmm.
Vaughn was
Hmm.
really doing that. Vaughn was
Yeah, he
really
was.
doing that.
He really
Rondo,
was.
Um,
that other dude.
Yeah, Rondo. Yeah, Rondo. C Day.
Rondo, yeah, see, they all of them was doing that.
They was really doing it. Hmm. Yeah, it
Um,
wasn't. It wasn't dirt.
and the funny thing about like the situation with Vaughn, I actually knew Vaughn's father as a kid when I was a kid. Vaughn's father is a dude named Silk from Ada Park. He actually used to speak to my auntie and my whole family knew him. He actually used to come over, bring me like Super Nintendo games and everything. Let me borrow. Like I knew him and his family. Like we lived on 111th and Bishop. They lived on 113th and Aberdeen. And that's crazy when I found out that Vaughn was actually his son. Um,
That's
but yeah,
crazy. How Dirt getting ready to go to the same place where his father just came from.
absolutely, absolutely. If he
Man,
and
that's crazy, man.
But see, and the thing is, he didn't lost everything behind this. I mean, because before all of this, what his cousin got deleted, his
His
manager got
brother.
deleted,
His
his
brother.
brother
His
got
brother.
His
deleted.
brother. Yeah.
He done lost so many people behind this, and then you just be wanting. So sometimes you just be wanting to grab some of these shorties and shake them like, "Yo, won't you stop?
And Dirk
Would
ain't
would
even
you
from
stop?"
63rd. He ain't even from 63rd or O Block. He
No,
from
he's not from over there. He's not from over there at all.
Wow.
He's
He
not from
not?
over there.
he off of normal, off of Lamron.
Yeah,
He
he from over there. 70 72nd and Green. He's from that way. He's from across the expressway. He started coming over there hanging with them. And truth be told, what a lot of people don't want to say is that Von had a lot of influence on Dirk.
Yeah, I can
Dirk
see
then
that.
started really doing all of that stuff until he started hanging with Von.
Yeah, you can see that. Or
Mm.
Dirk Part was like a silent killer, but I think
No, he,
King
he
Von
was
had
out
a
there. He was out there, but he wasn't like he wasn't the worst of the worst or nothing like that. He wasn't out there like that. He wasn't out there letting off or anything. He wasn't doing all of that. But he was out there. Yeah, I mean, he was out there, but he wasn't no he wasn't no stepper or nothing like that.
I
Mhm.
think King Von was the type of person that you hang around him, ain't nobody gonna be soft. He gonna make you, you
Facts.
He
know.
He
was.
with
He
that
was
J
doing
Prince.
that.
Mm-hmm.
And the story,
If
and
you
even
with
with
me,
the
you
stories
gonna
that,
do it. Mm-hmm.
yeah, and the stories that I heard, even with speaking with my uncles, because I was a kid when I was around Silk, so I wasn't. But even with my uncles, they would tell me Silk used to be the same way. His father, he used to have him. He used to have people. They feel like they got to act a certain way because they're around him, and a few people that Silk was around end up getting deleted, being like, because he would get them into something, and then it'll turn into something else, and then before you know it, somebody that did something to them because he was running with them. So it's crazy, yeah, man. And they be feeling like they can't. Oh, I can't be this way because I'm gonna show weakness if I'm around Vaughn. And there was a lot of yeah. So it was crazy. And truth be told, like of course, I like some of Vaughn music, but truth be told, this whole situation, if he would have never put his hands on that boy, maybe this it was like a domino effect because all of it just went down after that.
That dude that had that fight with old boy,
Yeah.
LBG.
The dude that ended up murking him. What's his name? Crazy name.
Quando Rondo and
Yeah,
all of them.
You talking about that part?
Atlanta.
But they, but
But you know
remember,
what, Brandy? Because you was here then. Really, JP is right. If they had did that to Duck downtown, that's really when all of this stuff.
Yeah, that's when all
mm-hmm.
of the stuff started to unfold. And you
Yeah,
know what? Y'all know what happened with that?
What happened?
So Duck was like he was sleeping with somebody baby mama, and the baby daddy
Yeah.
one that saw him at the baby daddy saw him, and he's the one that called up them people. He the one that called up all of them and told them where the drop on Duck.
Yep. You
He
sure
was
that
the
boy
one.
did.
in jail
He
for that. He
had him
in
on.
jail now for that. Mm-hmm.
And
He was.
Sheep Stay Sleep is no different, brother, than over there in NY, right? Why in the hell? That's like committing a homicide in the middle of Times Square and
Facts.
thinking you're gonna get away with it. That's like having a shootout in Times Square and thinking you're gonna get away with it. Y'all went downtown in the busiest district of Chicago, in the most expensive district, and did that to this boy. They had cameras that traced them all the way from downtown back to the
To
south
the
side,
house.
going back to. I'm like, y'all
In the
got to be
rental
the
car.
dumbest.
In
Y'all
a
got to
rental
be
car.
the in a rental car. I'm like, y'all got to be the dumbest. They got you on camera going right back into O Block.
I think they grew up believing that them cameras
Can we
didn't
just
work.
get rid of all the?
What's up? What's up, Plu? What's going on, brother?
They probably thought them cameras didn't
What's up?
work.
What I'm saying is that why can't we just get rid of all the hoods? Just get rid of them.
Man, you out your mind.
They're a problem, right? We all know that they're a problem, but I'm the only one that can admit that they are a problem. Just get rid of all the hoods. Just wipe them out completely.
I love the hood.
Totally.
I just don't
Why?
want. I
Why
just
do you
can't
love the
trust
hood?
being there because
Why
it's
do you
like
love the hood, JP?
because like it's this feeling that you can get that you can't get nowhere else, right? Like
Really?
I live in a decent community now, but it's not the same.
And JP
Like
like living on edge.
see the hood. Let's just say okay, the hood would be dangerous to people that's not from there. If you looking at it, yeah, you might look at it, but when you actually from there and you got the love from people, like you gotta understand, like when a lot of times when people getting popped, it be because of some shit they did, you know what I'm saying? But you can still live in the worst neighborhood ever and still feel and still be cool. It's all
No.
about it's hard to explain it. If you
The hood
actually
is the
from there,
worst place ever.
I
It
love the fact.
is.
Now you looking at the bad side of the hood, but what about the days where
All of the hood
everybody
is the
coming
what's
together and having
okay,
parties?
brother. What's the good side of the hood? Explain to me what
The,
the
the,
good side.
the
Because
good
to me,
side
it's all
is
bad.
you got a big family. Like it help you generate your swag, character, personality. Y'all always got something going on. You know you got your family in the house, but you got your families outside too. And like we used to be able to go in anybody's house because we grew up in this house. You know, we grew up, we know everybody there. And the love that you get that you gain like from dog, it's different. It's hard to explain it. It's this
I think it's very
feeling
simple
that
to
this drilling
explain.
that you get when you're around, like, man, it's hard to explain it.
I will say that moving to Chicago and living in the hood, I did meet some of the most nicest, most generous people. People looked out for me when I first moved to Chicago. I ain't had that much. Like it was girls that lived in the hood. It was like older women and stuff. They used to go take me shopping, like because they knew I didn't have it, and they knew I wasn't like
Brownie.
I had just moved there, like, and they would just do it out of the kindness of their heart. Like it was no, oh, you owe me nothing. Like it was. They invited me over their house on the holidays. Like
But Brownie, do you want to move those niggas to Texas with you? Do
they
you?
weren't bad people. I mean, all of the people that are in the hood aren't bad
That's not
people.
what I asked. Do you want to
Oh
move them
yeah.
people? You want to move them
Everybody that's
people
in the
to
hood is not.
Texas?
Most of the people that live in the hood are not bad people. Like
All you
Okay,
most,
gotta do is
I
get them niggas
understand
some
that.
money.
I
No, they're
understand that.
not.
Brownie, hold up. Wait a minute. Wait a minute. But
I
do
don't. I
you
don't
want to
have a
move
problem.
those people
I wouldn't. I
with
wouldn't
you?
have a problem. I wouldn't have a problem with them being around me. I don't have a problem with
So
because,
you
like I
would
said,
move them to Texas with you? Yes or
look,
no?
my dad grew up in the hood. Most of his friends
Brownie,
are. Most of his
you
friends,
avoiding what I'm asking.
I'm not. First of all, I never said I was moving to Texas. So
Okay,
since
if
I
you
live
were
in the
moving to
hood,
Texas.
I moved to the hood and I'm comfortable. And I'm telling you
So
from
you
my
would move them right with you.
yes, because most of those people are not bad people. Most of them are not bad people. It's
Even the
It's
killer's
not
not
about
really
them
bad
being
people.
bad people. It's
Jay
not
Prince no.
it's
No,
it's
Jay
not
Prince.
about them being bad people, Brownie. My
No.
question was, would you move those people with you to your new area?
Yes. They weren't bad. They were
So why
hardworking
did you
people
move to the new area then?
because I grew up in Virginia and I'm comfortable in a more diverse, in a more mixed area. I didn't grow up in the hood, but I'm not uncomfortable in the hood. Like that's why I was laughing at y'all because I said y'all scared to go to the hood. I'm not scared to go to the hood.
So
Like I'm
you owe a certain you owe
What?
something to the hood. Is that correct? You owe them something.
I don't owe anything to anybody. Number one.
You can be
You
yourself in
owe
the
the
hood.
hood.
No,
I like the fact.
I don't like even me being from Virginia and me being from the suburbs and all of that stuff. I didn't have to go into the hood and act hood. I could be comfortable, like Jason said. I could be comfortable being who I was,
Yeah,
and
you can be yourself.
people
But
respected that about me.
Eventually, the longer you stay over there, the more you're gonna, you're gonna be who you hang around the most. But it's
It's not a
like
bad.
living in these uppity communities, the law, you can't do no wrong because the law,
Most
they're
things
gonna make sure you do something very small and they're gonna make it gigantic. In the ghetto, man, ain't nobody calling the police on you for no stupid shit or woo out the bam. Like, especially all you gotta do is take care of your neighborhood. Like let's just say if I want to sell dope over here.
oh my god,
All I gotta do is make sure grandma and them, the old lady, the old granddaddy, take care of your neighborhood. As long as you ain't harm your neighborhood, they gonna protect you. Police
you are
come,
harming the
you run in their
neighborhood.
crib.
You are harming the neighborhood by selling dope there. The
You
dope
really
is
are.
the harm. That's the harm.
Well, they got liquor stores. That's messing up the community.
I don't want to hear
Cigarettes.
I
It
don't
ain't
want to hear
quite the
about the liquor
same.
store. I don't want to hear
Selling
about
liquor
the
and
liquor
selling tobacco
stores.
ain't the
We're
same.
talking about the
It
harm
ain't.
that you are doing by selling your
Name something
product.
that's in life that's not harming you
You are
though. The
selling
food
your
we eating
product.
today is bad. Did you see that
You're
ground
selling
beef I
your
had on my
product.
show?
Yeah, but
Like
these
they
are
selling us
drugs,
fake food.
illegal
You
shit.
are selling your product. You want to divert the attention over to alcohol and GMOs. Fuck those two. We're talking about your product. Your product.
He got to
Well,
look at
you
sources
do
Your
of
know in
goddamn
product
those
is
suburban
suburbs, so I
areas,
harmful.
don't see the correlation.
That's what
you
we
do
want to
know,
focus on.
but you do know in those suburban neighborhoods, all they do is have a lot of drugs. It's more people dying of drugs in them suburban neighborhoods than the mud.
Okay. So what
Really?
are you doing to stop that? It's a lot of death.
But I'm not
What are
trying
you
to.
doing to stop that?
I'm not Martin Luther King or Jesus. You got the wrong guy.
Okay. I, I gathered that much, but go ahead.
I mean, I enjoy any hustle, because even though you would see that it's hurting people, but I seen the other side where it helped a lot of families too. That dope
Yeah.
money helped us from being on the streets, putting
But
food
dope
in people's
hurts
house.
people. Dope
Yeah, yeah,
hurts
yeah, that's
people.
true.
It
It hurts
does.
people, but it also helps people too.
Okay.
On the other side, it
How can
just
you
you
hurt
pick
and
the
help the
side.
same people?
No, you
How
just
can you
pick the
hurt
side.
and help the same people, JP?
It does.
How? Can you
Cause
hurt
okay,
and
it hurt
help
people by
them?
selling dope in the community. I get that part, but on the other end, now you got food in your house. You know what I'm saying? I love that my drug dealer uncles and stuff. Even when I started selling dope, I
I
had money to
was
do
There's no
shit.
way to bring food in
I
your
was
house
gonna
without selling dope, though.
What I
I
mean
was
is
gonna say something real
opportunities.
quick.
It was more it brought opportunity,
Opportunities, right?
and it brought
Opportunities.
you
Okay.
hope. It
Yeah,
brought
Okay.
but
you.
it got a lot of niggas addicted. Now, did it not?
Well, talk to the motherfuckers who ship the drugs over here. Don't keep coming at the hood, niggas. We
But you
didn't bring that
selling the
shit over
shit.
here.
So you're a
Can I
part of
say
that.
something real
You're a
quick,
part of
guys?
it. You're selling it, though.
You keep but you keep removing the people that ship the shit in our
I'm not
hood.
removing anything. You're selling it. You're a part of the whole system.
It used to be legal at one point. You remember that?
Oh,
What you was gonna say something, Taylor?
Yeah, I was
Oh
gonna
my
say
bad.
something real quick, and then I'm gonna drop down. Um, you
better
know,
not drop down.
Don't drop. We need you
I
up here.
the first time that I've learned about like real drugs is for these suburban white kids, y'all.
Right.
That sounds
Okay.
like an excuse, Taylor.
Listen, if it's an
It
excuse, then
does.
so be it. Clue, so be it.
It
But the
does.
thing, but listen, I didn't know cocaine was used recreationally
Uh-huh.
until I ran into these suburban
Yeah.
white
Sounds like an
kids. They
excuse.
sell you the best shit. They sell you them white
Yeah.
ones had the best weed.
Okay.
Okay.
You don't have to smoke
Um.
that shit.
And
Okay.
especially rich people.
Yeah,
I've
you don't.
heard
I mean,
all the stories.
you don't have to
I've
do
heard
any of
all
it.
the stories.
But I think the thing,
Guys,
but I think a lot of times people, when I come online, I hear this a lot. People think that just because you're from the suburbs or you live in an
Right.
area that's not, that's not heavily populated by the police to where everything is just peaceful and nothing's going on and there's no corruption, there's no drugs. People assume that. And I don't understand as to why. I
Taylor,
don't know.
you don't
Yes.
have to smoke that shit. I don't
Of
give a
course
fuck.
you don't.
I hear this narrative on YouTube all the time. Reagan dropped a bunch of guns here. This person dropped a bunch of crack here in the 70s.
But
You didn't have to
but you
smoke
know
that
what,
shit,
Clue?
and you didn't have to pick up the guns and shoot.
You don't. But
You
the
didn't have
thing
to
is,
do
we're
it.
not. But the thing is, what we're not gonna do, we're not gonna make it seem like
What are we not
it's
gonna
a
do?
black person
I
thing.
didn't say
Right.
It's
black.
just
I did not
black
say
people
black.
doing this.
Did anybody hear me say the word black? I did
But
not
you,
say
But when
black. I
you
said
keep focusing on the hood.
yes, the hood.
But
They
you
dropped these
removing
items
you
off. Okay,
removing the whole America.
the government dropped
exactly,
these items off. The
exactly.
But
government
the whole America is doing it more
the
than the hood.
government dropped these items off. You didn't have to do anything with them.
So
It
why
was a
you ain't focus on the
choice.
people? Why
It
you
was
not
a
focusing on the people that's
choice.
outside of the
Uh,
hood?
but that's irrelevant whether or not it's a choice. But to make it seem like it's just specifically going on in the hood, hood is synonymous with black. Okay,
Right.
that's just what it is. So it's not just a black people thing. That's the point. Like there's people
But
everywhere doing a whole bunch of
I
stuff.
hear this narrative of Reagan dropped off. XYZ
I'm
in the
not talking
hood and
about
everybody's
raping.
high and everybody's drunk or whatever.
Nah.
My counter to that is that you niggas didn't have to smoke or drink or sniff that shit.
Of course you didn't.
But you
The rich
did.
corporate people didn't have
But
to
are
neither,
you
but they
gonna?
doing
But
it.
So why
Are
didn't
you
you
gonna
do it?
chastise?
Why
Are you gonna
did you do
chastise?
it?
But are you gonna chastise the people that did sell it or anything, or is it just
I have
niggas
Right.
been.
doing nigga shit?
I have been chastising. Yes.
Why do y'all blame blacks for
That's
everything
the back and
and
forth with
never come
me
at
and
the
Jay
people who
Prince.
really doing it
Hold
bigger?
up, Taylor. The
Yes,
back and
yes.
forth between me and Jay Prince has been against the sellers. Were you
No,
there
you
when
talking
I
about the
talked to
black sellers.
when I held them accountable about the sellers, the people selling this bullshit? I do hold the sellers accountable. I do.
Are you
But I'm
military?
also holding the consumers accountable as well.
Yeah, you don't have.
Both of you
Listen, you ain't
niggas
got.
are stupid. That's
You
what
don't
I'm
have to.
saying.
You don't have to smoke crack. Okay, you ain't got to sell it. You didn't have to do any of that,
Uh-huh.
right?
Okay.
But what I'm getting from you, Clue, okay,
Okay.
you're
Okay.
making it seem as if it's just niggas doing nigga shit. And I can agree with you to a certain degree, to a certain extent. You know, niggas sometimes they just be doing nigga shit that don't make no sense, right? But if he, but is it just a black community problem?
I never brought up black. You keep bringing up black. I never brought up
You
black.
said
I'm
hood
talking about
though.
drugs. I'm talking
But
about the
you said
buyers and the
hood.
sellers.
But you
And the
said hood
hood,
though.
yes. I didn't bring up black. I'm talking about the
Hood is
hood, the
synonymous
buyers
with
and the
black
sellers. That's
though.
it.
And does anybody on the panel agree with me that hood is synonymous with
Yeah,
black?
he know what that is.
Okay, so hold on, because this where the question came from. You asked me would I bring people from the hood. So what people were you referring to from the hood when you was asking
Exactly.
if I move them?
Thank
We
you.
can get clarification there.
Okay. That's a good question. Would you bring okay, I asked you if you would bring those people to Texas.
What people?
Simple. Hood people.
What's hood
White
people?
people?
The hood people from Chicago.
My dad a hood person. What are you talking about? I'll bring him to Chicago. I
Okay.
mean, I'll bring him to
Okay.
Houston.
I'm not
Absolutely.
talking I'm not talking about your father, but people like that from Chicago, would you bring them to Texas? Yes or no?
Black people.
You talking about black people?
No.
What people?
I
What
asked a yes
people?
or no.
What
See,
people
see.
like? Okay, people like
I asked
what?
a yes or
Hold
no
on.
question. Yes
People
or
like
no.
what? No, people
And
like what?
I'm not. You keep trying to. You
No, because
keep
you
trying to
said people.
corral me into this whole
I'm
black
not.
thing.
I'm
No,
not
I'm not.
corralling you. You said people like that. So people like what? I don't know what that is. People like
Chicago,
what?
Chicago. Okay, we're talking about Chicago. Hood people from Chicago. Would you bring them to Texas?
Black
Okay.
people from
Yes or
Chicago,
no?
Brownie.
Yes
They
or
they
no?
will get
Yes or
yes,
no?
yes,
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 you would. Okay.
yes. Because
Okay.
they would get
So
perfectly. They will get along perfectly with the hood people in Texas.
okay. Okay.
So let me
Just
ask you a question. Let me ask you a
you
question,
answer my
Clue.
question. Yes, sir.
Let me ask you one question.
Yes,
So
sir.
if you remove the hoods that you're talking about, if you remove all of the black people and put nothing but white people there, would it be considered a hood?
The hood. Okay, the hoods. What do you mean?
Hmm.
The hoods
If
in
if you
Chicago?
remove if you remove all of the black people from the hood that you're talking about, right? Let's say in Chicago, you remove all the black people from that hood, which
Okay.
is actually happening in certain areas. You
Okay.
remove all of the black people
Okay.
and put nothing but white people in that same hood. Would you consider that to still be a hood?
It wouldn't be a hood after you replace the people.
Oh,
You
right,
hear that?
right.
It's
It wouldn't.
so okay. Okay, I'm a join in on this because
Mm.
I listen to a lot of
Oh,
this.
did,
But the
They
funny
keep
am I a
sitting up
thing,
here
comedian?
trying
Did
to
I
make
say
it
something
seem like
funny?
I was.
Did
You
I
were
say
up here
something
trying to make
funny?
it
What am I what
but
why did
but
everybody
clue.
laugh when I said that?
because
Let me
you.
get this right. Okay,
I
go
think I
ahead,
Okay,
Taylor.
said
I'm sorry about
I
that.
was
facts.
just because you just made it seem as if you weren't talking. You were speaking in general when you're talking about hood people.
I just said hood people. Y'all want to bring this color thing in. I didn't do that.
We
Y'all
know,
okay?
I just said hood people. So I don't know
but you
what the
just said you changed
punchline
the people.
was
You just
exactly,
said that
but
you changed the
okay.
people who won't be a hood. So you basically call them black folks hood.
No, what I'm calling hood are violent people and people who break the law in that area in large numbers violently. That's it.
So
Well, would
you're
you
not
consider
saying the whole
America to be
community.
hood?
A hood doesn't mean criminal. So when you describe somebody as hood, that doesn't necessarily correlate with them being a criminal.
Actually, it does.
No,
Actually,
it does
It
not.
does not. It
okay,
actually does
okay,
not.
Brownie Ellie, please explain to me the non-criminal hood. What does that look like?
I said just because somebody is from the hood does not mean that's synonymous with them being a
I didn't
criminal.
say that. I didn't say just because they're from the hood. I said the hood is synonymous with crime. Yes, it is. It is.
Impoverished areas are synonymous with
But
crime.
you
I
you
mean,
you know what's crazy? You
No,
know
I
what's
just said
crazy
hood.
about that situation?
I said hood.
Like, cause like I see where Taylor and both JP is coming from, cause I come from a similar background, just like JP. We all do. We all come from those type of backgrounds. The funny thing is, like, if you would have put it don't like you said, we're gonna take the group out of it, right, Clue? If you would put any group in that predicament that those people are in the hood are in, any group would do the same thing. When you look back in the early 1900s, all of these criminal syndicates that was here in the United States, from the Italians to the Polish to the Jewish, they all indulged in crime. Why did they
You're right.
indulge in crime? Because they was living in ghettos without a pot to piss in.
You're
They
right.
didn't have any
I'm not
resources.
disagreeing with that. You're right. Everything you said was correct. So
They
what's
was
the point?
uneducated. They didn't have any type of education, and
That's right.
they were involved in criminal activities. And the funny thing about it is, the criminal activities that they did is glorified in America today. How many mob movies has it been? How many museums have they put Al Capone and all of these different Italian mobsters and Bugsy Siegel and all of these? How many documentaries have they done on these people? But
I don't know. I don't know what you're trying to get at, but all I said was hood. It's everybody on the panel's trying to attach a color to that. All I said was hood.
Clue,
Hood.
you
That's
playing
it.
right now.
I'm not playing. I'm
You
serious. You
are.
never heard anybody speak to you in this manner. Hood. There's no color
Okay.
to hood. There's no such color. Hood has no color. Just hood.
so
That's all I'm saying.
you're including like a lot of the meth infested towns too, and the violence that proceeds with that as well. So you're talking about those people.
All of the hood. All of the
Mm,
hood. There are hoods in Laurel, Mississippi, and they're all white. That's a hood.
okay.
Hoods.
Absolutely.
Yeah, hoods. It's y'all that keep trying to get me to say black. No, I said hood.
Well,
That's
for
all I'm
instance,
speaking
when you
of.
were saying that people have a choice, well, a lot of the times when you look at a situation, everybody has a choice, but the environment can influence your choices and what you do. When you look
Correct.
into the 70s and the 80s, a lot of people that look like us was the labor force in this country. We worked in factories, we worked in meat packaging plants, we came from the south to the north to work in those particular jobs to try to better ourselves and get away from the conditions we was living at in the south, just to be able to have some type of have some type of standard of living that we can raise a family in. And what happened after that? America, the same America that everybody talk about, America outsources those jobs overseas. They outsource majority of those jobs. That's why you get a Detroit. That's why you get a Gary, Indiana. That's why you get parts of Milwaukee, especially when you have the Midwest that was dependent on a lot of those jobs to help people, because it's factory based over here, and the economies to a lot of these cities plummeted. And who was the first? We all know, especially when it comes to people that look like us, first to last to get hired, first to get fired. And a lot of those people did not even have a way to support themselves. Then you take that, now the economy is declining, and then you throw drugs and you throw guns into a situation of people that really don't have resources,
What
what
do
is
you
a
mean you
person going to
throw
do?
drugs and guns? What does that mean? What does that
The
mean?
stuff being flooded into inner city neighborhoods.
Okay. Just because there are drugs and guns doesn't mean you have to use those drugs and guns.
That-
Okay, you don't have to shoot anybody, and you don't have to shoot that shit up your fucking nose. You don't have to. Just because they're available, readily available, doesn't mean you have to consume. You're not comply. You're not. You're not
So Clue.
required to consume them. They're just
So
there.
Clue, can I ask you
So
a
let them
question?
just be there. Yes,
Can
sir.
I
Go
ask you
ahead.
a question?
Yes, sir. Go
What's
ahead.
it's always to blame the smallest people. So how do you feel about one? Let me ask you. I don't want to be disrespectful. Are you military?
No, sir. I'm not.
How do you feel about the military?
I respect the military vehemently.
Vehemently. That means you got
Yeah,
this high
they do.
regard for the
They
military,
do.
right?
They do things
The
that
exact
I
same way
can't
niggas
do.
do. Right? They
No,
do things the exact
no,
same way
no.
niggas do.
You asked me about the military, not niggas.
Right, but
There's
everything
a
that the
big
military
difference between
does,
the
everything.
military and niggas.
Hold on, one
The
clue. Look,
military
peep
does
this.
things that I can't do.
Look,
Niggas
they
is
fight
just
for
niggas.
territory, right? They fight for territory. They fight for other people's goods, and
But
so
there's a
they do
big
a lot of
difference,
stealing.
JP.
Wait, hold on. The military they engaged in stealing, robbery. Because to us, we might think they did the most honorable thing, but the countries that they have stolen, robbed, and murdered from, they look at them like they the bad guys.
So you believe that the military and niggas are the same organization? Are they
Yes, they
on
doing
the
it. They doing
same?
it. They doing the same thing. If you want to put it like that.
Is that what you believe?
America got great because of how they went in and robbed and stole other from other people's land.
But that's different than what niggas do, though.
What
It's
you
not really
mean?
Niggas don't
different. If
steal
you
anything. Niggas haven't conquered anything. Name a nigga that conquered something. I'll wait.
Wait, so
Name a
when will we
nigga that
ever?
conquered something.
So when was we ever in a position to take over and conquer anything, Clue? We forget we was fucking brought here.
So, so
We
you're
was
not going to
brought
answer my
here.
question. So you're not going to answer my question. My question was name something a nigga conquered because Jay Prince brought this up.
Well,
He
niggas been
compared
conquering way
niggas
before the white
with the
man
military.
was even thought of.
He
So
compared
wait. Let me
niggas
just say this:
with the military, and I
Are
want to
we
know
supposed Are we
what
supposed to
exactly
conquer?
niggas conquered that's on
Are we
record.
su- Are we supposed to conquer? Are
Not
we
you. I'm
supposed
talking
to?
about niggas.
No. I'm
I'm
just
not talking
saying
about
in
you. I'm
general.
talking about niggas.
Are we supposed to take people's land by force and commit mass genocide and take people's resources? Is that what we supposed to do? Do we get a pass on doing that? But we want to critique people on a small scale that may be doing what they got to do out of survival, living in a impoverished environment with no resources. That's fucking food deserts and lack of jobs and education. But
Ooh,
we want to
desert.
give a pass if you take. We want to give a pass to people that take land and kill people by the millions. Is that what
Right,
we doing?
and blow up children,
But
that's
we
right.
what is
wouldn't be
that?
here. But we wouldn't be here if that didn't happen.
We wouldn't be
We
here if
wouldn't
we
be.
wasn't
We
So
never
wouldn't be on
forced.
YouTube. We wouldn't be on YouTube if that didn't happen. There wouldn't
And
be a
so wait,
YouTube
so
if that
wait,
didn't
so
happen.
wait,
so
so
then
wait.
what's the moral
So
high
you're
Let me say
saying
this
ground?
right
you'd
quick.
rather have the
Let me say this right
alternate?
quick. Then you
Go
said we
ahead.
won't be here. We won't be here if that never happened, right? So you remember in the
That,
top of the conversation, I said, well, selling dope it helps it hurts and it helps, right? So although it hurts the people that's using it, but it helped. We wouldn't have ever had been in certain positions if Big Uncle them or Big Cousin them would never sold that dope.
but how can you help and hurt, JP? How
The
does
If
that
same
I'm
way
work?
selling,
America does.
it's the
No,
exact same
I'm
thing.
asking JP a question. How can you help and hurt with the same product?
It's absolutely because the hurt is the person that using it is hurting them, but the rewards that you're gonna get in return is the money that's gonna help my family,
What's the
me and
reward
my
to the
family.
person that's addicted to dope though? What's his reward? What does he get
He
out
got
the
he
deal
got
other
his
than
rock that
being
he
addicted?
wanted. Right, he got his rock that he wanted. I'm quite sure you have a lot of
Okay,
addictions that's unhealthy. True or false?
not a lot, but I have an addiction, but not a lot.
Exactly. And how, when you trying to satisfy that addiction, do you feel good or bad?
I feel good.
Oh, okay then. So you got your reward.
Yeah, but I'm not claiming to help people. That's the difference. That's what
No,
makes your whole
what I'm saying
argument
is
fall apart. I'm not
if you
claiming to
selling
help and hurt
if
like
you
you are.
selling dope, if you know, because that's exactly what you're doing. That's like the military. Although the military helped America, but it hurt the world. It's the same
That's
thing.
not the same thing. No, it's not.
They literally sit up there and empty out people land to where the reason why they in a starving position or what you consider to be third war and poor is because America over there took all their shit.
I
They
don't see that.
America robbed them for all their shit. That's why they poor.
No.
Although when they robbed these people, it helped America. It made America great. It made America evolve to to this beyond level. But it hurted everybody else around them.
But you're trying to compare dope with the military, and I can't see the
I'm
correlation
comparing it
here.
all. I'm comparing evils.
They're gangsters for America is what he's trying to say. In other words, like
Exactly.
being in the military, essentially you're patriotic and you're a quote unquote thug for
Right.
America.
But
They
don't
the
you
foot
want
so
that,
they
Taylor?
no different.
Taylor, don't you want thugs there for America that have guns, big guns? Don't you want that? Tell me you
You
don't
said
want that.
you
Because
said
we
what?
got a lot of enemies. I don't know if you noticed. This
Why do you
country
got a
has a
lot of
lot of
enemies?
enemies
You know
because
why?
because
We
we
made
are
a lot
number
of
one.
enemies. We
And
Yeah,
when
made
you
you're
a lot
number
of
created a
one,
lot of
you
enemies.
automatically have enemies.
No, you number one because
America has
you
done
created. You went around and caused
horrific
trouble every
shit.
fucking where.
That's not why we have enemies though. We have
You know
enemies
that you
because
have
we
enemies
have
because you don't rob
and
people
they
out their
do
shit.
not have. When someone does not have what we have, they are
No,
our
it's not the
enemy.
fact they don't have what we have. They have had what we had, but the thing
No,
is, you
they never
stole all
had
their
what we.
shit.
No, 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 no. They never had what we had. They can't figure out how to
America didn't
get what
have
we
what
have.
all of that.
They cannot figure out how to get what we have. So they hate us.
No, no. You trying to place the blame on them, and not trying to have America take accountability. America been going around, and they just like the thief. Who want to be around a thief? That's why they hate you. Cause you going around,
We're
you
number one
taking
for
over
a
people's
reason.
shit,
Do
and
you want to
eventually you're gonna
live?
get.
Do
America
do
is
you want
nothing
to
but a
live in a
bully.
number one
Eventually they're
country
gonna
or
get
not?
knocked off.
Do you want to live in a number one country or not? Everything is player versus player, Jay Prince. Everything.
Well, now
Either
you
I
damn near
get,
saying what
either
I'm
I
saying.
own it or you own it. We can't both
They
own
own
it.
it. They own
I
shit.
either own it or you own it. And we
So
got to
you
fight
making a
to figure
pass for
out
the
who
government
owns
to
it.
do. So you making a pass for the government to be able to do it, but you want to come at niggas, the small fish. Why y'all always expect black people to? Y'all always expect black people to carry themselves like this, with Jesus and perfect motherfuckers. When you
That's not
accept
me.
everybody else around you not to
That's
be
not
perfect,
me. I
you
didn't
just
say
said
that.
that you respect you got this vitamin D respect for the military who going around robbing and
Yes.
stealing, but you want to
Yes.
combat niggas
Cuz
all day and
look what
expect
they've
for us to
done
walk
for
in this
us.
church like way. Man,
Look
go on with
what
that.
they've done for us, Jay Prince. They made us the number one country in the world. Nobody wants to fuck with us because of them, because of how powerful they are.
In the hood,
Nobody, nobody wants to fuck
certain
with
gangs
us.
don't get fucked with because of what the work they put in.
But
So
it's you can't see that it's different though. It's
it's
different.
not
I
different.
see what you're saying, but it's different.
But
It's
in
different.
guys' eyes, is no different. They both committed crime, right? Committed sin. It don't matter if it's legal from the military or in the ghetto. It's the sin is the sin. Ain't no sin greater than the next. So if they both going around committing crime or committing sin, you can't sit up here and say that America gonna go to heaven because they did it on a larger scale than the niggas. They committed the exact same act. So if we go to hell, they going to hell too. Probably faster.
A slow boat to hell.
Right.
Taylor, you supposed to be on my side, motherfucker.
Listen, I am.
I thought you were on my side. God damn it. You turned
I
on me.
No, not at all. It's just a difference of opinion. I just.
Okay, yeah. It's different.
It's
Yeah,
just
it's a difference.
it's just a difference of opinion. I don't
I
know.
love being in the ghetto. That's
But
from my
I see
that's my culture.
Jay Prince has a good point. He has a good point, but I don't see the two of them the same though. I just
That's because you accepted
it's
one
different
over
to
the
me.
other one. You
It's
don't see them
different
the
to
same
me.
because you accepted it. You had your
Yes, I
pick. You
did
got your
accept one
favorite.
over the other. Yes, I
Right.
did.
So you ain't
Yeah.
right. So even though they both doing the same, committed the same exact sin, you just decided to pick which one you fuck with,
Okay, yes, I did.
The
which make you
two,
no different.
yeah.
No different than what?
No different from us, from the motherfuckers who committing the sin.
Oh, come
We're
on,
all
JP.
sinners. We are all sinners.
So you can't go around stop picking on niggas and stop trying to expect whole black people to be this perfect church going mother. No, we ain't like that. No, we ain't Martin Luther King. Fuck
I, did,
Martin Luther
I never
King.
said that. I
Oh
never said
damn! Not
that.
fuck Martin Luther King. Lord Jesus.
Yes, they want us to be this peaceful. They always try to uphold us to this standard of being this peaceful motherfucker. No,
Well, I believe black people are not a monolith, and I believe er, b- black people come
Taylor,
from different walks of life.
Taylor,
Yes.
Taylor, Taylor, I got to stop you right there.
Go ahead.
Okay, you said black people are not a monolith. Is that correct?
Correct.
But you have to admit that they want to be a monolith.
I don't. Well, I don't think so. Not necessarily. I
shout out
mean,
to
Let
Rooster
me
we're
in the
let me
chat with the
explain.
black
we're
flag.
Let me
we're
explain what
up
I just
here.
said.
Okay, go ahead.
Let me explain what I just said.
Sure.
When there's a black person who
Mhm.
disagrees with the popular black opinion,
Mhm.
y'all ostracize him, kick him out, call him names, right? Because the reason you call this person names is because you want him to be monolithic to your beliefs.
Mm,
Yeah.
Not
Am I
necessarily
right?
I
when you
will
I
say
think I'm
I
right. I think I'm right.
I
no when you
will.
come and pass in
You
judgment.
have a point. You have a point, Clue.
He opened that door when he passed judgment on us.
I'm not gonna entirely disagree. I haven't called you any names up here, have I, Clue? Or are you just speaking out of?
No, right.
No, not you.
Okay.
No. I was given a hypothetical. A
You the
Okay.
one
person
came up
who
here pointing
disagrees with the
fingers.
popular opinion of blacks. You kick that person out. You call him names and you ostracize him. You know you do that. You do that.
So if
Yes.
if I go in
But
a
it
corporate
depends though,
place,
Clue. It does depend.
And the reason you do that is because he was not monolithic in his opinion.
It's
Yes?
just
No?
certain
Maybe
things.
so?
Hold on, Clue. Didn't you do this to the boxing scholar earlier?
Do what? What did I do, Brownie? What did I
He
do?
was monolithic with his ideas and his opinions. So
He
you decided.
left because I refused to be monolithic with him.
okay, well, Clue, I got a question to ask you.
Okay.
If I go to the military, right, and
Mm-hmm.
disagree with everything that they doing, will they kick me out?
They will. Dishonorably,
Checkmate.
by the way.
Checkmate.
Dishonorably. You ain't getting no benefits,
So
JP.
why they can do
Dishonorably.
it but we can't?
Because you're not part of the state. That's
What?
why. You're not part of the state. You have the military is a branch of the state. Niggas are not a branch of the state, Jay
We
Said
Priest.
the
live in a state.
niggas.
Oh my
They're
God.
not.
Like
I know you want them to be, but they're not.
they the same thing.
No, they're
Who
not.
okay,
It's
okay, let me ask
totally
you a question
different.
then. Let me ask
Okay.
you a question. Is the state
Okay.
more greater than God? Views. If is the state
Not even close.
vi-
Hell
wait,
no.
wait,
Hell
wait,
no.
wait, wait. Let me correct my question. From the state's perspective and God's perspective, which one has more power, hold more weight, and more
God.
respectable?
God.
Oh, okay. So you said God, right?
Yep.
So in God's eyes, according to God, he said he don't want none of that shit to be going on, right?
What particular shit are you talking about?
Sin.
Sin. Okay. Okay.
So if
Yeah.
both of
He
them
said
doing it,
no.
if the state is doing it and niggas is doing it, they both committing sin. In
Mm-hmm.
God's eyes, they both wrong, right?
Yes.
It now, did God say no sin is greater than the next?
Shit. You got me on that one.
Right. So
But you know
you
what
already said
though?
God is the
You
most
got me
powerful
on
one.
that
So
one.
we both fucked up.
God was listen, are we talking about Old Testament God or are we talking about New Testament God? Which one are we talking about?
It's only
I
one
think
God,
God was a
Taylor.
killer.
Well,
It's only
no.
one God, Taylor. It's
Of
only
course there's
one.
only
Only
one
one.
God, but the Old Testament God was putting foot to ass and tearing
And
shit
then
down and
he
rebuilding it
sent his
again.
son to take over the New Testament. Okay. Okay. What are we talking about?
Putting belt to
What are we
ass.
talking
I
about?
just listen, I just need to know which God,
It's only one.
which
It's
old
only one.
new
It's only one. It's only one.
New Testament, because there is a difference.
Nope.
Because
It's
it's
only
a
one.
little unclear. But anyways,
How y'all be getting
um,
checkmate by the nigga that y'all consider to be dumb? All the time. It just happens to y'all all the time.
I didn't get checkmated. No, not me. No.
Shit, I got you there a
How did
few
you get
times
me
in this
there?
conversation.
How did you get me, JP? How the
You
fuck
just
did you get me?
you just said it, dog.
I said
Y'all
I
be getting
said you
checkmate by
made
the
a
nigga who
point.
y'all consider to be stupid.
I said you made a point. I didn't say you got me. You made a point.
Well, I've been making a lot of points all night. You're not gonna run that on me trying to send us on no guilt trip without you holding everybody accountable. Cause I'm gonna make you
Okay.
look at the bigger picture and stop focusing on the
That's
small. The
all I do.
small shit ain't
All I've
gonna
been
that don't
doing
hold no
is making
weight.
y'all see the bigger picture. I don't want you to be short sighted. I want you to see the bigger picture. The bigger
What you want me
picture
to be?
here.
You want me to be a butler like you?
oh, he said a butler.
A
Lord.
butler. What are you talking about,
He
bro?
said you a
What are you talking about?
butler.
The black men that I consider to be house Negroes. When you look up the definition of a butler,
I'm not part
shout
of
out
that
to Rooster
system,
with the
sir.
black flash. When you look up
I'm
the
not part. I'm
definition of
not
a
part of
butler,
that.
that's what y'all
I'm not
is.
part of
No,
the black system, sir. I'm
Clue,
not part
Clue
of
is
that.
not the communitas.
I've
The
divorced it. Yeah, I've
communitas.
divorced it. Yeah, I'm American. I'm not part of the whole Crayola black and white bullshit
Yeah.
that you niggas jack off.
Yeah, so you a
No, I'm not
butler.
that. No,
You
no,
take
I'm
pride.
above that.
You
I'm
no,
above
you take
all
He's
of
pride.
you.
You
above
take
it.
I
pride
tell
in
you
building
guys what to do.
in helping maintaining another man's house, which is America.
He said he
America's
is.
my house. That's the whole thing.
No, it's
It's my
not.
house. Yes, it is. I own this shit just like the white man does. I own just as much of
So
it.
what would happen if Trump end
I
that
have just
terminate their
as
14th
much
Amendment?
of a stake in this country as the
He
white
cannot
man.
do that. We done advanced too far
Just
for
as
him to
much.
be
It's equal.
doing ain't shit.
Equal. According to the Constitution, it's equal. I have just as much stake here as the white man. But you don't believe that because you believe in
No,
black. You believe in
stop it. You
black.
is not on the same playing field as them. Stop it.
Yep, I am.
So
Exact
do
same
you have
playing
black
field.
privilege? Do
I
you
have
have black privilege?
American privilege, sir.
No, I'm
American
asking Doc
privilege.
specifically.
I
Do
don't
you have
believe in
black
race.
privilege?
So no, I don't, because I don't believe in
No,
race. I think it's
no,
fake.
okay.
It's all fake. It's all
Have
fake.
you ever
Race,
heard of a
black,
term
white,
called
all
black
fake.
privilege? Have you ever
Never
heard
heard
of
her.
here in America? Have you ever heard of a term called black privilege?
I
I
think
have, but
Charlemagne wrote a
it
book
does not
about it.
exist. Yeah, but I have. I have
But
heard
have
of
you
that
heard of the
term.
term? Well, is that term white privilege more prevalent?
White privilege is also fake, in my opinion. There's no such
Really?
thing as white privilege. It does not exist. No white man has more power in this country than me. Not one. Not a single one.
Yeah, I like to
Not
see you in
one.
court.
Not one. There's no white man that has more power than me in this country. Not one.
Man, y'all butlers would be so delusional.
He keeps calling you a butler.
He likes it. He likes it. He found a term that he likes. He's going to keep using it.
No, because that's what
Shout
y'all
out to
is.
JP. Shout out to
Y'all
JP,
nothing but
man.
butlers. I swear that's all y'all is. A butler is somebody that that take pride and take care of another man's home but his own.
What do you mean another man? This is my home. I own this bitch, bro.
What I mean by home, like
America is my bitch, Jay
you
Prince.
take pride
America is your
in
bitch,
defending
but
the
you
white
won't
man's
accept her.
army
You will
more
not
than your own
accept
race
her.
of people who doing the same
I
shit.
own this. I own this country. Me.
You don't own
I
nothing.
pay into it. I got a stake in it. I own this country.
You don't have no
You don't
power in
believe
it.
that. You believe in black. That's why you're a bitch.
Anything
You're a
I
bitch
own, I
because you
got
believe
power
in
in it.
black.
Right? Okay, so you
I
own it,
believe
right?
in America that I own
Right.
this country.
So you own it, right? So
Yes, I do.
anything.
Yes, sir. Yes,
Okay,
sir.
so okay, do you own your own house?
I do.
Do you have power in your house?
I do.
Do you set the rules and standard in your own house?
That is correct. Yes, I do.
So nobody can come in your house and tell you what to do. You whoever enter includes house, they got to follow who rules.
Got to follow my rules
Cause of why?
because I own this bitch.
So on a bigger level,
Okay.
what rules do you set for America that we got to follow? That anybody got to follow?
This is I
Do you have the power to
get.
kick out anybody in America?
Do I have the power?
Yes.
No, I don't. No, I
You don't
don't.
have the problem. You don't have the power to kick out people. You don't have the power to set laws.
Well, just like the white
Do
man
you
that
have the
lives
power
next
to
to you,
say how the
he
rule
doesn't have
going?
that power either.
No. Do you have the power to say this is how we gonna? This is how I want my people, the people of America, to act and behave. Do you have that power?
I do not have that power, sir.
So when you say that you run this, you don't run nothing.
This is my
You barely
country.
even
That's
run
what I
your house
said.
because you don't pay them property taxes. What's gonna happen?
I said this is my
Another
country.
man gonna come
This
and
is what I
remove
said.
you out that bitch.
This is my country.
How this your
My
country?
whole
You not
point.
on the lease?
The whole point of what I'm saying, Jay
Anytime you
Prince,
own something, your name
Jay
got to be
Prince.
on the deed or the lease. Your name
The
is not
whole
on the
point.
lease.
What I'm saying is, listen to me. What I'm saying is, there is no white man that has more power than me. Not
He
one.
does.
Name him. What's his name? Give me his
It's the
name.
man
Give me the name of the white person that
when
has
you go
more
apply for
power than me.
interviews. When you go to interviews and you got
I
all
don't.
of the
I have
degrees
no
and this
need for
white boy, he got
interviews
a
because I own a
felony.
business. I own a business.
Okay, but
I don't deal with
what I'm
interviews
saying is I'm
for the
speaking
rest
more
of
in
my life.
general.
All right.
I'm speaking more in general.
All
When
right.
you
Go
go to
ahead.
these
Go ahead.
jobs and you got more experience and degrees than this white boy who was a janitor and part was a felon, and he get the job over you.
But that works the other way. If the white guy goes to a black-owned business and he's not qualified, that nigga ain't getting the job. Now,
How many
it works both
big
ways.
successful black
It
businesses
works
it
both
is?
ways, right?
How many big black? They don't need black businesses to survive. It's more other races of business than it is black. They don't need niggas to survive here in America. True or false?
Well, nobody needs niggas to do anything in America.
But you need them whites to do something.
Not really. You need whites to do something. I don't.
You say you got a business, right?
I can live just fine without white people. But
You say you got a business, right?
Your ass
Wait,
in
you got a business, right?
In Wisconsin, your ass needs whites to live, sir.
Wait, you got
I know
a business,
about
right?
you.
You have a
Yes,
business,
I do.
right?
Yes, I do. I don't need
Who
whites
signed
to
off on your
live.
license, your business license?
The state that the business is registered in.
And what color is the people that runs the state?
Various colors, sir.
You're fucking full of shit.
Various colors. I don't need white people
y'all
to live.
bullshit
You
thinking
need
y'all
white people
something
to
more
live.
than what y'all is, man.
You need white people to live.
You don't.
That's what this
Y'all
whole
think y'all more than
conversation
what
is
y'all
about.
is.
The entire conversation is about you need white people to live. So you're looking at me as,
And you need them too.
Why aren't you respecting these white people that you need to live? And I'm saying, no, I don't need white people to live. I do
You didn't
just
always
fine
have a
without white
business.
people. You,
Did you
sir,
always
need
have that
white people
business?
in order to survive.
Okay. Did you always have that business?
No, the business is only 5 years old. It's young.
So what you was doing before you had the business?
I was working for somebody, like
And what
everybody
color was the
else.
person you was working for?
Black.
Come on, man. So all your life you've been working for
Yeah,
black
it
folks.
was.
You
You
never worked
asked
for no
me.
white
You
folks?
asked me about my boss. My boss was black.
All your
You asked
bosses
me
was
about
black.
my boss.
Every boss you had was black.
I didn't say everybody. You asked me about the boss before I had my business. He was a black.
Have you ever worked for a
He was
white
a
man
black
before?
man. Yes, many white men. Yes. So
Put
what?
like this: have you worked for more white men than black men?
Yes, more white men than black men. Yes, that's
Checkmate.
correct. How's that a checkmate?
Because
How's
you
that a
depending on white
checkmate?
people too.
I didn't say. Okay, I need you to let me say it slowly. Okay,
Okay.
you need what I said was you need white people in order to survive. I don't.
And you did too.
You did no.
At one point
You
you
need
did.
white people to survive. Without white people, you'll be dead as fried chicken today, right now. Sunday, November 24th, 2:00, 24
Sadly, speaking, you
a.m.
will be
All right.
too.
You need white people to live. I don't. It's an option for me. I can survive with
Yes, you
them.
do.
I can
I need a
survive
white
without them.
man.
Wait. So
But
where
Jay
do you get your
Prince, if
food
white
from?
people disappear, Jay Prince would disappear 3.6 seconds after they disappear.
So
Because
where did you
Jay
get your
Prince
food
cannot
from?
survive without white people.
Right, none of us can. Where do you get your food from?
No,
Yeah,
you
because
can. You
Okay.
can.
Question: where did you get your food from?
I can grow food.
Do you grow all your food that you eat?
I don't, but I know how to do it, though. That's
But
the thing.
what I'm
Do
saying
you
is,
know
okay.
how to do it?
Now, where do you get your water from?
You can make water.
Where do
Do
you
you know
get
how to
your
make
water
water?
from?
Jay
how you
Prince, do
make
you know how to
water?
make water? I could tell you right now on this stream how to make water. You want to hear it?
I do.
How to make water.
How to make water.
Okay, the most abundant, and I'm gonna tell you
Grind
this
yourself to
because
sleep.
I'm gonna tell you this because nobody's gonna tell you this. The most abundant source on earth is what? Salt water, right? And you can't drink it. Taylor, right? You can't drink the salt water. Hello? Taylor?
What you ask?
Taylor? Can you hear me?
I can hear you.
Okay, I'm gonna tell you right here on Brownie Ellie's stream how to turn salt water into pure drinkable water.
Can I
ready?
say it? Because I know how to do it.
Oh, it is Brownie Ellie. I thought I was talking to Taylor.
Yeah,
I thought Taylor was.
You gotta boil it, and then you gotta catch the steam, and then you gotta catch the steam in a separate container, and then Yeah.
Okay. Yes, but there's more to it than that. There's more to it than that because even if you do it that way, most of the water, most of the gases will escape, and you won't be able to catch it. There's a way to do it where you catch both the hydrogen levels and the oxygen levels. There's a way to do it. Here's how you do it. You take a 9-volt battery from your car, not 9-volt, 12-volt battery from your car. All right. You take that bitch out. You take the negative part, which is the black pole. You put that in the water. You take the red part and you put it on the side and ground it. It's called electrolysis. What will come out the red part will be hydrogen. What will come out the black part will be oxygen. And all the salt will rest in the bottom, so you won't have to drink the salt. That's how you do it.
I gotta end this live, y'all. I'm sleepy. It's been.
Yeah,
it's
we
been.
gotta let Brown. We gotta let Brownie get some sleep. We gotta let her get some
All right, I
sleep.
gotta go to church in the morning.
You know damn well
Go
your
to
ass.
church, nigga. You the devil. What the devil
Yeah.
doing in church? You the devil.
So man, that is crazy. The devil all up in church.
Yeah, his
He was
name
the
is Jay
first son,
Prince.
right?
His name is Jay Prince. I know.
The
Shit.
devil was the first son, wasn't he?
No, Lucifer was the favorite. Was the number one angel. But yeah, I gotta get the fuck up off here, y'all. I'm tired. I'm sleepy. I've been yawning for the past like 2 hours. I ain't gonna lie. Let's pass
Oh,
Go
the
to
that ain't
bed.
no
sleep.
time.
Go to sleep, Brownie. Go to sleep. Don't worry about us.
Go.
We'll
Have a good
find
night.
something else
Thank
to
you for
do.
coming up, and I feel like we did good. We had nice dialogue. Nobody got super disrespectful. I appreciate that.
Nobody got
What?
super disrespectful.
What?
I'll put your
Y'all be crazy, but nobody got super disrespectful. Y'all always started threatening each other and all of that other shit. So yeah, we had a
Okay,
Yeah.
that means I need to step my game up. Fuck you, Jay Prince.
you can't say that when you leave.
Why did
All
he
right.
leave? He make it look like I said fuck you and he left. Okay.
Good night. Thank you guys for tuning in. Thank you for everybody that stayed in the chat. Khadijah, she wrote. Clue, you've been here since the beginning. Taylor, I appreciate all y'all so much. I'll see y'all
Shout
later.
out to you, Brownie Elliott.
Thank you.